welcome to the official stream for the Kansas City Regional Elastics exam of the My Hero Academia collectible card game. What a mouthful.
Yeah.
I'm Levi Lalonde, and this is Mr. Keenan Meadows, and we're so excited.
We cannot wait to get this thing keyed off. We've got so many players coming out to the Harrah's in Las Vegas, my goodness, Kansas City.
It's a casino, right?
Right, yeah.
Yeah, tomato.
Tomato, and it's going to be an incredible day. We've got like the whole metagame is here. People are playing to win. We're going to see some of the most competitive decks, and then we've got some players playing some truly oddball stuff that's just going to come out and I hope blow our minds.
My eyes have spent all morning, Keenan, searching far and wide across this huge, beautiful venue of 106 players.
Wow.
All here ready to compete their hearts out for some amazing prizing. And as you said, sir, they've brought the whole shebang. We're expecting to see a lot of things today. Obviously, the big items on the menu, right, are projected, meta, if you will, for this event. People are really looking at that True Form All Might deck.
Yep, absolutely.
Florida caused an absolute ruckus there with that whole one-shot play style.
Yep.
And we're also really looking at Jiro.
Future is now or air. Either way, you're going to be looking at a competitive list, and then we've got all the decks that are coming out to counter those decks. I've heard the word 8 Nomus throwing around. We don't yet have the character breakdown, but we will get that to you as soon as it's ready. And then I can't wait to see what other sort of interesting things people are bringing to the fore. I saw some people playing like Todoroki 1 earlier before the tournament. Not sure if they're actually going to be running that today, but it'd be really interesting to get one of those on stream.
Yeah, it's really funny, right? Because historically speaking, when have we not been looking out for Jiro at an event?
Oh, yeah.
Right? But at the same time, now more eyes are on that character.
Right. Well, she finally won an event.
She did finally win an event, and now she's gotten access to possibly the most powerful tool that she ever has had in the game so far with the Future Is Now. This obviously being one of the big aspects of this event, and what's proposed for this meta is Class Reunion dropped literally last week.
Yeah.
Literally last week, and people have already gotten their hands on these cards, already tested those games in, already got them sleeved up, and in their super competitive deck lists ready to go. I think we're going to see a lot of Futures now, but honestly, Keenan, this is going to be kind of like, I don't want to say a hot take per se, because I know a lot of the really good players out there are hot on this card, but I think for as much Futures now that we're going to see a ton of runaway.
Yes, absolutely. You want to not take damage from an attack that's too fast to block? Well, that's actually pretty easy when runaway's there. And additionally, Showdown counters the counter, and it also counters Futures Now, so if we start seeing decks that are running Showdown, and you pay your cost on runaway and lose a bunch of life, and then you get your thing canceled and take the damage to the face anyways, it's going to be ruining some days.
Man, I really want to see what I really want to see this weekend, Keenan? I want to see like an action cancel. Yeah.
Two evil and order decks just like going back and forth and just punching each other.
I want to see Jiro Future Is Now. I want to see them respond with like a Showdown or a Concentrate.
Yes.
And then I want to see the Jiro respond with an evil versus good.
Yes.
And cancel
Let's leave it as a dream, but if it happens, oh my God,
or so the dream I had.
Pleasure to cast.
Yeah, I think no matter what happens, these guys are going to give us some really awesome stuff to cover, and we're going to do our very best to deliver you guys some fantastic commentary. We're looking at 7 rounds throughout the course of today, eventually cutting into a top 16 for day 2. So strap in, guys. Get yourselves a nice drink. Get yourselves something nice to snack on. Maybe order in some pizza. It's going to be a very hefty day for me, Keenan, and of course our beautiful third co-caster out here, Miss Ashley Fullerton, will be joining us later on in the day. It's I've done a lot of these events, Keenan. I've been a part of a lot of casting teams, but I don't know if there's been more hype and or lore behind one than this trio so far.
Yes. I mean, me and Ashley have had our storylines throughout our Universus careers, but it's really great to get to be a part of it with the legend Levi Lalonde.
Oh man, you're too kind. And, speaking of being a part of things and legends, Legendary Wolf Games absolutely knocking it out of the park with this event so far. They are our tournament organizer, and they have done an amazing job. I'm sure you've been seeing some of it in all of this B-roll footage running across the stream before we got our lovely faces on here. But the setup is amazing. Our judge team is amazing. We've got a lot of the Jasco boys down here, Mr. Guile, Mr. Jelly. All these lovely people out here are getting ready to make sure this event goes super duper swimmingly. And man, I'm just so excited to get into it, Keenan.
Yes.
But we can't just yet, right? We've got some things.
We've got some things. Well, we got to show the things.
We've got some stuff and some things to show you. Lovely guys. Y'all would have been crazy to think that I was going to allow this stream to go forth, this event to go forth this weekend without acquiring some very spicy card reveals.
Oh, yeah.
For you lovely people. So let's get right into them. Get ready for some Undaunted Raid reveals. The first one is going to be an ultra rare one check.
Oh.
I'm speechless. Keenan,
One
it's
checks.
yours now. I can't do it.
One checks are the most underrated cards in the game. But what about a one check that gets to play an attack for free? Not only that, we're getting support for the 3 damage attack. So if you've been enjoying playing Moonfish at all, you are going to absolutely love this card. We get to, after it resolves, discard the top 5 of our deck, and then as our next form, play any of the attacks that we discarded that has 3 damage or less for free. We can play this as the 4th card in our string. Now we've got 5 cards in our card pool. Now we're going to alleyway ambush some people or whatever you want. I don't even know. There's so many options with this, and it's supporting such a cool and so far it's a pretty underdeveloped mechanic. So I'm really excited to see this thing make waves.
This is going to be so exciting. I mean, just look at these symbols, right?
Yeah.
We've got 2 Moonfish symbols, first of all. So, like, 3 damage matters, increasing more and more. And then take a look at that 3rd symbol there.
Yeah, I'm seeing some extendo here.
I'm seeing this extendo here. I am seeing an Uwabami symbol.
Oh, yeah.
Uwabami gets to pick this card up every single turn.
That's pretty good.
Holy cow.
Yeah.
Of course, it's a 3 damage move for itself, so it's gonna fit right well.
When you Storm of Blades into your Storm of Blades.
Oh my goodness. It's going to start getting really crazy really fast. It's also a weapon, very relevant for the Void symbol.
Absolutely.
Void weapons, a package that's been getting so much love. This card excites me.
Yes.
This card really excites me. And I'm really excited to see them continuing this theme, but also just, man, this one feels worth it.
Yeah.
This one feels really worth it. When I first saw this card, I said, a 1 check, that's a 3 mid for 3.
Right.
That's it.
But then you start reading and you're like, well, yeah, you know, I think this card does something that one check should do, which is bring the hype to a match. It's you're gonna sometimes you win you win by the 1. Sometimes you die by the 1. But when you're winning by this one, it's gonna feel so cool, and you are gonna get to do you're gonna press all your buttons and get your card pool as wide as possible. And if that's what you're looking to do, this is the card for you.
Man, speaking of Void weapons, when you throw this down as the 4th card and then you top 5 into Binding Claws Precision, Eraserhead's 3 diff.
Yes.
That does things as the 5th
Yeah. Oh my God.
I'm in Christmas land right now, so I think before I get too excited about Eraserhead cards, we're going to move on to our next card in the reveals, and it's going to look a little similar in some ways, and that's because we're checking out Piercing Barrage. This is going to continue our 3 damage matters tropes in the exact same way. Another weapon on the same symbols, comboing with a 3 damage move, and is a 3 damage move, comboing to become a 6 damage move, so a pretty hefty little 3 mid for 6 here. But more importantly, if it does sneak any of that damage through, you're going to get a +2 buff to your next check if you're playing another 3 damage move.
That's efficiency, that's going wide, and my God, that art is actually incredible. I don't know if this is a still from the anime or not, but it's just generally like he's getting a blade sliced through his head and he's slicing you at the same time. It's just such a neat card.
Yeah, this is most definitely not a still from the anime. This is very original art right here. And it's really cool to see. Of course, you know, it's kind of one of the big things for Set 5 Undaunted Raid is we've now got all of this original commissioned art and all looks super beautiful. This is definitely one of the more standout pieces. I also think it's very funny that they took this this guy that Kirishima fights in his Unbreakable fight that's full of blades, and they said, you know what, that guy's got a lot of blades. Moonfish also had a lot of blades.
Yep.
Let's just make them very synced up.
Well, it's it's death by 1,000 cuts, and he's definitely shooting out like about 1,000 blades out of his body. So I think it makes sense, and I'm really glad again to see more 3 damage support, getting that next check +2, getting this to be actual 6 damage move instead of a 3 damage move. Now this is efficiency, and this is really steering that mechanic towards where it wants to be in the meta.
Yeah, I'm excited. This is super duper cool. Definitely what I want to see out of this type of back page support.
Yes.
And now moving on to our next card. I think we've got a little bit more. No more to show you guys. All right, that's going to be it for our card reveals, guys. We will have more throughout the weekend, of course, though, so y'all do want to stay tuned.
Stay tuned.
Make sure you keep your eyes sharp on those socials. Put your Keenan Meadows reading glasses on and get ready for some more awesome things from Undaunted Raid. But I think for the time being, sir, that's all we have to tell these wonderful people.
Yep.
It's time for us to go get ourselves ready and set up an awesome round 1 going into this event. So do not go anywhere, heroes, and stay tuned. There's a lot of excitement coming throughout this day.
See you in a second.
Tigers on. All right, welcome back, heroes. Thank you so much for waiting on us, and we promise it's going to be worth it. This round one is kicking off in the most exciting of fashions. My name is Levi Lalonde, and this...
I'm Keenan Meadows.
Keenan Meadows, everybody. We're super pumped to get something really unexpected, but yet also very expected on for round one. We're going to be looking at the main boogeyman, proposed boogeyman of this event. The future is now... Jiro coming at you hot, but going up against something very out of the woodwork.
Yeah, we found a spinner for you, so we're going to see how a spinner steps up against a weapons, like, just future is now Jiro that's just going to be coming at you turn 2 as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
It'll be fun to watch him fend off the onslaught and see what spinner can really do.
It's going to be an interesting dynamic. So we've got two very weapon-heavy decks. Our graphic is a little out of touch here. This is actually Jiro on the good symbol, going up against Spinner on the void symbol. So once again, two weapon decks that are going to be playing very wildly different play styles, though. You know, Mitchell on our left here is going to be playing the very, I don't want to say tried, true, and tested because this is our first event.
1 week to one week into legal, but
right. This is the proposed crazy future is now staff strike Jiro deck on the good symbol. Then over here, we're looking at Spinner on the void symbol. Going to be playing a very combo-heavy eraser head weapon type of package. You know, kind of like a lot of those starter deck attacks combined with a lot of those new Spinner attacks, combined with a lot of the older eraser stuff just coming together.
And I was just going to say, what I like is that we're already starting with a prone to dry eyes on Spinner's side because you've already got scaling damage or speed with your character, and now you're going to get scaling damage either twice or with the extra speed. So Spinner with 20 attacks in main board against Jiro's 14, we're going to see a very different dynamic from both sides, I believe.
Yeah, this is an extremely aggressive Spinner deck. 20 attacks in a 55-card deck. Certainly going to be looking to go for this is the very hardcore 6-hand size aggro route right here. Prone to Dry Eyes, a really big component of that. We're already seeing some very interesting things come out the woodwork with the Gutter Punk Elbow. This is a card that I have not seen in a very long time, Keenan.
Oh yeah, it's a great way to start to recycle your weapons once you get a little bit of momentum started. And I think that's instead of trying to get that momentum, we're going to go ahead and get some more defense down while we just stabilize and set up.
Yep, Spinner is an interesting character where, you know, he's that classic 6-hand size aggro, right? Where you don't really want to go in until you want to make sure you can really go in. And as a character
I like this. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, so we've got the Binding Cloth Precision coming in. This is Eraserhead's super duper cool 3-diff attack that does things, various stat bonuses, depending on if it's the 3rd card in the card pool or the 5th card in the card pool. And what's really cool here is it's also got a combo enhance that lets you look at the top and you may discard it.
Right.
That combo enhances with a weapon. Certainly works with our Blade Expertise Weapon Foundation as our 2nd card in the card pool there.
Yeah, absolutely. And if Spinner wants to continue going in, he's got a lot of different ways to do that. He can build a card out of his hand and just look at the top card of his deck. If it's a 5, I mean, Spinner could just continue in here.
Yeah, I mean, we have a Blade Expertise on board as well, right? So that's another way that we can reset a foundation if we so desire. We've got Closing In to put a little bit more speed on our attack here. You know, this can get relatively large relatively quickly. You know, we can see Mitchell already committing so many defensive resources with a double Specialist of Sound coming in, making this attack super duper slow. But at the same time, it might not be the end of the aggro. Now with the Late Riser coming in,
yes,
another huge proponent of the Void combo weapon package.
We're going to get some free damage off that, yep.
Yeah, when every single attack combos, this is a 1-diff Stronger in Darkness.
Ooh, and so we didn't have the full block, but we are going to block with the Quick Create. We just want to go ahead and get that breaker off and prevent any more aggression from Spinner's side, make it really hard to continue to swing in. And I think that's probably going to do it unless our Spinner player is feeling a little bit excited about round 1 and wants to start throwing hands. Nope.
Yeah, I think the only line where we continue there is if we have another Foundation and then another Binding Cloth Precision.
Yeah, get that 5th card pool.
And we would get to play around the breaker. That would have been so sick.
Yeah, but now we have a momentum with our Decoy Duplicate. And so Jiro has a lot of decisions to make when it comes to that card, because when you're activating your Staff Strike, would you rather draw or would you rather make your next 2 cards count towards progressive? Because you don't get both.
Yeah, that is kind of the caveat there of the decoy duplicate coming down, and it kind of stops the whole like combo that this deck tries to do, right? For those of y'all not super duper in the know, what's really going on with this Jiro deck is the goal here, right? Is we are playing this like tight, almost 50 card list. We're barely playing any attacks, and the goal is to play Future Is Now as many foundations as you can into a staff strike, with your last one being a weapon foundation, and then you just like draw 3 or 4 cards. It comes in with 1 million stats because the staff strike is like the 4th or 5th card in the pool. And then you're next to ignore progressive, and then you're just playing 2 more attacks that are all coming in with like +7, +7, +8, +8.
Yes.
And it gets out of hand so fast. It is a very, very efficient, quick, and easy like 30, 40 damage on turn 2.
One of the things that I hate playing against this kind of deck is that when you watch your opponent start playing foundations and you go, oh, okay, I get to live this turn, and then it's followed up by a create capture net, and you're like, oh, wait a minute, no, this could get really bad really quick. And we actually did just see him flash the staff strike in his hand, so it is possible. And with only 14 attacks in deck and knowing Jiro's top 2 at all times, we could see foundation staff strike here.
It certainly wouldn't be impossible, especially if we're able to like bring this destined for mainstream success down. This lets us be able to, you know, name a card type, reveal the top, grab it if we named it right. We can use Jiro to scout the top 2. You know, if we find like an attack and a foundation, like we can make sure no matter what is in those top 2, we have the tools necessary to play around it and to play really well into our strings. And even if the decoy duplicate does come down and stop the draws in our staff strike, honestly, if we get the combo enhance off, it's perfectly fine.
Yep.
You're only really desperate and dying for that draw if you're going for that big Future Is Now play, where it's going to be like drawing you 3 or 4 cards. But this is just going to be like a very simple, straightforward staff strike play. So we're not going to be losing as much value on that.
Yep, so it looks like we've got a couple of the good ones here. Now, the question is, do we go for the 9? And we do. And the thing is, with 14 attacks in main board, you can feel pretty reasonably confident at this stage that you might as well go for it. And even if we failed it, we could have committed all the way out, which would be really scary if we weren't pretty confident that we're going to be doing some pretty powerful stuff this turn. We'll see if we actually end up with the kill. I don't know. I couldn't see other cards in Mitchell's hand, so I don't know if he's sitting on his Cannon Blast right now.
We do have, I believe, the Improvised Blade is in our hand. The other, the other little 4-diff Jiro attack that does not see a massive amount of play.
Right, so this card is going to have combo. It's going to get 1 damage for each card in your card pool, and so it's a weapon, so Jiro's already going to give it the speed for each card, but because it's got this combo ability, it's going to be able to give additional stats to it. And it looks like we went ahead and got the decoy duplicate off, because I'm not seeing the card in the card pool anymore. Yep, there we go.
Yep, so the decoy duplicate came down as soon as we combo enhanced. We didn't get our draws, but it's okay because we already have our 2 attacks and the improvised blade. So the awkward part about the improvised blade is combo with a charge, right? So it's a combo with our staff strike. However, our staff strike is also not there anymore, so it's okay.
And it will combo off of this if we feel like we can pass the improvised blade after that.
Certainly, and we certainly will, right? Because there's no progressive difficulty.
Oh, that's very true. Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, no, we are going in here. This capture net's going to be coming in with +4/+4 as a charge weapon. The improvised blade is also going to essentially come in with +5/+5 because we get to combo.
Oh my God! You see the top 2 cards of his deck?
I do sure see the other staff.
So that's another staff strike. Can we play it really effectively? I guess we can play it.
We have It Can't Be Fixed in our hand, right? That was other cards. We can send in our 0-diff on a 4.
Right, and we're gonna build one of these foundations down if we can, because we need but
so we can
weapon foundation. So we put Starlet in front, right? Or
so what we could do, right, is we can build down one of these. Maybe the advice for winners.
Rechecking that 3 is going to be powerful. Yeah,
we get to build this down. It Can't Be Fixed on a 3, and then play staff strike
on just a flat 6.
On a flat 6.
Yeah, and with only 14 attacks in the deck, again, the odds are really stacked in Jiro's favor that she's going to check well. So it'd be really interesting. Oh, and we're gonna go ahead and grab the staff strike.
Yep. And now we know the cannon is on top there, but it can't be fixed on a 3. Right. So it's perfectly fine. And then we're gonna just jam the staff strike on a 6 more than likely, and then we can draw 2 cards.
2 cards is not bad.
And then if we find another charge, so we either find another cannon or a capture net, and then into the improvised blade, that's like super duper game.
Right.
This check.
Oh, he got it. Oh my goodness.
And oh my God, it is the amazing foundation that says when this bad boy is checked, you can remove it to, I believe,
Hero's Inspiration.
Attack, 2 speed or 2 damage.
That's right. So I would go ahead and throw the damage on this thing because it's gonna be pretty much unblockable. That gets +1 speed for each card in Jiro's card pool. So we're sitting at a 9 mid for 8 great right now. I gotta
absolutely insane.
So this deck feels. And you got
futures now and the charge.
Got the net. Got the capture net. So yeah, I really like this play, and I gotta wonder, is Mitchell getting lucky, or is this just how good this deck is? Because he has found every single piece he has needed, and it has come instantaneously.
So it's crazy because we're not even really witnessing like the high roll of this deck. We didn't even play the future is now yet. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, checked the 3. But
who needs a 3 when you can recheck it?
There it is, boys.
Yeah, and this capture net being a charge and a weapon is getting +6 damage and +6 speed off of Jiro's own ability. She can also build down her Rising Starlet for free here, and so Yeah, and gain it. Don't forget to gain a health. Don't be like me in a tournament setting and forget to gain a health. Yeah.
Is this why you're casting now, Keefe?
This is why I'm casting now, not playing. All right. And so this is our big finisher. Let's see. I don't know that we're gonna take. Oh, is it 2 life right now? Oh yeah, this has got to be game then.
Yeah, because this is going to be coming in with both stats combined. This is essentially going to be a 9 mid for 10. Yeah, and so.
Was that
all
turn
that just
2?
happened. Yes. So all that just happened, right? And what you asked me, Keenan, is this the super duper high roll lucky part of this deck,
right?
Or
is this just how the deck runs?
Good. So it's hard to say, right? Because I have to start this explanation with I don't think we even just really witnessed the high roll of it, right? Because the future is now didn't even get played.
Well, the future is now didn't get played, but he did get the staff strike, the second staff strike off the top of the deck. He did play the second staff strike. So
we did go through the double staff strike. The double staff strike is definitely like nearing the edges of the high roll.
Right. Yeah. It definitely did. It definitely felt like there was some wind blowing Mitchell's way, but it also could just be this is a tight 50 card list. We are optimized as we can be, and so we're just looking to get to the point where we can get all those pieces together as quickly as possible, even as early as turn 2.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about how many cards we went through, right?
Yeah.
We played a few. We top 2'd. We destined. Like, you get to see so many cards in this deck that, like, finding your way into a double staff strike, especially while that turn our staff strike didn't draw us cards.
Right.
Normally, it does draw like 2 to 4 cards.
Right. But you don't need to draw cards if you're just gonna find the ones that win. Not to mention, we had the decoy duplicate with the momentum, and we still couldn't survive that kind of a turn.
Yeah, Mitchell played through a hard floodgate out and didn't even see the new proposed broken piece of the deck.
And in my eyes, Eddie played completely optimally there. Like, there was nothing that she was going to be able to do that was going to be better than just, decoy duplicating the scary one and, trying to survive the rest of it. And 28 health is a lot, but Jiro, especially with these charged weapons, will just chew through those like nobody's business. And so that was a truly terrifying display as our first round.
Yeah, I think Eddie poked super well, secured the momentum for their out, got the out on board, played it perfectly.
Yep.
But unfortunately, there was just too much coming from Jiro's, and this deck is really hard to handle in a lot of ways, just because of how much it. I don't want to say breaks the rules of the game.
Oh yeah, I mean, progressive is the rule of the game.
Progressive is the rule of the game.
Yeah, and it fully says staff strike says, hey, you do not have to follow the rules anymore.
Exactly.
As does futures now. So.
As does futures now. There's a lot of rule breaking here, so to say, but it's more so how the deck combines a lot of those different elements and interacts with them in a way that allows them to bypass so much of what is normally expected. It's all about the output. Right? That is like never what you'd expect. Okay, we're on turn 2. Yeah, this many foundations. I have this much life, right? You don't ever really expect that. And it really blows that output out of the water.
Man, learning the standards is such a disappointing card in this matchup.
Yeah.
It's normally like against your super heavy aggressive, it's like, this is great, but you're playing against a character who doesn't care where the foundations go in their card pool as long as they can just sequence it and add it back down with capture nets.
Yeah, it's a little rough there.
And we just got the staff strike in hand for our attempted turn 2. We'll see if we can pull that off again.
Yeah, the staff strike is waiting now. So the big thing about this deck, right, is like I said, we didn't see the futures now do anything in that first game. But we still saw some absolute craziness. But however, we did see a double staff strike turn, so it definitely was a little bit of I didn't roll this way, but I did roll that way.
Right.
There was definitely some back and forth in the variance. But as you said again, this is a very tight, specifically 52 card list, almost the bare minimum.
Right.
Literally right there on the edge.
Yeah.
With the 4 staff strikes, with the futures now in there, like the deck is very fine-tuned and honed to playing those combos and to getting those pieces through.
I'm curious if 52 was just the optimal way to make sure that the checks were as good as they could possibly be while you made sure you found your pieces. Mitchell is a classic math guy, and so he is going to be coming into this with a calculated list and just, having everything fully built out. Eddie is my kind of player. She is ready to just chuck attacks and make sure that they can, find their way in. Like this is a really cool build of Spinner, and I hope that we get to see a dominating turn 2 match.
Man, void weapons are so cool.
Oh yeah,
I love me some void weapons. But as a as a resident member of Unfun Stuff, I did get a lot of insight into Mitchell making this deck. Right, we can see the jersey.
Oh yeah.
There, I did get a lot of their insight and their personal perspectives on this deck. And they're definitely here to for lack of a better term, this is the full send version of the deck.
Yes.
There's a lot of ways to play Future Is Now, Jiro. Even way back then, and a few of the early on RLEs, we saw good symbol Jiros not playing Staff Strike, but doing more like kind of good stuff, right? Like playing like back alley haymakers.
Oh yeah,
it's a charge.
Yep.
Right, just kind of trying to find your keyword elsewhere and not going full all in on the Staff Strike game plan. Mitchell has said, nope. None of that.
Yeah.
I'm here to quote unquote full send. We're trying to play the max optimize, max Future Is Now variant of this deck.
Back alley haymaker is widely considered to be the best attack in the game, but it has absolutely no place in this full combo, full send build of Jiro, and that is a wild prospect in this metagame.
Yeah, I think it's really like obviously Staff Strike Jiro has been a talked about deck since the early days in set 1, right? And I think what really brings it back into fruition now, of course, the Future Is Now, right?
Right.
But it's received a lot of different pieces. We're seeing a lot of the kind of control pieces, I guess you could say, that simply didn't exist in it before. We're looking at it right now in Mitchell's card pool, right? Things like Taiyaki Fanatic, things like, to help offer more control options when they try and reset your Staff Strike things.
Right.
We've got things like the Advice for Winners that have also come out.
Right, and that's mixing the control with the aggro, right? You've got the right control pieces in Taiyaki where you're going to be able to defeat those things that may be stopping your combo, and then when it's time to actually go win the game, you've got Destin and you've got Advice for Winners, and you're never going to check that 3 because you don't play enough attacks to.
Yeah, I mean, that's literally the meme, right?
Yeah.
That's literally the meme of Staff Strike Jiro in set 1. On an 8, huh, bud?
Yeah.
Check a 3. Whoops.
Whoops, but not in this deck. This deck has a very hard time hitting that 3.
Yeah, and then, of course, where the Future Is Now, right?
Yes.
Staff Strike is actually on a 6.
Yes.
No matter what's preceding it. There's a lot of really crazy things going on here. So we're Jiroing now for checking the top 2. Looks like we got a Foundation and a Cannon Blast on the top.
That's convenient.
We do have a Destined on board, so we might be looking to pick that up and try and set up for next turn.
Right, or do we feel like we can just put the attack on bottom and, block one thing and just deal with it and draw into the card? Yeah. Save your Destin for later and try not to check 3s.
Yeah, it's really a matter of, how much does Mitchell actually think he's blocking this turn?
Right.
With only 2 Foundations ready, we're probably only getting that 1 block anyway.
Yeah, but even then, you also get to look at the top 2 cards of your opponent's deck. So if we've got, something gray or something orange on top, you can sort of sequence it so that Spinner's checks are as unoptimal as possible, and suddenly you are, suddenly you're defending without even having to block.
Right. And so we've been talking a lot about the Jiro deck, the Staff Strikes, the Future Is Now, all of that nonsense going on. But I'd like to pivot a little bit and take a look at what Eddie's doing on their board right now.
Yes.
There's a lot of cool things occurring. So we did open with the Erasure Grasps. And so this is a weird one, right? Because something that's really notable about Void Weapon combo decks is when every card that you play has the word combo in it, what the heck do you open with?
Right. You can't. You really can't. You don't have an option to just get that full efficiency off your first attack. But if it's a 5 diff, you're a little bit more likely to say, you know what, this combo is good. Sealing 1 Rival Foundation and then getting a bunch of speed is good. But we can get a little bit more of an efficient card pool by just leading with that, sacrificing that combo effect. Our next combo and weapon did get +3 damage, and it looks like it did deal damage. Like she got a momentum, and so those decoy duplicates once again live. Mitchell with 1 less current Foundation. Not that that's going to change over the course of the turn because we're Jiro playing this Staff Strike deck. But it's going to be a little bit more inconvenient for Jiro to swing in if she starts to fail cards early.
Yeah, and of course you have to keep in mind, right, like you said, Eddie did snag that momentum. Those decoy duplicates are very online, or at least one of them is. We have a lot to think about. It looks like Mitchell is kind of the discard pile a little bit, probably planning on a build turn. It looks like, there's a world where we could just Foundation, Weapon Foundation, Staff Strike on an 8.
Yeah.
Try and ship it.
I think depending on what Mitchell is trying to do at this tournament, and this is a really good start to Staff Strike, because double Rising Starlet is just going to create you a staging area. But yep, to your point, I was curious to see if he was just going to try to swing in, just if he could try to prove the deck's strength.
Yeah.
But yeah, he was like, you know what, let's take a more metered approach. Though, for me, if I'm Mitchell, I don't want to block with most of the cards in my hand. I want to keep those to win the game next turn. And so if Spinner starts putting up an offense, I think we're going to start to see, maybe some of Mitchell's pieces going by the wayside.
Now, it is nice that we do have a Disinformation Success on board. As Jiro, that card effectively reads draw a card, right?
Yes.
So we do have essentially +1 hand size right now by the looks of it.
Right.
So we're opening right here with our Binding Cloth Dropkick. This unfortunately is going to fall prey to that whole, this card has nothing but a combo enhance on it.
Right.
It's going to be a very, very vanilla opener, but it's going to potentially enable the rest of our lines from here on out.
Right.
Sometimes when you're playing these decks, that is just kind of like a big thing about playing a combo deck, right?
Yeah.
You have to open with something that's going to be a little vanilla so that the rest of your string can be really, really optimal from here on out.
And Spinner's all about optimizing your string over time. Spinner's and Jiro's effects are actually quite similar. Jiro giving, as a response, giving speed or damage to something in your card pool every single attack that you play. Well, Spinner kind of does the same thing. It's just you got to pick one or the other. You can't get both. And so in that way, you're going to be able, both of these characters are trying to come out with these great strings. It's just that Spinner has to find those attacks, and Jiro just has to, sound for them, and then suddenly flip the cards, and she's like, "Oh, okay, it's under here," and she just picks it up with her earphones.
Yep. It's really funny that that the lizard character, his attack strings scale well.
Yes. Yeah. Oh God, that was fantastic.
No,
I loved it.
Look, listen. After seeing Selkie, who had the ability to seal foundations, I'm always on the lookout for that Jasko wordplay when it comes to chaining effects with characters and names.
So we finally got the Gutter Puck to come out, and we do have our momentum. So I'm wondering if we're going to see the pickup here.
Yeah. Now the awkward part here, though, is that these checks have not been super great for us. A lot of our board now is committed, and we haven't secured a damage to secure momentum yet. Right. So if we just continue to go in here, we use our 1 momentum to pick up our card, and then we don't get this to land.
And then we lose our decoys, and we're going to have a really hard time. We're already pretty committed out.
We are very committed out. Now, we do have a Blade Expertise committed. So that can allow us to kind of reset 1 foundation. If so, we have a little bit of leeway, but at the same time, man, our next one is going to come in with so many stats, right?
Yes.
As our Spinner enhances keep stacking up, and we've got a Binding Cloth Precision in hand. It's about
to be just the right card in the card pool.
It's very tempting to jam this here no matter what.
Right.
It just depends if we pick up this drop kick or not. How hardcore are we going to go on this gutter punk elbow?
Yeah, I think so. Discarding the momentum is very tempting, but at the same time, I think we're probably trying to optimize defense here and hope that Mitchell just doesn't get as many breaks as he caught last game.
Yeah, now in a little bit of an awkward spot here, we've checked top 2 and found 2 low blocks on the top of our deck, so they're not going to assist us in blocking this bad boy here.
Yeah, so we would have to sacrifice our Cannon Blast or our Staff Strike, and I don't know that we want to do either of those.
Ooh, and it looks like we've got 2 3s on top for Eddie, and not looking good.
Yeah,
is that 4 in a row?
Yeah.
I mean, we are 20 attacks in a 55 card deck.
That's true. This will happen. It's not particularly likely, but every couple games you're going to get that kind of luck, and especially it's very tempting to want to play that 3rd card in your card pool, and so this is looking a little bit rough.
Yeah, this Spinner deck did not come here to play around.
No.
The slightest. So Mitchell's in an awkward spot here, right? We really don't want to block with our Staff Strike or our Cannon Blast, but if we give our rival this momentum, the decoy duplicate becomes online.
Right.
Especially now that they've used that momentum.
Yeah.
Would you block with the cannon here?
No, I'm taking this to the face all day.
And turning the decoy duplicate back online?
We played through decoy duplicate like it was nothing last turn. And genuinely, I think, Eddie didn't even see Cannon Blast come down. So is Eddie going to be doing that to the Cannon Blast or the Staff Strike again, or waiting on the Cannon Blast? I think you're probably trying to do it for the Staff Strike again, just because that card seems like it's got so much potential. That card draw is terrifying. It could mean any number of things for the game. So yeah, I think unless Eddie is looking for that Cannon Blast, Mitchell might not even need it.
It's very possible. It's very possible. I don't know. I'm definitely too defensive pilled.
Yeah, that's fair.
To think about this decision tree right now. If I have the right block and I can pass it, no questions asked, and I don't die to anything coming after,
right?
I'm always ready to stop it.
Well, the other thing that is that they just picked up an attack, and if they try to play it again, they're going to check a 3.
We do know that.
Mitchell just said, you know what? No more momentum. Please play that next attack. Please check poorly. I don't care that it's going to deal damage to me. You're going to get momentum off of it. I still am going to make you commit 2 foundations if you want to continue your turn, or just end it right there with no momentum.
We've only got three to commit here, right?
Yeah.
And so we're just going to go for the defensive play
very
here.
Good.
So not an awful turn for Eddie.
This is the 3rd card.
Oh, you think it's what we're going for?
I know that's what we're going for. Yep,
Even
here we go.
The combo? Oh, no.
We don't need a combo.
No.
Hey, what was the odds we were going to check 4 attacks in a row?
Right.
Because at that point, you're just like, man, this was not my day.
I mean, we still get to leave a decoy duplicate up, so it's not too bad.
Yeah, we get the Spooky, which is pretty strong if there's cards that don't get a lot of speed. Unfortunately, in this matchup, it's everything is going to be fast.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is definitely gonna land damage right on the face. I don't think there's any shot that Mitchell.
Well, Mitchell has a high block or low blocks on top. Yeah,
we put self-sacrifice on top.
Yeah, because there's 2 low blocks. So this is the worst of all worlds for Eddie here. So this is no momentum going into the next turn. You always block with the foundation. You get rid of it. You don't take any damage. Decoy duplicate is fully offline, and there's actually nothing you can do being totally committed out.
Yeah, I mean, we have Spooky, right?
Spooky against attacks that are 9 speed is just a dead foundation.
Spooky against attacks that gain speed and damage.
Yes.
Not going to change a whole lot. Oh,
yeah.
You're 10 mid for 9. 9 mid for 10 is better for me, but no, not quite. Not quite going to be the thing that saves us, unfortunately. The other awkward part, too, here is that if we don't build anything after this, we're going to the turn with only Spooky and the decoy ready.
2 cards that don't do anything.
And if Capture Net comes down as the first one, we're going to be left with absolutely nothing.
Yep.
And we also committed our stun protection in the prone to dry eyes. Right? So Capture Net could hardcore punish us and leave us without any options, although it feels like we're already left without any options in a lot of ways right now.
We're in a stage where, but for a full brick, Mitchell's got this game wrapped up.
Yeah, I mean, we already have Staff Strike, right?
Yeah.
All we have to do is draw foundations.
Yes.
Literally, all we have to do is draw foundations. We can, on an 8, check a 3. We can check double 3, even with the
that's double Cannon Blast.
God.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, that is a finisher right there. And you can't block one of those because they're all coming through for at least 10 speed and 11 plus. No, Cannon Blast is a charge, right? It's getting all of Jiro's damage, too. Goodness. Yeah,
it's all 3, actually.
Yeah.
It's because range doesn't matter in this deck.
Right, but it does matter in a lot of decks.
A lot of other decks.
I've seen him played in like an Asui that's trying to get all the range cards out of her card pool. So yeah, this card does have all the keywords.
Yeah, we've also got the Weapon Foundation and the Blade Expertise in our hand as well. We're going to be able to set up a lot of different plays. We're going to be able to do things with like the Rising Starlets. We've got a lot of Weapon Foundations to build down.
Yep.
We've got the Recheck Protection. I mean, we do have to count to the very, very tip-top end of 28, but I don't think that's going to be anywhere near impossible with this hand.
I think if Mitchell checks 2 3s after the recheck, I still think he wins, even if he has to commit almost everything out.
Yep. Here's the.
Oh, we like. Mitchell likes the big card pool. He wants to draw as many cards as possible, and he's not worried about checking bad because he doesn't.
When I said full send, Keenan, I said we're full sending.
Oh, no, we're okay. I do like this. We're going to go ahead and keep the Starlets up and try to commit some of our defense because we don't think we're going to need it after this turn.
Because we got the Blade Expertise, right? We have the Blade Expertise, which means that if we draw a Weapon Foundation, after building this down with the Starlet, we can reset one. And then if we draw a Capture Net at any point in time, we can build that Hero's Inspiration down and then put it back in and draw another card.
Yep, and then you got a Foundation that you can combo with another Capture Net or just, draw more cards off a Staff Strike. The card does everything for this deck.
It really
and then sometimes you just randomly check it.
Yeah, we did just draw 3 Foundations.
We draw 3 Foundations. I don't think we need any more attacks, though. We get to play these 2 Cannon Blasts at absolutely no progressive. We get to use Rising Starlet and build Foundations down, so we have plenty of ways to pay our costs. And so, yeah, I think at the end of the day, we're going to be in a very, very nice spot to just go ahead and clean this game up.
Yeah, we've got them fully committed out, save for the Spooky and the Decoy Duplicate. I just don't think those are going to be crazy relevant.
Yeah.
We are going to see the Blade Expertise come down now to build the new Rising Starlet that we drew in.
And not forget to gain our life.
Gain your life. Gotta gain your life. So we've Staff Striked on a 9.
Right, and we still have we still have a recheck left if we check one poorly on one of these Cannon Blasts. So we've got to see if he checks so bad and it's 3-3-3 on all 3 of these next checks. Maybe there is a world where he doesn't get there on the damage, but I mean, she's going to go to 22.
Yeah.
The 2 Cannon Blasts are going to be coming for at minimum 9 damage on the first one if Mitchell decides not to pay cost, but I think you're probably paying cost as much as possible just to close the game out.
Yeah, we've got a 4 and a 5 on top of our rival's deck here.
Yeah.
So like the thing is, we've drawn all of our cards. These are our only attacks for the turn now.
Oh yeah, and we know our next checks too.
Yeah, we know that we've got a 5 and a 3 on top.
Jiro's thought of everything.
Yep, and we're oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Did we need to do that? Probably not, but we did it anyway.
This is the most heinous line.
Why do we even need these foundations? Just for the damage and the speed? Yeah, absolutely. Why not?
Yeah,
we don't have to. I guess we don't even have to pay cost on Cannon Blast anymore. Mitchell has fully thought of everything here.
Yeah, because we know that we're committing 0 cards.
Yep.
For both, it can't be fixed. So why not put +2/+2 on our next 2 attacks?
Right.
And even if we check 3 5s, right? We check a 3, recheck, check a 3, check a 3 on 2 Cannon Blasts. We have 4 things to commit.
Yeah.
So that's still perfectly fine, and we can send both these Cannon Blasts all day, every day, and that literally just puts them at +6/+6.
Yes.
2 11 cannon.
11 and a 12 damage
12,
Cannon Blast before paying cost on her. Yeah.
Yep, which is already 22, even not having to commit anything. And then here comes the second one.
Yeah.
We beautifully roll 5s on both of them, meaning we can commit our 3 foundations and roll for another 6 damage. And this is going to be the biggest pile of damage in the world.
And Mitchell could have done 8 more damage if he wanted to by committing cards with Cannon Blast. Maybe 10 more damage if he wanted to by committing completely out with Cannon Blast. So.
Yep, we're gonna get our commits for our committal for stats here. We chunked for what 11 on the last Cannon Blast, so we should be at
11, and
that is way
all she
more
wrote.
than 11.
Yeah,
way more.
Absolutely,
than 11.
and to your point, blocking that mid last turn was preventing the decoy duplicate from getting the momentum. Mitchell's out of cards, literally nothing left in hand. So maybe the decoy duplicate could have saved it, but he rightly full blocked, and he saw he's like, there's going to be more attacks coming. I can find them if I need to, and lo and behold, there you go.
Once again, not even really seeing the high roll.
Yeah.
Right? We didn't see the Future Is Now get played a single time that round.
Right.
We just played set 3, set 4.
Yeah, that was it was the least optimal version of the kill, and yet it was so efficient.
Yeah, we absolutely found literally like the bare minimum amount of pieces. Like obviously game 1 we did see a double staff strike turn, right? Even without Futures Now, there's a little bit to be said about those were the good ones, right? But that game 2 was prime beautiful example that even when you just find it's all of these pieces, right? We're saying so many card names: the Staff Strike, the Cannon Blast, the Capture Net, the Future Is Now, the Destins, all of these things. But really, there's only one name when it comes down to all of that coming together and working, no matter what pieces you find. And that's Kyoka, Jiro.
Yep. She's strong, and she's going to keep being strong. So we'll be interested to see how well Mitchell continues to do, and if there are any other Jiros playing a similar list. The Unfun Stuff guys, they do like to put the same lists together and run them in tournaments, and that's how Ojiro got ratted. So you never know if something might be happening to Jiro.
It's going to be an exciting rest of the evening, I think, as we see this deck. It's obviously proposed to be one of the real. Bear with me, rising starlets of this event. Obviously, the other one that we're out here to see this weekend is the True Form All Might.
Yes.
But even through all of that, right, we've got some very interesting things going on. As you said, there's a lot of no moves running around.
Yes.
Precisely because they don't want to deal with what just happened right there.
Absolutely.
And on the other side of the table, we literally just saw a Void Spinner, a deck that I don't think we've ever seen.
I've never casted a spinner game. Yeah.
No. I think we had one in the World Premiere draft.
Okay. Yeah.
That was as close as we got. Yeah. So regardless, there's going to be a lot of proposed things and a lot of unknown things coming out of the woodworks either way. But guys, y'all can hear all about those decks from the players themselves. We're going to get these guys on for some quick, super cool interviews, and then we're going to have some more exciting action coming on for the rest of the day. So stay tuned, heroes. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back with our players.
And we are back. I'm here with Eddie Kovach. Thank you so much. Our spinner player from last round. You fought valiantly against the stock standard boogeyman of the format, Jiro, and it didn't go your way. But talk to me a little bit about the match itself and what was kind of going through your mind as you were playing it.
Yeah, so with this, Jiro was actually one of the characters that I had considered ahead of time because I knew this was going to be popping up in this match. I knew people specifically who were bringing it. Part of the reason I had included Decoy Duplicate was to deal with the combos coming up out of Staff Strike.
Oh, yes.
So dealing with that was one of the things that was in my mind. and also trying to remember how math works and being able to add up block modifiers,
Right.
Which was what failed me. If I had simply counted a little bit better, I knew what I would have been able to do, and I would have been able to deal with the cannon attacks
Yes.
and remove both of them with the decoy duplicates.
Yes, the cannon attacks ended up really closing out that second game, but like not seeing them the first game. And you even resolved the decoy duplicate in the first game against the staff strike. And still, I feel like we got to see the hand cam. We were watching Mitchell find all of his pieces despite that. It was kind of crazy. You wonder if that's the way that the deck always plays, or if that's the way that's just sort of like this was just the best game that he could have possibly had given the circumstances.
Well, he did great, and it was a lot of fun. It was a competitive match. I really appreciated it. It made me think, which I really liked.
What brought you to Spinner for this tournament?
So for Spinner, part of it's just enjoyment of the character, which is why I picked him up in the first place, and then I really like the mechanics. I enjoy like the combos that can come out of playing him. I also really enjoy just the way his specific mechanics work. I had been previously playing Ojiro.
Oh, yeah.
Ojiro 2 was my thing before the errata. And I was actually looking for something that I could build similar mechanics on.
Yes.
Because of how much I enjoyed that. I've been doing Ojiro all. So I converted over to this and built this up for being competitive. And also I was determined to bring something new.
Yes.
I was like, what won't be necessarily expected? I was like, Spinner.
Innovation in this game is very fun, and it's always like exciting when you see something like talking. Now that I know that you play Ojiro 2, that feels like the gutter punk elbow inclusion was sort of his once per turn enhance, sort of like coming back, but just for a different symbol in a different deck.
Yes. It was kind of the idea I was going for there. So I was like, I want to make this work. I did really want to bring something that wasn't just standard in the meta. I'm like, I could have brought a Jiro deck.
Yeah.
I have one. I know how it works.
So are there any matchups that you are really looking forward to trying to get pairings against this weekend?
So, I actually do, well, if I can get anything that's in the lower health range, if I can get that. That's not a big problem.
Seven-hander, just not ready to deal with all of those attacks.
Exactly. Looking forward to those specifically for the purpose of being able to win, but I really do want to go up against like Fourth Kind or some of the other tanks to see what I can do against that. Since I do have a decent number of combo breakers in there with like learning the standards, I can be able to time that so they get to push things out of that fourth slot. Don't get your good attack for basically no cost.
Right, exactly, yeah. That's incredible. Well, I hope you find some of your matchups this weekend. This is going to be incredible, and we hope to see you in Top Cuts.
Yeah, I hope to see me in Top Cuts too. So.
Awesome, Eddie. Well, we're going to go ahead and throw it back, and then we'll be on very shortly with Levi and our winner, Mitchell.
All right, thank you.
Nice.
Awesome, thank you.
Absolutely.
All right, welcome back, heroes. I've got with me the winner of the round, Mr. Mitchell Cimino. How are you doing today, my friend?
I'm doing pretty good. I am moderately excited to be playing today. You know, a lot of buzz around the deck that I brought today to the tournament. So
yeah, you certainly gave us a very, very all-star performance in that round. And I mean, you said it right. Let's get right into it. The future is now Jiro. It is certainly proposed as like one of the scariest things, if not the scariest thing that you're going to be seeing today. But we didn't even see you resolve the card a single time.
I didn't see the card from the booklet. I would have played it if I did.
That's true. The booklet tells all. So it's kind of interesting in that regard. And so I guess I want to ask you, Mitchell, obviously, we're both low-key, them unfun stuff boys. I want to ask you about this deck historically, because I know you've been playing it for a million years.
Yeah.
And now everyone's talking about it again. How do you feel it's been in the past, and how exactly has it changed now?
So it's kind of like separated into eras a little bit, insofar as like when I played it first and like had actual success with it at Gen Con, Unwavering Slash existed, right? So like Unwavering Slash pound for pound is too good of a card in most circumstances. So like any deck featuring that will overperform. Jiro was like a byproduct of that, both air and good, but it definitely made everything so much easier in my deck, right? So like rewriting foundations, even if I'm not playing on progressive, means that cannon blasts are for 1,000,000, means that blah, blah, blah. So like that was like free ostensibly. And then on top of that, like the earlier in sets we are in the game, because we were at like what, maybe 3 sets at that point in time at Gen Con, there's less answers physically printed, right? So like you get to get away with a lot more. Post Unwavering/ban, it fits in this niche where you get to do what I did on stream without using Future Is Now, and you get to play games like that and catch people potentially with their pants down if they don't have enough like answers to it.
Right.
And then there's the post Future Is Now like shenaniganry where it's like we're warping the format around a combo because if you successfully allow the Jiro to resolve Future Is Now, the rest of their cards in hand, and then Staff Strike, they refill their hand and then play on no progressive, and then every attack is lethal. So it's like threat assessment wise, you're still worried about the same stuff. Sometimes it just gets a little bit better, and it doesn't really take that much tweaking to fit those cards into the deck.
Yeah, I think really the thing about this deck always was the consistency factors, right? And the fact that the deck can now go, I have 1 action, 4 foundations, and a Staff Strike, and that is like now the highest of high roll hands that lets you see like an upwards of like 12 to 15 cards, depending on what else is involved. That's what actually increases that consistency. And I think it's when the second Staff Strike comes down.
Yeah,
that's when it's like, proceed.
That's when it's over, yeah.
Yeah, proceed. And I think that's, the big thing about stopping that is, like you said, the answers, the outs that have or have not been printed. And the craziest part about that is we saw the answers in that round, right?
Yeah.
On turn 2, you double Staff Strike turned through a decoy duplicate.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
Yeah. A lot of that in that game specifically came down to just having a good build turn, but by virtue of the deck only needing to see X amount of attacks and drawing so many cards, you can thin your margins, and I was playing a total of 14 3-checks in my deck, right? So, like, my checks, on average, are 5. So I just play around that, and then you also play, like, Advice for Winners at a non-zero amount. So you can, like, smooth over and, according to numbers, like, figure stuff out. Like, oftentimes I'll, like, count my deck, count how many attacks are in discard, momentum hands, and I'll be like, there's, like, 4 attacks left in my 10-card deck. 60% of the time, I'm checking a 5. And just run the math like that and play with a little bit more confidence in that.
I mean, we're at a casino, right? You play the poker odds.
Play the odds.
Poker odds, yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, that was one of the big things looking at your list, right? There's 52 cards, 14 attacks, you get to get away with that.
Yeah,
right? As
100%.
you said, this deck gets to warp deck building in an interesting way because you're so little 3-checks. The Advice for Winners. Also, you're just Jiro.
Yeah, you get to fold over and smooth whatever you need to do. And then as far as like actually warping deck building, it warps not only your own deck and like how you have to play with numbers, and traditionally in like universes or whatever, how you have to account for like I need this many attacks generally and this many foundations. You warp other people's decks because even though like there might be a version of Jiro that's like just as powerful or consistent in Air Jiro or like other decks in the format that are like also very powerful, you have to allot a certain amount of slots between your main board and sideboard for specifically this Jiro deck or the All Might deck or like any of these combo decks, right? And then
the one-shot decks.
Yeah, the one-shot decks.
If you walked into this venue not main decking tons of stat resets, people would call you a madman.
Yeah, people would call you a madman, and you would have like zero fun against like a quarter of the people in the room, right? And then on top of that, it's like, bar none, like the most definitive answer to the Jiro deck is playing Nomu, right? Because Nomu means all of my attacks are for 6, and I play 14 of them. You can do the math. If you block like 2 of those, it's really hard to kill you from like 30 health. But the problem with that is then you're playing Nomu, and you're losing to like every other character that's trying to play a real game with you that has the block zone for you. Because if you're starting as Nomu, your deck's doing what it's always done, and you're not really affected by it, where it's just like jump scare, like what's it called? Hulking Grimace.
Hulking Grimace.
Yeah, you like jump scare Hulking Grimace people, and sometimes you get away with it and you laugh, and sometimes you don't, right? But if you're siding into Nomu, you have to account for like, okay, my deck's not built to do this. I'm seeing probably 1, maybe 2 less cards if I was starting as a 7-hander per cycle. So like, yes, you're getting more time against the Jiro deck, but I'm also getting more time, and then
and are you even playing your deck optimally?
Right,
because
exactly.
you're now playing it. You just slapped Nomu because he's the out.
Yeah,
right? On top of the not optimized deck, and it's like I see what you mean by warping deck building.
Yeah, and it feels, for lack of a better word, unfun for whoever is like playing against the Jiro, right?
Right. And then what happens when you have a million stat resets on your board because you're getting ready for those decks, and then you're fighting the stringiest of string Meteor Shower deck?
Yeah, right? 100%. And then you're just sitting there and you're like, well, this was supposed to stop a Staff Strike.
Right.
I can't stop 5 Meteor Showers or 5 copies of Specialized Sound Waves.
Right. It makes deck building very, very cutthroat.
Yes.
You have to decide what you're going to pivot towards.
Yeah, and also it feels like, because it's not like hopeless, right? Because you bring in answers, and answers are there to answer things, right? But the Jiro deck also has things that it can board in to like 1-for-1 your answers, right? And by virtue of it being like a game of variance, if I see enough of my answers to cover yours, I still get to do my thing, and you made your deck slightly less consistent or muddled because you brought in cards that weren't part of your like mainline engine. So it just feels a little bad a lot of the time.
It's definitely a very, very interesting world to live in, where you have to make those really, really intense decisions. Definitely a very, very insightful and competitive deep dive, as I would expect from not only the winner of the match, but also one of our unfun players. And of course, Mitchell, that is my cue to let you give any shout outs to your boys as you so desire.
Yeah, definitely shout out to Unfun Stuff for sure. 100%. Like, specifically the people that play test on Tuesday nights with us. Much love to those guys. Going into this event, play tested a little bit less than I probably would have liked to, but mostly that's because I've been playing the deck for the longest time out of anyone, so I know what's going on. I changed things around data that my friends had collected, so huge shout outs to them. Shout outs to our local scene in Michigan, still holding on strong, or strong as we can be. Very happy to be here representing the team and trying to do my best in this event.
Thank you so much, Mitchell, for doing this interview with me. This was a pleasure, a very, very lovely deep dive into what I think is really going to be the beginning of the conversation that we're going to be having the entire weekend, what we expect to see, how you can answer it, and the ins and outs of every single competitive event that you'll ever be at. Guys, these players are in overtime right now, so round one is going to be coming to a close very, very shortly. So I'm going to let Mitchell go so he can start prepping for his next round. And of course, assemble your casting team for our round two. Don't go anywhere, heroes. We're going to be right back. Thanks, buddy. That was awesome. That was good.
And welcome back to round 2 of the Kansas City Regional License Exam. My name is Keenan Meadows.
And I am Ashley Fullerton.
And we are going to be bringing you your round 2 matchup very shortly. Before that, we have a character breakdown. Now, our graphic isn't quite ready yet, but before I told you there were 8 Nomus, and that may have been a little bit optimistic.
You mean like double the amount there actually are?
Actually, yeah, there are 4 Nomus, but we are seeing a lot of different characters here. We've got Kyoka Jiro is a solid 10 of, and I don't think anybody is not expecting that. Truly a pillar of the format right now. We're going to see if we get more games like Mitchell's sometime in the future. We've got Recovery Girl is also sitting at a solid 10.
Now, I did expect to see a lot of Recovery Girls, but I didn't expect it to be the same as the Jiro.
Right, yeah. If our matches are going to time a lot today, we think we know why.
Well, I've heard that we have some pretty aggressive Recovery Girls in the room, actually.
Interesting.
Yes.
I can't wait to get one of those on stream.
Me too.
So after that, we actually have 6 All Might 2s. All Might 4 being another one of the boogeymen of the format, kind of being surpassed by this massively aggressive 6-hand 29 life All Might that's just going to say, please block or don't block. I don't care. I'm getting bonuses either way.
Well, the nice thing too is that, like we see with Nomu and with Recovery Girl, he's got that 29 life, and that's what a lot of people are really hoping for today. Just survive one staff strike turn.
Right, but as we saw last match, it was a little bit more difficult than you could have thought, even through decoy duplicate falling to staff strike.
Incredible.
But it was a valiantly fought match, and I'm really looking forward to this this one coming up here. A couple other notable call-outs. We have got 5 Tokoyamis, so it looks like the bird is coming back into vogue. 5 fourth kind, so he hasn't gone anywhere.
No surprise.
6 Shigaraki 3s. Really excited to see. Hopefully, I wonder how many of those are on the order symbol, like we've seen top of the previous RLE, or if there are going to be other ones coming out.
I am very excited about that. As I mentioned on our Wednesday Weekly this past Wednesday, I was really excited / terrified of Shigaraki when they first printed him. So I'd like to see some variety in what he can do.
Yep. So we are going to go ahead and cut over to our game now. Again, there will be a graphic coming up pretty shortly, probably in the next couple rounds. It'll give you like the full character breakdown, but just know we've got, the whole meta is here, and it is going to be a pretty interesting match. And speaking of the meta, we have 2 of the ones we were just talking about. Fourth Kind, a regional topper, and then we have Tokoyami, who is a multi-time tournament winner in the previous seasons.
Oh yes, Daniel Nelson actually took Tokoyami to Worlds. He got
I believe he got 3rd if we're talking about that. Yeah, he got top 4 before, and he actually knocked out yours truly with truly incredible play. This is the most terrifying Tokoyami that I think we have in the metagame today. We'll see if that's proven right through this tournament, and if we see another top by Daniel, and if he goes all the way. Versus Jeffrey Kahn playing Fourth Kind, and Fourth Kind has just been proving himself left and right as this deck that can withstand 34 damage and then clap back harder.
Oh, yes.
So I'm really interested to see how this matchup kind of settles out here. It looks like Jeff's going to go ahead and get that good 4 build. And wow, Daniel already starting with the one with nature in play.
Of course. You know, we took a look at his deck list. He's got a couple of new things coming in from the most recent set, one of them being Decoy Duplicate. You've got to play it if you have those symbols. But the thing I'm most excited about is that we now have the Twin Flame Scourge, the Dabi 2-check.
Dabi 2-check. And Tokoyami in his history has been sort of like the nature of stability. He is very aggressive, very powerful, but he's never had to think about his checks whatsoever before. And so maybe Daniel's thought here is that because he's going to get +3 to some of these checks, he's not going to have to worry about hitting that too. And, you know, it's a very unique take on the character, and I'm interested to see how that serves him in this tournament.
Well, historically, Tokoyami has borrowed from Dabi. Every time he gets a really great card, he says, oh, that looks great. I'm just going to take it. It's going to be mine now.
Yeah, it helps when you get all the good ones.
Tends to do really good in him.
That's true. Now we're taking a look real quick at Jeff's hand, and he's got some really great poke action coming out.
Ooh, that's not a poke. That's a death.
Yeah, that's. I mean, I think Daniel's got enough defense here to survive.
Oh yeah.
But we're looking at, so we've got a villain's defeated for the electric jolt. Really strong start. That would be the first thing I would throw out, and maybe you just have to get that flipped and not have to worry about it anymore, just so you can, you know, poke later. So starting with the electric jolt, getting it removed, it's unfortunate, and then you're going to get that follow-up 2 foundation build into probably a rising engine kick. That's going to be a 6 high for 8.
Now, why would you play a rising engine kick after 2 foundations?
Because you want to get that Fourth Kind static off, which is going to say if this is the 4th attack in your card pool, -4 difficulty, +4 damage. And he could also discard the Vial Seizing to make it an 8 speed attack on the high engine kick. So that is going to possibly represent some damage. But no, we're actually going to start with the high engine. And maybe what Jeff is hoping is that this attack could be so fast, and if Daniel really wants to block it, he's going to have to commit a bunch of his foundations, and maybe we see that villains defeated getting committed.
All right. So looks like he has committed the passing the torch, so he's not worried about drawing into another card. We did see the 1.3 million, so that is available to be his attack for his 4th card played this turn. Maybe he's hoping that with all of this speed, he can either get some nice free damage or commit Tokoyami out completely, so that 1.3 million comes across for a mega damage.
Yeah, that's the hope for 4th Kind for sure. So taking a look here, it doesn't look like Daniel has a whole lot he wants to respond with, like, defensively, unless he wants to activate maybe a from hand summon Dark Shadow to give his next check +3, and then he gets to commit his character, which is going to get -1 damage for the rest of the turn. But we are going to see the release come down, and so this attack already is 6 speed, so we're going to get +2 to our check to block, which is going to effectively net -2 speed for it. And perfect. We checked the 5, and we committed the best card to commit on our board, Tokoyami. So now any more of Jeff's attacks this turn will get -1 damage from his playable while committed effect.
So the nice thing about Tokoyami being committed is that, A, when he's committed, you get to give all of your opponent's attacks a free -1 damage, but also if you want to use your Dark Shadow action from hand, it says that you're going to commit your character, but you already did that.
Right, so you've really gone around the cost of that. Looks like we're going to go ahead, our stream judge, Jacob Johnson, coming in here to do a little bit of dice adjustment. But yeah, I think what we're seeing here is these amazing class reunion dice coming down, and I know I got to use those a little bit yesterday, and I was like, which should I grab? The damage? I was grabbing the speed dice for the damage, the damage dice for the speed, but no, that's damage, so we're going to indicate it that way.
What is the difference between the speed and the damage dice?
The speed and the speed dice actually has the different zones of each attack and the number and the arrow direction, versus the damage dice, which is all the same color and just has the damage like POW symbol that's behind those numbers.
Very nice.
So we once again see the block come down. We see the villains defeated as we expected. So 4th Kind actually coming off to a pretty rough start here, and it's interesting because, you know, Tokoyami has already built. Oh my God, what a hand! Tokoyami's already built past the once per game with 4th Kind. I don't know that we're going to get to a second turn though, because or another turn, because like this is actually this looks like the game just on paper.
Did you see if he had a Summon Dark Shadow in his hand?
I don't think he did, but you know what's really convenient is Tokoyami's Enhance, which once per turn will let you just pick one up from the discard pile. And with double Twisting Azure Inferno, you're getting +2 to your checks for the entire turn if you don't want to use it as a finisher.
Which is a great place to be when you have a hand full of attacks that you need to pass.
Just piles and piles of damage. I think we saw 1.3 million volts.
I think that's correct.
Is that 2.6 million volts?
I think if we only do big addition, but I'm not an electrician.
That's fair. That's fair. The electricians would probably have something else to say about that. But we also have the double jab pummel in hand.
Yes.
So we've got +4 once, +2 every other time, and then +5 once.
Oh my goodness, that's insane.
So this hand of, you know, what I think is like 6 or 7 attacks at this point, he just drew another one. I think that was the Twin Flame Scourge. Very excited to see how that affects the turn.
Yes.
So Twin Flame Scourge in this deck is interesting because it sort of functions, if you don't care about your +1/+1 from Summon Dark Shadow, it sort of acts as a Dark Shadow Ruin. Ruin takes all your actions out of progressive for the turn, and Twin Flame is going to add this action to your momentum. So instead of having to worry about passing your checks for the rest of the turn, you could say, you know what? I don't need +1/+1 for the rest of the turn because what I actually have is 30 billion damage in my hand.
I think I'm looking at the enhance, and it's if you have played an action this enhanced step, add the top card of your deck.
Oh,
to your
you're right.
momentum.
You're right. I apologize.
So he does get to actually keep that. He gets the momentum.
I was confusing Flame Scourge with Flame Flicker, another Dobby card, which
you
is
mean the Dobby card with the blue flames on it and the fire in the name?
How could I make that mistake?
I have no idea.
Insane. Well, we are going to go ahead and start getting our Flim Flame Scourge.
You know, the Dobby card?
The Dobby card. Twin Flame Scourge, Twisting Azure Inferno even, up to 7 damage, trying to get that +1 bonus for the rest of the turn. That's also going to give us a +3 to our bonus to the check for this next card. I'm wondering if we just follow it up with with the second Twisting Azure, and we just say, hey, our checks are free this turn, and I'm just going to try to pass these 1.3 million volts once you tap yourself out.
Well, the nice thing about starting with the double Twisting Azure is that it already says, well, not only are my checks great the rest of the turn, your checks are terrible the rest of the turn, because it does give your opponent -1 for each one that you successfully get to that 7 damage threshold.
Right, and so what we're looking at is these 1.3 million volts coming through for just piles and piles and piles of speed, which is really what that card is missing. That card is nothing but damage, but when it comes to speed, you actually have to work to make it hit.
Well, he did just respond with, what is that, a basic training?
Yeah, we got a basic training, so we got the +1 damage out there, and so he also has Tokoyami's ability to give a +1 damage, and then if he just quits the one with nature, he gets it up to 7. Actually, the 7th is already in the card pool. We've got the Summon Dark Shadow.
Done. Easy.
Very simple.
Now, if he wanted to, he could use the one with nature, but I think that this is not an attack that you want to try to guarantee hits.
No, you don't need that. Yeah, you've already got enough cards in your hand. I think he had double Chivalrous Competitor down, so his hand is like chock-a-block full of stuff right now. He can discard to make the attacks unblockable with one with nature. So really, he doesn't care if Jeff blocks this attack or takes this attack. He is just trying to, whittle him down a little bit, carve a little bit of that 34 life off. That's exactly what we're doing here. It looks like Jeff just took it to the face because he knows that he doesn't need to block this one. He has to block 1.3.
That's the fun thing about I think we all have talked about so far today about playing for characters like Fourth Kind that come with that much damage.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of a lot of damage.
Speaking of a lot of damage, but also speaking of 2 checks that make our deck a little bit, less consistent. We did get the 1.3, so we checked a 4 on this, right? But we needed an 8, which means we're committing a pretty significant portion of our staging area to try to make this hit against a character like Jeff. Absolutely kept a low block, right?
Oh, you always have to.
Yeah, and Jeff is a very competitive player out of Rochester. He knows when he's playing against Tokoyami, you got to keep a low block, and you got to keep a high block because you know that there's the ruins coming down, and you're going to see meteor showers every once in a while.
Home run comets as well.
Yeah, and home run comets. I said meteor shower. I did mean home run comet. Thank you for that.
Absolutely.
So yeah, it looks like we're going to take a look at the discard pile because what Jeff is trying to figure out right now is what does he have to block, and so we've already seen. Looks like 3 ruins in there. He sees the double chat. That's all 4 ruins are in the discard pile. So he knows that the high block is going to be a little bit less value than the low block, even though there are the other 2 1.3s. It looks like Daniel is mostly through his deck at this stage.
So what has he just committed?
He is stunned for 1.3, and what he's really checking to see is what fury attacks do I have to worry about this turn? Because it's going to get -3 damage on the Bonds of Friendship. But now that he's checked and he doesn't think that there's a whole lot of furies he's going to have to worry about, he's just going to go ahead and stun that defensive piece because he'd rather have his other cards up.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
So the other thing is that 1.5 or 1.3 million is a great finisher, but usually the reason it's a great finisher and not starter is that by the end of the turn, or at least the ends of the attacks in the turn, your opponent is pretty committed out.
Right.
But Jeff is still pretty ready right now.
Yeah, this is actually a pretty, like, it's decently blockable. It's effective 7 speed, right? Because we've got, 8 speed. We've got the Summon Dark Shadow speed. We've got -2 to his check off of Twisting Azure, and we've got the 1 with Nature. So that's 5 plus the 3 base speed on the attack. It's going to be effectively an 8 speed for whatever damage is already committed. Jeff could consider just to take this, and it looks like he went ahead and did that. And I think that was a great play because he wasn't committed out enough for it to be a threat. And so he's really going to try to block the last one that matters and see if Daniel can get tied up in his control checks, like he already did, checking that too. If we see another 2 coming down, even this +4 to his next check that he has could spell doom for Tokoyami.
Although he is very smart to put the double jab here because he really does need that extra boost to his next check if he wants to keep throwing attacks with, what is that, 5 cards in card pool?
Yeah, 5 cards in card pool, so he's got a net +4 to his check with the double jab combo and the 2 Twisting Azures, which means he's technically at +1 progressive difficulty, all things being equal. So even that 1.3, checking a 3 commits his 1 with Nature and maybe prevents him from winning the game.
Now, this is a great time to use that 1 with Nature, though, because you're at the point in the turn where you're likely not going to block a lot of things if it goes over to 4th Kind's turn.
Yeah, it actually looks like we're going to try to block. We're going to use In Control, which flips for a -2 damage on any attack. And so, weirdly...
-2 damage or -2 speed?
-2 speed. Thank you so much. My brain ain't working. But yeah, so this is going to allow, on a block... first off, Jeff can block with an attack and pick it back up with a 4th Kind, but then once he blocks, his opponent will get to draw 2 cards and discard 2 cards and maybe sculpt the perfect set of cards that could win the game for him.
It looks like they are both thinking probably about those exact thought processes.
Yeah, and I think Jeff has a Vial Seizing in hand, which is really good with that breaker. So it'll actually only be a net +3 to his next check, which means he's working on 2 progressive. So if Daniel tries to play a 1.3, checks a 3 on it, it's actually going to be a 5 or something, 6, something like that, and it's going to prevent him from being able to pass it. And that's going to turn right around into Jeff, who only needs to find a few attacks to take Tokoyami from 20 to 0.
Now, there's a lot of things that we could do to bring that, or to get that 10 damage in. Does Daniel have any other 4 div attacks?
Well, so it looks like he did do the partial block, so he's going to take half of this move, and so as a result, I mean, Daniel's hands are tied. He has to finish here. He cannot continue to he cannot defend against a 4th Kind, and at this point he's already so overcommitted. Like, no pieces that he's got, he would get committed out immediately by 4th Kinds once per game. So Jeff will be in the driver's seat if Daniel cannot pass this check.
So far, though, Daniel proving that Tokoyami's still pretty darn relevant.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the thing is that what has brought 4th Kind so much success, okay, and we are going for the Twin Flame here. And so this attack is going to get a momentum, and it's going to get powerful 2. And so it looks like because of the partial block on the last attack, I believe it was a partial.
That's a very nice 5 check at a clutch moment, though.
Yeah, that's true. This might just be it, right?
Well, we started with the 1 with Nature, so now the block mod gets +2. He has -2 to his check from the 2 other Dobby cards.
So this attack is effectively unblockable at this stage. The only question is how much life does Jeff have, and it looks like we're going to go ahead and pick that one up.
Yep.
So incredible. So the 4th Kind has been such a powerful response to an aggressive metagame because 34 health is a lot to chew through, but Tokoyami once again proving that this bird has no ceiling when it comes to damage. He can just continue to press and press and just fully take advantage of the fact that his attacks do an absolute million damage.
I will say I'm a little disappointed we didn't get to see through the end of that play. I was very hyped to see Twin Flame Scourge. You know, we've seen the same bird build for so long.
That's true.
I was excited to see the thing that was a little bit different, but
I think Twin Flame Scourge really did make that game exciting because it not only made it seem like Daniel could just fail this attack turn, and it also allowed him to win the game simultaneously. What a great dichotomy of things to happen in one game.
That's something that's so common with the 2 checks and the 1 checks. Those tend to be extremely powerful attacks that also tend to give you some stuff for free for free in quotation marks, because the cost that you're paying is that you might check that 2 or that 1.
Right. And so it looks like we're taking a look here at Jeff's sideboard. We've got 2 copies of Runaway, which is a new card.
Oh, it's a wonderful card.
It's an incredible card. So it's going to allow Jeff to not have to worry about Tokoyami's absolutely insane speed coupled with one with nature. It's going to be it'll basically allow him to block an attack without blocking an attack. And what he's going to do is take the printed damage of the attack and then put a card into Tokoyami's card pool, making it even harder for him to pass those checks. Now, the thing about it is a 5 difficulty action. And so if Tokoyami gets an opportunity to start with double twisting again, that's a 7 diff effectively.
But there's going to be a lot of blocks that are going to be way more difficult than a 7 diff.
That's true.
And it's still only 1 card in card pool. It allows you to keep blocking. I do have one light bone to pick with our card developers, though, and that is why you give all the cool stuff to Mineta. Mineta is a terrible character in the anime. Why you get all the cool stuff?
Hey. Some people are massive Mineta fans. If you know Linoko on Jasko's staff, he is very much a stalwart Mineta person. There are also some big Mineta heads in the community, so we can't count them out, you know.
Oh, no. I play Mineta because he gets cool stuff.
He does get a lot of cool stuff,
And
yeah.
that being said, the art on Runaway, A+.
Yeah, top notch. I mean, if Mineta is known for anything, it is sheer cowardice, but also his quirk lends itself so well to just getting out of there and fighting another day.
All right, we are starting game 2.
Sideboards have been finalized. Now, what could have Tokoyami decided? I don't know that I got a chance to catch that.
Tokoyami got a couple of things. He has a Spare Plus Ultra if he likes it. He has an Evil versus Good, just 1 copy if he decides to put that in.
I don't think it really does a whole lot relevant in the
Probably
matchup.
not.
I think if he's going to put in anything, it's probably Ice Storm. He is going second against a 4th kind, and so adding a little Breaker can be helpful. The thing is, 4th kind gets to go around Breaker pretty easily by just saying, okay, well, I'll wait till the 4th card in my card pool. I'll just play a Foundation. But at the same time, if he draws a hand of Gas, he's like sitting on 4 attacks. You kind of have to play into the Breaker.
What symbol is this 4th kind on?
It's on order.
Why
yeah.
did I even ask? Of course it's on order. He does have 2 irrefutable Force of Natures in the sideboard as well, which is just one of the best cards in the game.
It is. It's just how threatening are you trying to be with your 4th kind's staging area? You're probably trying to be very offensive, less defensive, and irrefutable in Tokoyami really comes in as a anti-control piece. It is, unless you're playing against some kind of deck that's running One with Nature and then you always side it in against One with Nature, you are really trying to use that to take your opponent's defenses down. And so if I'm Daniel, I'm waiting until the control matchup and I am siding those in immediately. So against a more aggressive deck like 4th kind, maybe we see the Ice Storms come in, or maybe he just says, you know what, that game was an A+ success. So I think we're just going to let it ride and see what happens.
You know, Tokoyami is one of those characters that when you lose against him and you say, okay, I'll go first next, you look across to your opponent who gets to draw 7 cards, review as many as he likes, and then get an extra review step, and then draw an extra card.
Yep.
And with the amount of spam that Tokoyami has access to, and the amount of good foundations Tokoyami has access to,
Yes.
and if he wants to just get that sneaky Dark Shadow action in his hand to start with,
Right.
it almost is like, you got too many things.
Yeah, Tokoyami does get a lot of free stuff in general. But so the thing is, you don't want to put your shields down too much against 4th kind because you can get rightfully finished off. Oh my goodness, he's starting with we've got 4th kind getting one of the most ideal builds. We get a 4 build off the rip, but that's going to actually turn into a free momentum. And you can actually see Daniel moving his hand. Jeff knows that he's got a cremation. He's like, I have to play into it because I need to get build down. Daniel maybe moved a little bit too quickly when that 3rd foundation hadn't gotten played, but you know.
But what is 4th kind going to do? Say, I won't build 4, I'll just build 2.
I don't want you to have a momentum because he's going to get attacked next turn and not have the defenses and just give him a momentum anyways. Here's another piece of the really cool utility of 4th kind, allowing you to successfully always build your 3-diff foundation on the end, just because it's always going to get -4, whether it's an attack, foundation, asset, action, whatever. It's a very nice ability to just get a secure 4 build. He could have 2 3-diff foundations in a hand and still build them successfully on 1.
Now, that's House of Cards on the left there on 4th kind. I remember that's a unique, but I don't recall exactly what it does.
So it's going to say flip as a form and add the top card of your rival's discard pile to the top of their deck. And then response remove after you play and enhance. Add a rival momentum to the top of their deck. So a really interesting way to maybe rob a little bit of momentum off of Tokoyami. We know that he plays Home Run Comet. We know that he plays Twin Flame. And so if you can just take some of the momentum off, you're going to take a bit of the damage down, and that may be just enough for Fouth kind of be able to come over the top and survive the turn and then do the backswing.
Well, it also says add one rival momentum, not your opponent adds one momentum. to the
Right,
top
so
of the
you
deck.
get to selectively do
So
it.
if you can peep which of those momentum is the 2 check, you can say to your opponent, I would like for your next check to be a 2.
Right, and that's on form speed, right? So that's not going to be defensive, but it's going to be very offensive and potentially really relevant if we start seeing 1.3s coming down on the Fouth guidance.
It's always relevant when you're being offensive against a character with 20 life, 18 life now because of the cremation.
And so this is a really interesting thing because we got the cremation, so the House of Cards becomes immediately relevant.
And
that
there it
cremation, which we don't even know what that card is, I believe. I think cremation takes from the top of the deck. And so we had a mystery card, and now we're just going to go ahead and mill it. So yeah, it was a mystery card, but it doesn't even matter because we're going to get it off the top so we don't have to worry about it, and pick up our Summon Dark Shadow with Tokoyami. And that's going to be followed by, wow, we are really using our resources. So went ahead and activated our 3-diff League Invitation, which makes a 7-check have to occur in order to allow a selective commit from Fouth kind. So if you're checking a 5, it's either stun 2 or I get to pick one. But if you're checking a 3, you're never passing that in a million years.
And it looks like he selected the decoy duplicate, which not necessarily online at the moment because he did get rid of that momentum.
I think he selected the release, and then the decoy duplicate came down for something else, but I could be wrong because there was also a stun in there with the electric jolt.
That would make more sense. Obviously, once you don't have momentum, you're going to stun down your piece that no longer does anything.
I don't want to have to pay attention to this because I could also draw cards off these 2 chivalrous competitors in the stage. And now we have so more of Shigaraki support that makes you make control checks, and Daniel only checks 3s on those. So Vile Seizing, your opponent makes a check against a 7. Clearly, we're not going to commit 4 cards. We only have 2 to tap, and so that's going to allow a card draw and +2 damage. And if we look at Jeff's hand right now, I think I see a 1.3, and Daniel's nearly committed out.
Yep.
So that is going to be a whole pile of damage. Now, the cool part, defensive play that Daniel has, if he wants to try, is to enhance on Summon a Dark Shadow, give the next check +3, and then that 1.3 is effectively coming in at 0 speed. It's being offset by that +3 to the check. We do have 2 cards in our card pool at that stage, which still makes the attack incredibly blockable. And I think that's exactly what we're going to see here. The question is Daniel going to be able to make the check to pass and not take what might be lethal, what is lethal damage off of this attack?
And that is terrifying. That's one of the reasons that Fouth kind is so strong right now, is he can just put out this ridiculous amount of damage early, and just like you said, we see the Summon Dark Shadow giving the next check +3.
Yep. So we're just trying to hold on and make sure that we can get through it. So it is technically 3 speed with 2 cards in card pool. So it's 5 plus whatever our block modifier is. But our check getting +3 effectively makes it a 2 plus our block modifier if we're just looking at the number on the card for the check.
So doing some quick math, he has 5 foundations that are committed.
Yep.
6. I think there's one hiding behind that second chivalrous.
I think it's 5.
Okay.
Oh, but it doesn't even matter. We went ahead and failed our check. So it's also going to get the +4 damage from Fouth kind, and that's what's going to seal the deal.
Woo.
Yep. Wow. 2 absolute rapid master strokes
Just
of game.
smackdowns.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 titans of the format battling it out. Tokoyami, a titan of yesteryear, but truly starting to come into his own, especially being piloted by a player like Daniel Nelson. And then Jeffrey Kahn playing a tried and true and tested in this metagame Fouth kind. And my goodness, these games, it's what was that, turn 3 and turn 2 respectively?
I believe so.
Yeah, that's pretty incredible. So now that we are getting to go be on the forward foot as Tokoyami, do we feel like it's just going to go his way again? Is this a fully dice roll matchup?
I still think it depends, because both of those games, we saw the kill turn as an incredible, here's the cards I need. I have all of these amazing attacks that output a lot of damage. I have a lot of pieces that help make that work. In Fouth kind's case, that piece was Fouth kind and nothing else. But you don't know what you're going to draw.
Yep. By the way, we did just see, it looks like a evil versus good maybe getting sided in.
Interesting.
So yeah, interesting to see what that's gonna accomplish in the matchup. I'm sure there is something that I'm just straight missing out of Fourth Kind's list. Responses, some of the most powerful abilities in the game, but at the same time, you're not stopping Fourth Kind's effect with that. So I'm not 100% sure what the intention is with that card. That said, I do like that we're seeing players siding game 1 and then, okay, let's readjust, let's side into game 3.
Well, the decisions with siding can be drastically different if you're going first versus if you're going second.
Right.
For instance, if I was Daniel and I was going second, I would be much more inclined to put in those ice storms that we mentioned earlier, because Fourth Kind managed to put 3 attacks through on 3 foundations.
Right.
However, he did check a 3 on that foundation.
Yeah, and so if we block the first or the second attack, that allows us to get a lot of value and to maybe make Fourth Kind a little bit more apprehensive about trying to go for the 1.3 million if he suddenly cannot commit enough cards to commit the last card in Daniel's stage with 1.3's ability.
But going first as Tokoyami, you know that your opponent is thinking more defensively.
Yeah.
So less inclined to put that in because it's not quite as good offensively as the other attacks that he has available to him.
Right, absolutely. And so we're just going to go ahead and get shuffled up here, do a nice randomization of both of the decks. So oftentimes when we see these kind of titans go at each other, what we see is a very fast game 1, a very fast game 2, and then game 3, we both have gotten a little bit more used to the matchup, and it can be a little bit more it can be a little bit more back and forth. So I'm really interested to see if Jeffrey's able to find the right defensive tools to buy him additional turns, and if Daniel, recognizing that, is going to maybe try for a slower game plan and try to take it to a later turn that he'll be more guaranteed successful in taking Fourth Kind down.
That being said, the kill turn on Tokoyami, he drew up a hand that was almost entirely orange. There is a point where your deck says to you, this is what you're going to do.
Go win the game, or go lose the game horribly if you check bad.
Exactly. Or there is always the kind of halfway kill turn. You throw out 1 or 2 attacks, you don't get good checks, you realize that going in would be a very bad idea.
Right.
You keep your defensive pieces as live as possible, play 1 or 2 foundations, and then stabilize as much as possible.
Well, the thing is, that's what Fourth Kind is best at countering, because suddenly, you built a couple more foundations because you wanted the ready ones. Well, you built past 6, and now you're going to just lose the game. Fourth Kind really doesn't allow you to call that audible in the middle of your turn. You have to say, I'm going to go in and be successful, or you are going to get blown up.
Tokoyami, I think, is one of the characters that's the best at working around that on a usual day, though, because he could build as many foundations as he likes turn 1. Mm-hmm. He knows that he isn't going to get attacked turn 1. He is a 7-hander with a lot of spam, so he is usually good about getting 4 foundations out there. He might not want to attack turn 2, so if he builds another 3 to 4 foundations, we'll see. It's all going to come down to draws. The interesting part about Fourth Kind is that he is one of the premier 5-handers of our format, and 5-handers historically in Universes have never been, the top dogs, but we now see Fourth Kind, Ochako 2 coming out of the woodwork. I'm sure there's still Monetas out there who are doing really good work defending against these pretty aggressive decks, and so we see just a lot of there's the chance to 5 hand size problems. We saw that in the finals of the Sheffield early between Grant Padley and his opponent, but Grant was able to stack cards on top of the deck. However, in this case, there's not going to be a whole lot of stacking, and so it's all going to come down to what is Fourth Kind drawing in his backswing turns, and it's so crazy that he's seeing so much success with such a limited draw every single time, and oh my god, incredible. So we get all of the good ones. We get just 2 difficulty foundation after 2 difficulty foundation into our free 3 diff, and now we might actually end up with a build 5 as Fourth Kind. This is a double-edged idea, because if we're going for a 6? Insane. And we're going to check a 4. If we did play the other one, we would have passed it. Unfortunately, we did not. I think he did want that for the block, though, the better block.
I mean, I think the blocks are +3 mid both ways.
Oh.
The issue is, by doing that, you've fully taken out your ability to defend, but with the card in your hand. And I don't even know if he can pass that the the Ida card as a block this turn, genuinely.
Now, he does have a really great piece of what can be offensive or defensive tech, and that is the Fulfilled by Duty.
Yes.
So anytime that he wants to call that, Tokoyami gets exactly 1 enhance, and then he can call the attack off and go straight to the block step.
And I think this might be exactly where you do it. And what the idea is you let Daniel... Are we going to go ahead and do it early?
Thinking about it.
I feel as though you may want to let Daniel play a couple more enhances and then end it, just because you can sort of make him pay some to try to get this up to damage and then fulfill my duty, or save the fulfill my duty for later. Like, if you can make him play the action and then he doesn't get a chance to enhance, he just got one of the actions out of his hand, so he can no longer, like, if he only has one, then the next Twisting Azure is even worse.
But it does feel bad to say, okay, you still get that nice +1/+1/3 to your next check.
That's true. That's true. I will also point out, double challenging the fakes, really interesting piece against Twisting Azure Inferno. It flips for -1 damage.
Okay.
And then if you don't, I believe it's if you don't block the attack, then the next check gets -2 that your opponent tries to play. And so trying to get Twisting Azure up to the full 7 damage that it wants to be at is really difficult when you just get to say, hey, it's going to get -1, and then maybe, hey, it's going to get -1 one more time. And so that's going to allow Twisting Azure to really not even be very much of an effective piece. Now, he opts to just go ahead and do the Fulfilled My Duty immediately. Which, you know, it's definitely a play, and I'd be interested to see if Daniel has another Twisting Azure in his hand. But yeah, so we'll see here if Daniel is really just trying to get rid of that card and build out, take a turn off, so to say.
No, he wants to combo and keep going.
That's fair. And the Challenging the Fakes is a really good card against Double Jab Pummel as well. It's just a hard card to ever want to block. You're going to give your opponent a lot of options with a draw 2, discard 2 filter on the card. And so if I'm just not going to block an attack, I would really like for their next check to get offset with a -2. Double Jab gives +2, Challenging gets -2. And so you're basically working at a +2 progressive difficulty, which will potentially end Tokoyami's life if he starts to check bad.
So we've seen Tokoyami use both of his chivalrous competitors, so he's been able to draw 2 cards. If I'm him, I'm not really caring about my opponent drawing cards at this point in the game. You have 2 foundations up. I do give speed to my attacks. It's going to be difficult for you to block regardless. But it looks like he's searching for something. And I think what he could be searching for is for the deck to tell him, do you have a bunch of foundations you're going to build out?
Right.
Or do you get the specific attacks that you need to kill a 34 life character while you have 4 foundations?
Right. And if Daniel's going to build this turn, it's going to be 1 foundation or it's going to be 4 foundations, and there's nothing in between.
And if I were him, it would feel nice to build 4 foundations here.
Right, especially because his opponent only has 3 foundations up, which makes it a lot more difficult for Fourth Kind to find the kill. But no, we're going to go for the full block. Jeff is saying, hey, I don't think you can do it for the rest of the turn. You have to do full 30 life to 0 because I have full blocked everything that I could here. So I'm still sitting at my full capacity here. He did block the Twisting Azure, right?
He did.
Okay.
He blocked both.
Yeah. So at that stage, Daniel has to wonder, like, can I do it, or is it better to build out? And it looks like we're going to go ahead and discard a Summon Dark Shadow, which means we're going to go for our build. Let's see if we can get all 4. It looks like we have them in our hand. Yeah, it looks like we got 4 perfect spams, like you were saying earlier. Chaos's spam game is very strong, but we're actually only going to build 3. One of them could be ready if we ripped the momentum, but we didn't. And so I think he's a little fragile this turn. It's really going to come down to what does Fourth Kind's 5 hand size have in store, and what it is orange.
So I think were I Tokoyami at this point, the play would be, if it doesn't kill me, I won't block it.
Right.
Because you have to block the card that is going to kill you. You're probably only going to get 1, maybe 2 blocks off if you're very lucky and Fourth Kind uses his once per game.
Yeah. It's time for, I think Fourth Kind's once per game almost definitely makes an appearance here. You also have League Invitation, which you're going to probably use to commit the release on board. So Tokoyami is going to be relatively defenseless in this for the rest of this game. And so it's just going to be a matter of, can we do it? We get Stun 1 off of the Jolt. We get League Invitation to try to commit the release, and then we get Fourth Kind's once per game. So on this one attack, we're committing 6 of Tokoyami's foundations, or 7 if he passes his check for League Invitation. Good. So Daniel committing 2 there is really interesting because he doesn't really have any, like, he can pop the release right now, but after that, fourth kinds once per game is coming in, and you are completely committed out, and there's nothing you can do. Like, your release is kind of dead here or dead there.
Now, he did just pick up his Summon Dark Shadow.
Right.
So he can do what he did last game and give his check +3, especially if he only wants to block that one kill card.
And so, yeah, Jeffrey's hand is genuinely terrifying.
Yes.
But to your point, with the Summon Dark Shadow, you can block the scariest one, which is just the fourth one. Whatever comes down, block that one and hope that your opponent doesn't have the 20 damage prior to that, especially where your character's committed and you can get -3 to the checks.
Well, there is also that Jeff
Plus
only has 3 ready foundations. Now,
Yeah.
he did check well on the first one, but if he were to play a 4 or a 5 and check a 3...
Right, and now actually he's been breakered. That he blocked with a Ruin, and that is a 2 check, which means that Jeff now has to consider, am I even going to be able to pull this turn out? And I'm feeling pretty sketched by that, and so is he, because he doesn't have any. He's got 1 foundation he can build, right?
Right.
So he could either have 2 foundations up going into the next turn, committing out like this, or he could just have 3 and just have to end his turn there and hope that the 2 challenging the fakes are enough. Now, I don't know that they are enough, especially now that we've seen Daniel's hand and we've seen how much orange he can throw. But yeah, this is really interesting. So we're going to go ahead and Summon Dark Shadow now. Even if we're not blocking this, our next check gets +3. But what it really did was commit our character so that we can give this -1 damage and only take 5 from it, which makes the next attack super blockable and this attack a little less damaging.
And he absolutely cannot afford to play anything but the foundation as the 3rd card.
Yeah.
There's no way he could pass 2 attacks here. There
Yeah.
is even a chance that he wouldn't be able to play that last attack if he checks another 3 and it's a 5 difficulty.
Right. Now the question is, I don't think we saw 1.3 million here, which would be the only thing that could give Jeff a chance. I may be wrong about that. I know he's got the Cowling in hand. Yeah, it doesn't look like he's got the 1.3. So if he had that, and I think that's what Daniel's kind of like sitting on, like, okay, I'm ready with my low block. I just got to not check bad. We're going for
Whoa.
a wow.
Oh.
Yeah, and Jeff found only attacks or on top of the deck and in the hand. And this is Daniel's time to shine. Sure, he's got 34 to get through, but he's got so much down. He's got Chivalrous down, but his hand is already pretty stacked with good cards to play here. So we'll see if he can close it out. And that is double 1.3, which is great, but it's a little less impressive when your opponent only has 3 foundations.
Now, it does say, though, I'm going to start by committing your last foundation. I'm going to take away the last resource that you had. I don't think you were going to block anything I play this turn anyway.
Right.
But this isn't going to get, as normally 1.3s get better throughout the turn because your opponent has a lot of cards to commit. Let's go ahead and get this nasty 5 difficulty out of the way early.
Yep.
When it's going to do the same damage it would do later, but it's going to allow all of my other 4 difficulty attacks to be a little bit easier to pass later on in the string.
Right, and so now Jeffrey just used Electric Jolt, and he is deciding what to commit. And if I'm looking at Daniel's board, the only aggressive thing that we're scared of really is, does he draw into a better card off of the Chivalrous competitor? So I think that was the absolute best call that Jeff could make given the circumstances. And the circumstances don't look good. Like, we've seen how explosive this Tokoyami is, and Daniel is fully in the driver's seat. Jeff is fully shields down, so we'll see if we can get to it. But there's a lot of orange in that hand.
This is the point in a game where, as Jeff, all you can do is pray to the card gods that your opponent just bricks and only draws foundations.
And he checks another 3.
As commentators, though, we see that he already had a grip full of attacks before he even drew up.
Yeah,
so.
And then he found more of them.
Oh,
And yeah,
goodness gracious.
Jeff's the wins are behind Daniel's back today. Jeff is truly just checking as poorly as you can, drawing just as bad, and so Daniel I think is taking this one down without much trouble at this stage.
Briefly there, we saw Daniel move his cards away from himself just to kind of get a better viewpoint for how many attacks he has and what order to play them.
Oh my goodness, I missed this. I didn't even see this in the hand.
For a split second, I thought that he was about to just show his hand.
And just be like, all right, we done?
Here are the attacks that I have.
That would be no fun for the stream.
It would be no fun for the stream, and they are both veteran players.
Yeah.
So they know. Thank you, guys.
We appreciate it. So yeah, now we're going to go ahead and get the Ruin along with the Summon Dark Shadow out. So this is the Tokoyami bread and butter. It has been since set 1. Ruin has been his best card. It's going to say, hey, that Summon Dark Shadow does not count towards progressive. And also, this attack is so much damage. It gets +3 off of itself, +1 from the Ruin, +1 from Tokoyami. I mean, you couldn't really ask for better.
Well, you could ask for your opponent not to be tapped out so you get the fun of the stun.
That's true, but yeah, there's no fun to be had here. It's just 10 damage, I believe, straight to the face. And so now it looks like Daniel has 16 to find, if I'm doing my math right.
Oh, he can do that.
Yeah, he's got I think he's got a double jab in hand. The thing is, double jab is only 4 speed. So you've got to kind of leverage like, oh, we got a meteor shower too.
Oh, that's terrifying.
Yeah, meteor shower is going to do a whole lot.
The 2-check?
Yeah, we got the twin flame skirt.
He has every option.
Yeah, we're just gonna take the most efficient option. Does Jeff have another low block in his hand? Daniel says, I'm guessing no, and even if he does, it's not a +1. So Jeff's best bet here is to have another +1 low block, and maybe be able to pass this on a 5 if he gets very fortunate. And he actually does have it though. So now.
He deserved a 5.
No, that was not a 5.
No,
that was a 4. That was in control. That was a 4 check. We've seen that card checked for him at a poor time twice this match already. In control, a very strong piece, but when you really need that 5, it can get in your way.
We spoke earlier about how a 1-check and a 2-check need to be worth it, and that they frequently are. 4 checks are in that weird middle ground. There's a lot of great cards that have 4 checks, but sometimes when you're building decks, you'll get to the end and realize you have 12 of them.
Right.
And you can't afford for 12 of your what are supposed to be high check cards not to be.
Oh my goodness, we just saw him add with Meteor Shower. He doesn't even have the block for it. But yeah, the in control in this matchup really strong for the flip for +2 or -2 speed because it's semi-costless.
Oh, he finally had a 5-check.
He finally found the 5-check on top after there was no way he could block the attack. That's, sometimes the game doesn't go your way. And so yeah, we're looking a little bit through sideboards here, sort of reviewing what we decided to side in for the specific matchup. I think this is a really this is a high level, high respect sort of showing for your opponent. You get an opportunity to show them, hey, this is my decision, this is my thought process, this is my decision process for doing this, and then your opponent goes, oh, okay, and here's what I had chosen for you because I was under the impression that this, and this were going to happen. So always good to be able to share that information with your opponent, and it's really only making players better when they are having these kinds of conversations and understanding more about the decks that they're going to face, possibly at top tables.
Now, this is something that I've said before many times, but I will say it again. I will be the broken record, is I do love the community here a lot. Because this is a card game where if you want to have that conversation with your opponent after, 9 times out of 10 at least, they're happy to do it.
Yeah, it's like people love to innovate in this game, and innovation breeds. It's not just you want to, like, when you come to a tournament, you'll keep that stuff to yourself when you're leading up to it and you're doing all your testing, but as soon as you're at that tournament, people want to talk cards, talk strategies. Hey, this is the cool deck that I built. Here are all the great interactions that it has, and here are all the cool things that I'm leveraging for and things that I'm thinking about. And you get to see how much thought goes into deck construction in this game. It's not just, hey, I saw that deck win a tournament, so I'm going to play it. Daniel was playing Twin Flame Scourge, a 2-check in what has been absolutely the most stable, aggressive deck that we've seen in the meta over the course of the last year plus. So it was really cool to get to see him and bring these strategies. Jeff playing one of the coolest decks to come out, a 5-hander with punch. And he's a very fair 5-hander. He's a solid 5-hand size, but man, can that guy do a ton of damage. So it's a great matchup and a great dichotomy.
He is a 5-hander that I think would also be described as stable on an average day, because he does get that extra that 4th pass foundation on his turn 1 build.
Right.
5-handers, if they're lucky enough to get 4 foundations, almost never get to pass them.
Right, yeah. And so we've got what we had in that matchup was absolute stability versus the deck just playing some 2-checks and making himself a little bit less stable. And at the end of the day, stability couldn't quite get around the explosive power of adding a couple 2s and making it a little bit more interesting.
You know what? That sentence could have been said exactly the same way if it had gone the opposite and fourth kind had won.
Absolutely, absolutely. So, I mean, there's still plenty of games left to play. I'm sure Jeffrey will make a solid comeback because he is a seasoned player. He's been doing really great work for the community for years and doing.
See as much of it, especially with like the True Form All Might deck and the Recovery Girl stuff. And also, it'd been so long since I played it. I was expecting a very different lineup, and there was quite a few attacks I hadn't seen in lists back in the back during like set 1 and 2, like running the Dobby low attack, like
the Twisting Azure Inferno and the Twin Flame Scourge.
Yes. And like the fact that it's like, and the fact that game 1 he got the effects of both the Twisting Azures off, and I was like, oh, he doesn't need the action to just keep going. He can just keep going, and it was like, all right, I can't really deal with blocking also there were far less high attacks than I remember. So it was really annoying because I kept keeping a Vile Seizing in hand or something, and it's like, okay, I can either half block, or not block. And yeah, there was definitely a number of times I think I maybe should have like either blocked here or I know one what was it when he did the breaker and I checked, instead of maybe trying to just Hail Mary on the 5s, I should have just played a foundation. I had the full cowling in hand, and I could have just done that and been like, okay, I hit him for a good number, and I've got maybe a defensive hand.
Well, in your defense, your deck did decide that was the moment to show you exclusively orange cards in your hand, in the deck, the discard pile.
Yeah, I would have really liked to actually have just had like another poke turn, play like 3 foundations and attack or something or other, and it's like no, you want to try to kill him, and it's like, well, I can commit him out. And then, between the breaker and it's constantly checking attacks. Oh my God.
There just comes a time, we had a discussion on stream where sometimes you draw up your hand and your deck tells you what to do this turn.
Oh, yeah.
That was your hand and your discard pile telling you what to do this turn.
Oh, very much so, yes.
But I love the deck. It looks like you're going to do scary fourth kind things the rest of the day.
Yeah, like before I came here, I was still trying to figure out what to play because I played in Kissimmee as Midnight, and some of the newer cards were kind of shutting me down. A fourth kind just rolled over me and stopped me from making top cuts in that event. And so I wanted to maybe try something that wasn't as affected by some of those things and still seemed good. And fourth kind is what I just kind of moved to because I really loved the ability to I can easily build and attack in the same turn. And a lot of good blocks are attacks. Being able to just pick them up after using them is great.
It's always fun to have a character there, or any card, that gives you free stuff.
Oh, definitely.
Never turn it down.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks so much for talking to us.
Oh,
Best
welcome.
of luck the rest of the day.
Thank you.
And I'm so sorry to all of your opponents. All right, thanks, guys.
Bye.
This is Keenan Meadows, and I am here with Daniel Nelson, one of the top 4 players in the world in the first year of this game. We just saw an incredible match by Tokoyami. Daniel, you've been playing Tokoyami for a really long time, so why did you choose to bring him back? He hasn't had any tops recently.
Yeah, I want to get him representation just because I think it is such a strong character, and it's kind of undervalued in the format right now because there's those obvious combo kind of boogeymen and Jiro and All Might 4. So I just want to bring him back to the top so people know he's kind of crazy.
So one of the things that I noticed about your deck that was really interesting, it used to be just, all 3 checks the deck, stable as you could be. And now we're introducing Twin Flame Scourge. Tell me about the addition.
Yeah, so I'm slanting pretty aggressively with this list. Twin Flame Scourge is just a little bit better turn 2 rather than Frigid.
Okay.
It's cheaper to play, and you get your draw guaranteed.
Oh, true.
you don't need to have 6 in the discard pile. So it just enables those turn 2 kills a little bit more. Plus, you can make it a dunk more consistently. So you have more agency on how much damage it gets. You're not just sometimes playing the frigid and then hoping that it gets some +2, +4 damage, whatever.
So it's a flexibility piece, and it's a little bit less variable than frigid can be.
Yeah, I've also sent it for insane speeds because it has EX2 as well for some reason. So definitely sent it for 12 for 8.
Yeah,
times, so.
that card has every ability on it.
Yeah.
It's pretty interesting. So with this metagame, I know like Jiro is the boogeyman and All Might 4 is the other boogeyman. And so what do you feel confident with bringing to this tournament? What are these matchups do you feel good about, or are there other matchups that you're really leveraging for by bringing this?
I'm kind of understudied in this format. I think that Tokoyami has surprising defense. Like, he can pull some blocks out that the opponent isn't expecting by using that Summon Dark Shadow on defense for the check. Like you saw versus Giggles.
Yep.
I had a chance to block that Indiscriminate. I just needed a 4.
Right, yep.
So it can do things defensively that let it sneak by a couple of aggro turns.
Yeah.
And then obviously it has a lot of firepower.
So let's go back to the matchup a little bit. When you were playing in that matchup, and I mean, game 1, turn 3, GG. Game 2, turn 2. So going into that third game with all of this pressure built up from just, the explosive power of both decks, what was really going through your head when you were doing your sideboard?
So I was thinking about trying to stop an early jolt. I'm not committed to turn 2ing a 4th guy. He's got a lot of health. Yeah. So I am trying to think about what can I do to try and survive a once per game turn.
Yeah.
Because I do kind of want to build up against him. It didn't really... The ramp, like the numbers were awkward game 3, where I ended up with 7, which is not ideal.
Yeah, definitely not ideal against that character for sure.
But I'm bringing the villains defeated. I was thinking about him bringing Runaway.
Oh, so that's why you brought out the good and evils?
Yeah, the evil versus good.
Evil versus good. Yeah. Okay. We had questions about that. We was like, what is his angle? But I wasn't looking at the sideboard, and we had talked about evil versus good earlier. But yeah, it was a cool idea to bring in for sure.
Yeah, it just can help you string out if you don't have as much Summon Dark Shadows with Azure. Yeah. It enables some Azure strings as well, since it does have an offensive ability, unlike Concentrate, really.
Yeah.
The momentum is okay, but... yeah, I was mostly just thinking about, can I get a poke in maybe, and then get to a turn 3, and then I tried to pressure that, fulfilled my duty off his board early.
Yeah, I saw that. That was really clutch, because it seemed like he was so ready to pop it. Were you worried about him not popping it until you'd gotten a chance to pump it to 7 and like paid the cost for that, or was that just not an issue for you?
I was probably just gonna pass and try and get a momentum if he didn't pop it.
Got it.
So that I could either make him think about committing it, or not have to turn my Tokoyami sideways and get an extra card on defense.
To it. Well, that's some of the high-level commentary you can expect from a top 4 player in the world. Dan, thank you so much. That was an incredible game. Great to get to see you again after the HLC. This is the guy who knocked me out of the HLC. So, yeah, he's an absolutely incredible player, and I can't wait to see you hopefully in Top Cuts.
Well, Keenan, we both know how it should have gone down, so I'm looking forward to playing you again, too. And I'm looking forward to watching all your commentary back. I love your commentary, that provisional you did with Bromley.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Well, we will see you guys, looks like probably next round, but until then, we will sign off.
All right, welcome back, heroes. We're heading into round 3 now. I've made my triumphant return here, hanging out with Miss Ashley Fullerton, and we've got a doozy in store for you guys. We are looking at Uwabami versus Shiozaki. And honestly, if you're not like really into this game space, you might be asking yourself, who are those characters?
I live with someone who played Shiozaki at a major, and if you ask me what does she do, I can say something with low attacks.
Something
that's
with low attacks.
Because that's how infrequently we see her.
So this is really funny, right? Shiozaki is a low attack character, but on the other side of the table, we've got Uwabami, who is the mid-attack character this time around, because we're looking at a very, very focused, attack-heavy Uwabami deck. Is Life Uwabami, right? So that's kind of like the thing that everyone talks about is, grab, focus, attack, do the thing, right? It's a very, very, very well-known entity, but it's not something that we've seen as far as a competitive standpoint is concerned. And the same goes for Shiozaki, really. I don't think that character has any major event tops.
No.
She's a fun character.
I think she did manage top at Gen Con last year, but she was only ever played one game and then immediately cited into Kamui.
Oh, okay. Well, either way, we're going to be seeing some interesting stuff, especially when it comes to these pilots, because on the back of that Shiozaki deck, it's Mr. Tim Keefe, guys. Mr. Tim Keefe, Rochester's finest. Well, maybe not finest. Broberg won Worlds, but pretty...
Tim Keefe did bring Tokoyami to Tokoyami status.
This is true, man. You know, I mean, we're about backtracking all the way to Gen Con. Let's backtrack even further, all the way back to our Vegas RLE, our first major, our first big JASCO in-person event, our first regional license exam in person. Tim Keefe took that bad boy down completely and utterly with Tokoyami and has really, really certified himself as a top cut participant. So many top cuts. Only his analytical brain could, I'm sure, tell me the actual number. And of course, being one of those famed HLC 32 players, a whole lot going on with Tim Keefe. Really, really carrying that Rochester torch. Very, very proud.
Now, I don't think I could decide between these two decks which one I'm more excited for. I believe I told you over the break, I was given a challenge a couple of months ago to build a deck that was medium bad, not unplayable, just not something you'd want to bring.
Hey, we say fun tier in this business, in this industry.
And the character that I selected for that was Uwabami, but briefly looking over this deck list before we start, I realized that she could be good if you just don't play her off of Chaos.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of different things you can do with Uwabami right now. I think the focus attack route is just like the tried and true one, right? Everyone kind of understands the power of that card, and of course, Uwabami interacts with being able to not only pick it up, but also stack those remove minus difficulty enhances to eventually say, hey, my 5 div that wants to double combo on cards is actually not a 7 div, right? I'm just going to get to play it on a 5. That's really the power of that interaction as far as her picking it up goes. But, I mean, Shiozaki is truly no slouch either. I've seen that character doing some really crazy things. Obviously, like, water is the premier symbol, right? Being just a really good symbol all around, but also just being a symbol that gets to have some of the best low attacks in the biz. Right?
And we've seen there are some really good low attacks in the biz.
Yeah,
There's also, I feel, fewer low blocks than the other two zones.
Yeah. Especially on the life symbol, right? Life can struggle to find those lows sometimes. Most times padded out by things like Wall Cling, Faith Shield, right?
And we're definitely seeing Faith Shield in this deck.
We're definitely going to see some assistance.
Shiozaki without Faith Shields. It's just blasphemous.
You have to. You just simply must. I mean, there's probably going to be a lot of Faith Shields on both ends, right? But I think what makes Shiozaki so strong on water, right, is that you get to actually... You know, on our other symbols, it's like you have to go and find the low attacks, right? You're like, okay, I'm going to put this card in here just because it's a low, yada, yada, yada. But, like, if you're on water, you're actually just like, let me play these 16 busted attacks. Oh, they all happen to be low. I guess I only got to find, like, one more, really.
Now, we also were talking over the break that there is 4 of one of my very favorite low attacks being Ice Storm.
Yeah, I mean, Ice Storm, you know, Tongue Whip, her own low attack itself, right? The Thorn Lance. There's just so many ways to find really efficient lows. Invisible Infiltration is another fantastic one. We sure don't get Hagakure Breaker too, but the rest of the words on that card are nothing to scoff at.
As much as I love the Breaker keyword, I also just mentioned that I love any character that gives me something for free, and a card that says, hey, if you'd like, I'm willing to give you a free re-ready and or free unflip on a 4 difficulty attack. That's a 4 of every time.
It's fantastic. And you know, the other thing too, right, about the Shiozaki deck is Tim Keefe. You were telling me earlier, actually, this guy's just one of the most innovative deck builders in the biz. He's always an agile drop. What the heck is that doing in there?
We were discussing that earlier today. I have not seen many twice cards get played, but that is not one of the few that I've seen.
Yeah, it's one of the more interesting ones for sure, being able to go ahead and like dupe a card that you've already played this turn at a hefty cost of discarding 2 cards, but when it finds that one that you need to get there, right?
Right.
I mean, absolutely worth it. Let me go and find, I've played one Tongue Whip, let me go and find my second one. I mean, like, one of the most, uttered phrases is, yeah, Tongue Whip just kind of like finishes anyone else.
Absolutely.
Just finishes them off. And so we see Uwabami checking the focus attack right off the bat. Right off the bat, we are going to have access to that with the pickup there. So this is going to be something like really cool here, right? Is you have these 2 characters who are like both essentially seven-handers, right? Uwabami's basically a seven-hander.
Right.
As long as you attack at least one time, you're going to get to use that enhance and go and pick up your 3 damage move. You're going to pick up your focus attack, and then you're going to continue from there. You're going to get all the removes off. I really like, it's definitely like a really, really interesting playstyle. I wonder, you know, this is going to try to delve into the design team's brain right here.
Absolutely.
Was the whole process of like the remove 3 to pick up a printed 3 and then get your printed 3 back, is it because she has 3 snakes?
Oh, they do like to do that. I mean, how many 4s are on Fourth Kind's character card?
Right, right. We were talking about that earlier too, right? Selkie seals things. You know, there's a lot of really, really, really fun wordplay in round 1. Right, we saw Spinner
Right.
scales his power ups.
I did hear y'all say that. If you heard a chuckle from over to the side, that was
Oh
me.
yeah, oh yeah.
Now, immediately here, we see that he starts well off with an invisible infiltration. He checked the 5, so there's nothing to commit, take away, bring back, but he did go ahead and respond to give it that 1 extra free speed. If you're going to refresh something, you might as well use anything that's a once per turn response.
Most definitely. And so looking at these guys' you know, hands and boards here, a lot of interesting things going on. You know, Nick's got a lot of, you know, the punch support, right? With the note taking. We've got the childhood friends letting you like double up on your Uwabami things. Feels really, 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 really good. What I really, really have to wonder is how many low blocks did we hold? How much has Nick Normandy here really played against Uwabami? How much experience has he had? We're firing off the first low block here, checking another focused attack. So this is so cool, right? Because as any other deck whatsoever, when in your first 2 turns you check 2 copies of the best attack in your deck, your entire game plan, you'd go rats.
Right.
That really stinks for me. But we got snakes.
All right, so we did a very nice foundation into Uwabami's own attack, the piercing thorn lances.
So this is really cool, right? You know, we saw the attack build to attack because, of course, if you're not familiar with Uwabami, she has this really powerful ability to, say, enhance the next low I play is going to ignore my progressive difficulty, meaning you get to play these really, really weird lines like this that you think, okay, well, normally, you know, your normal brain would think, I get to play my 4 diff, then I get to play this on a 5/6, but it's actually on a 5, and that's all I got out of that ability. But by building first, it actually means you get to build all those foundations on 1 less progressive, and then send your attack in without that initial attack progressive. So it's actually like a really, really, really heavy positive resource exchange.
Now, we've seen that earlier today with the Staff Strike Jiro that was coming in round 1. There is a lot of mixing up the standard play attacks, then play foundations, because you either have an ability, both I guess were abilities that let you get around progressive difficulty, / you get the best value if you have those foundations there.
There sure does seem to be a whole lot of getting around progressive difficulty in this business right now, and for quite a long time, really. You know, it's kind of funny, right? Shiozaki's whole thing is she's like, you know, the honest prayer girl, right? But her character is all about sneaky low attacks and then cheating the mechanics of the game.
You know what? No one is honest and fair. The villains play with the exact same abilities, or at least the intensity of the abilities.
We're always no holds barred. I guess there's also an element of she tells you that she's going to play a low attack, right? She's being honest with you.
She
I don't know.
is.
Maybe I'm trying to delve too deep into design team's brain. I'm going to have to leave this to the experts. I'm going to have to leave these things to Mr. Tim Friedley and focus on doing what I do fairly well. That's talking about the game state. So we didn't get too hurt by that turn process. You know, we had to half block the piercing thorn lance, so we did take a little bit of damage on the chin as Uwabami, but overall not too bad. Definitely didn't get as eviscerated on turn 2 as I would normally expect a Shiozaki that builds 5 to do to me.
But Shiozaki does now have 2 momentum, which in this game is not nothing, especially this early in the game. 2 momentum, 8 foundations. That's a really good place to be when you're going into turn 3, especially as a 7-hander who can usually have quite a few attacks in hand and ready to go.
Holy
And
cow.
it looks like
That's quite a few attacks
that's
in hand.
exactly what's happening
I
here.
mean, you were talking about it earlier. We got 2 momentum. Our ice storms are firing on all cylinders right now. I mean, we're also looking at refreshing slice on board with our 2 momentum.
Yep.
That's very scary. That is effectively going to say we have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 foundations. We've actually got about 9 when it comes to our overall committal power.
Right.
On top of the defensive committal that we're getting to do as well, right? For on Uwabami's board, it's pretty scary. And honestly, Uwabami's board, we've got a singular release, but aside from that, it's not looking defensive at all.
But the flip side to that is that means that there's a lot of offensive foundations, and there's a lot of foundations down on both sides of the board. So you only have to count to 21, but Uwabami is going to be able to block pretty handily just with that release and a couple of cards in hand, at least a couple of things. You don't want to overextend too much as Shiozaki, because there definitely could be an intense backswing coming.
Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of back and forth on this turn. Looking at Nick's hand, we did hold 2 low blocks, so we're not super duper vulnerable, but we do have to be wary. I mean, Tim's got 5 attacks in his hand.
Yep.
That's gonna get really, really, really scary.
Approximately correct.
Really fast. The Think Fast can also play with our zone changes a whole lot, especially with providing a lot of those extra stats. Think Fast in Shiozaki is super cool because it lets you constantly keep your rival on their toes. Like, oh, I know you're holding a million low blocks. Well, actually, here's my tongue whip, and it's a high now. How do you feel about that?
Just you saying the words tongue whip as a high just makes my heart stop in a brief panic.
Yeah, so it really lets you play that whole mix-up game, right? And that feels really, 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 really good. Now, the thing that doesn't feel particularly good is we've been checking all of our tongue whips. We've checked a whole lot of our tongue whips, which is not too fantastic. However,
it's not.
It's not necessarily the only way that we get to finish out games, right? We're able to. I mean, that big damage buffs the next that Shiozaki can always do is so scary. Anything can feel like a tongue whip sometimes.
It looks like Uwabami did choose to just take the invisible infiltration, saying, "I don't think that's the scariest thing that you're going to throw at me this turn."
We did half block.
Half block.
It looks like we did half block with that branching snare in our card pool. So we're conserving our low blocks for the bad ones, and then if you look, we also held a Summon with Style as our high block.
Very smart.
Just in case that Piercing Thorn Lance comes in and says that we need to reveal a high to block this attack.
Oh, and yet again, those 2 foundations right into that glorious Ice Storm. Are we going to see any of that momentum used, or is that going to be saved for later?
So this is so cool, right? Because we responded with basic training on the invisible infiltration, but then use the infiltration to remove it and bring it back. It's now a new basic training, meaning we get to respond once more on this Ice Storm, and that makes my heart warm. What a cute interaction.
I love it so much. All right. We've got some back and forth thinking, it looks like. So, in this scenario, if you're Uwabami, are you blocking this attack?
I mean, you kind of have to, right? It's coming in with that +3 to the next, right? And also, it's the last one because we have used Shiozaki to say our next low ignores and then built and then played it. So, it's definitely the last one, right? It has to be, unless Tim's going to get absolutely ludicrous on us. But at the same time, I mean, we know that Nick is holding on to 2 low blocks, right? So we're super fine. We know that nothing's coming after. You're super fine to just cash out to block this one. I think Tim is just trying to maybe zone check him a little bit,
right?
And just say, it's weird that you didn't full block that first one. Did you not hold any lows, really, man?
There is always that chance.
Okay. It looks like we think fast and made this a high. Because we're blocking with someone with Style now.
Oh.
Ooh, okay. So the analysis was right to an extent. We were just trying to zone check him, but in a slightly different way. It looks like Tim was maybe on the angle of, I know you didn't hold a high. Even though we did send the Thorn Lance at him, maybe kind of, saying, I don't expect my opponent to be able to play around everything like that. we have the chain. We have the chain.
We have the first of all, the back alley, the best opener attack.
Ooh, so we're gonna lead with the window shopping. Flip, we can reveal the top card of our deck, and we may play it as our next form. So we're either trying to find a sick attack on the top, or just guarantee that nice opening check. And it's a very lovely 0 on the top that we can sure build. Look, he's checking the scarp out now. Do we have other zeros? No, we don't. It's time to slam that back alley and build that bad boy right in.
I love free stuff.
I do love free stuff. Yeah, window shopping is a really, really, really sick card. Even if you're not shoji and getting those duple arms nonstop, just the ability to confirm your checks and make sure that hey, I do really, really want to go in right now.
Oh, and so Tim has gone ahead and re-readied, it looks like, getting rid of a momentum.
Yeah, defensively using our refreshing slice, one of the standout cards from Set 4's Quirk Pack, absolutely. Being able to ready a foundation and defensively commit a rival foundation, a momentum is a steep cost, but not when you've got this 4 of Shiozaki attack that snaps your low attack into your momentums. Thorn Lance is so good in tandem with that card.
And while we were talking, it looks like we know we already had one Funny Punch. Is the only thing I'd ever call that card.
The old focused attack, yes.
And he went ahead and picked up another one. So having 2 in hand, that feels pretty okay.
This is pretty scary. If our checks keep rolling really well this turn, it could be a double focus attack turn, and that might just be all it takes to take Tim out. I mean, 12 damage is a lot of damage.
Especially when you only have 19 health.
Exactly. And then the second one gets to come in for even more, right? Because, like, you have to combo with 2 mid attacks.
Right.
But if you have more than 2 mid attacks, like if it's your second focus attack, that one's coming in for 15 as a 6 mid, possibly an 8 mid. However, if anything's going to stop us, if anything's going to stop us, it's that big breaker 2 on our Ice Storm. Very good against our rivals all mid attack deck, I have to say.
Oh yes, it's just another reason why it's so good. There are cards like Cheerful Uppercut that in theory are good both offensively and defensively, but what?
So we window shopping again
and
revealed a 6 on top, meaning we get to continue full sending it. Despite the fact that we've been breaker 2, this is going to be on a 5. We've only checked a 4, so only having to commit 1 foundation. Definitely not what Tim Keefe wanted to see right there.
Absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, this is going to let Nick go in a little hard here. Tim is like, okay, I guess I got to start cashing in more of this momentum for my refreshing slice because our defense is starting to look mighty suspect.
Now, I can't say that I've ever seen this Kamui Woods attack played. What is this that we're looking at?
So this is Kamui's little back page card from Heroes Clash. This is our branching snare. It's an interesting card. Its main enhance is just all about if your character's committed, you get to change up your zones, which we're rarely going to be committing Uwabami as she's not a playable while committed type of character. But I think the important thing is it is this is a huge block right here. No focus attack for you. We're about to flip the heck out of that mid attack right there.
You said you wanted to combo?
Absolutely not.
No, sir.
Not in my water symbol. Not in my water symbol. This is going to stop Nick heavy in his tracks here. And after getting no damage in throughout the turn, not going to feel good. It looks like we're now active. We're in build mode now.
Oh, yes.
Activating Wild Pussycats, grabbing a little self-sacrifice off the top. Probably not going to build that. We're really happy to pick up that 1 low block.
No, I don't think we need that.
Might be a little relevant. We'll have to see.
Well, he looks like he's got one other low block there in the high value target.
Yeah, not bad. It's not a great one though.
It's not, but it is a block. Oh, he said I don't like this plus 3.
Yeah, I don't like it either. It does not excite me. It does not spark joy in me. But so like to resume talking about branching snare a little bit here, continue that conversation because it kind of continues the conversation we had earlier, right? Where we were like, why is branching snare in this deck? I think it's actually just because it's a life mid attack. Right, okay. we get to use the response, right, and give our next one +2 damage. It has stun 1, that's cool. I think it's really just here to make sure that we can combo up with our focused attack, and that kind of harkens back actually to what we were talking about earlier,
right,
where we're playing in this mono zone deck. On Uwabami's end, we see her having to include these slightly suboptimal cards just to make sure we can keep our counts up, whereas on Shiozaki's end, Water just has all the best low attacks already. We're not sacrificing for our focus.
Single suboptimal card there on that Shiozaki deck list. I think perhaps the worst one is Low Blow, and Low Blow is not a bad card.
No,
another breaker 2 there.
It's just more breaker. It's more breaker, and that feels really, really good. You know, we're seeing Tim play this deck very defensively and very, very patiently so far.
And that is his brand.
That really is. That really is. You know, if you go back to, even back in the early days when Tim Keefe was really bringing Tokoyami to fame, it's the same way he played that deck. Very like poke, make you take free damage because you have to respect my aggro, pick up my free +1 mid block summon Dark Shadow, and then I'll just chill from there, right? I'll just chill from there. But we might see Tim getting a little more aggressive from here on out because opening with a tongue whip, if anything says I have 2 tongue whip, it's opening with a tongue whip.
Absolutely. I did have that brief moment of look down and say, well, did he forget to clear his card pool? Why is the tongue whip coming out first? And it's exactly like you said, there's a lot that's about to be coming across.
Yeah, it looks like Tim is rocking a Piercing Thorn Lance. I think we've got one of our agile drops in hand, which means that 1 tongue whip is now 2 tongue whips.
Excellent.
Especially when you can send in we can go oh my goodness, man. We can go like attack, Piercing Thorn Lance, snap 1 in, agile drop on the end, pick up a second tongue whip, say my next low ignores, then play the fifth attack, tongue whip on a 4. Decimation, pure decimation.
It looks like Nick did go ahead and block that first tongue whip, and I'm not sure if that was just a simple, oh, it's an attack that I do have the ability to block right now, or you're opening with a tongue whip, so I don't think that you have other attacks. That might be all you're throwing at me. But I guess we'll find out what's actually going to happen.
Tim's winding up something in his hand there. He's winding up something.
It's my favorite card again.
Yeah, this is a really nice pressure piece right here. Just coming in as a big, like, 7 damage move. 6 damage if we use our -1/+3 to the next, which I'm sure we're going to be seeing. I don't know. Tim is posturing some pretty serious lethality this turn.
Now, one other thing that we didn't mention earlier when it comes to Ice Storm is that it cannot be blocked by attacks. And we know, because we stopped the turn, that he has 2 funny punches. I'm so sorry. You can go ahead and correct me. Focused attacks.
It is okay.
He has 2 focused
Completely okay,
attacks
Ashley.
in hand. So 2 of his cards are not, at minimum, are not able to block this attack.
And those are our nice ones, too. I mean, it's a half block, but still +1 mid. I mean, we only are going to have so many lows, right? This is really setting us up to take some serious damages from some real big tongue whips from here on out. I think also the reason we're seeing Tim go with the Ice Storm here early on is because we're probably going to focus more on using our momentum this turn for our refreshing slices. You can see it snap coming in the refreshing slice. I think we're less worried about trying to cheese like a big powerful Ice Storm. Just no, I'm just going to commit you out and then beat you up with these with picking up these extra tongue whips. It looks like we've held off on our basic training so far as well. That's very scary. Those are just lying in wait.
But so far today, we've seen a lot of kind of giant attacks coming across. You just do all of your life in one turn. Tim's doing a much different approach where he's essentially paper cutting you to death.
Yeah, and it's really interesting too because like his pokes are very scary because you always have to be wary of using your low block because you never know what could be coming at the end. The tongue whips, the Ice Storms if you have momentum.
Yep.
It's always so scary, and so we're gonna use our low blocks very sparingly, and that lets you like pressure a lot. Now Nick did hold the second back alley to have that other high block there, meaning we get to reveal our high block, which means we're allowed to block this with a release coming in. This is now a 5 that we've just checked. Coming in high value target has 2 foundations. It is a half block though, so that's going to bring us down to 13 by the looks of it. And with only 2 ready foundations, 3 cards in our pool, I think the next few attacks are going to be 17 with the quickness.
I agree. Now, I think he did make the best possible play as far as what cards to keep up, the cards that can continually be useful even if they aren't getting committed.
It's possible. Okay, it looks like Nick's got a note-taking in hand, I think. I think that's our other low block that we're holding. Although I think the idea of getting another... Oh, no, it's a Bonds of Friendship. It's our other Midoriya Star Deck Foundation. So we are half-blocking at best from here, unless we find a way to stop this Agile drop. Because this is actually that lone high attack in our deck. However, we also might see Think Fast get utilized to change it to a low and really start overloading it, especially because you just showed me Back Alley Haymaker to block this Thorn Lance. I know you have a high block. I wouldn't be surprised to see Tim make this a low with Think Fast.
So he has 3 cards in hand. We know one of them is a focus attack. We know one of them is a high block.
And then the other is another high block. It's our Bonds of Friendship. So we have a +1 high here. But Tim knows that he's got a +2 high. So I don't know if I don't know. We're going to have to see if the Think Fast shenanigans come in here. We also want to make sure that we leave ourselves with enough resources to actually block all the attacks, right? We might want to not go crazy with committing our foundations with Think Fast and leave them up so we can make sure that we're passing all of our checks from here on out.
Well, now you said you want to back that up. Were you saying you think there is going to be another turn after this that Tim has to prepare for?
I don't think so. I think it's more so that we want to... So it's the argument of, am I going to commit my foundations out for Think Fast, zone changes, and stat buffs, or am I going to leave them up so I can play more attacks this turn?
Got it.
Just depends how the checks roll in for Tim, right? So we see the Agile drop
Tongue
coming in.
Whip.
I'll discard 2 cards and pick up my Tongue Whip. And now that means, I believe Tim's hand now is a Tongue Whip and another Ice Storm.
Terrifying.
I know he's got another attack in hand
Both
for
cards
sure.
that can come across for just a life and a half.
Okay, so we're going to see ourselves commit some resources here on our Ice Gliding for some speed. And yes, there it is. The Think Fast is going to change this to a low. And he's like, did you really hold the 3rd low block, buddy? Did you really hold the 3rd low block? I mean, Nick's got the cards in hand, but we know that our focus attack +1 mid block is the best we can do here. And I don't think that we can even pass that.
I really doubt it. With everything that's being committed down, how fast this attack is currently.
He has released. We've got to die on top of the deck. So we have released, but I'm just not sure if the math checks out for us to be blocking this bad boy. And he says,
yeah.
I know you've got the tongue whip too. I know I can't stop this, and I know that equals 13, so I'm just going to give it right over to you, man. That's going to be the game right there for Mr. Tim Keefe. A real, man, just drawing the absolute gas as well on those successive turns, man. Those successive 4 or 5 attack turns, agile drop, making the second tongue whip possible. Really saw him laying down the aggro there.
Oh, the agile drop. I really enjoyed seeing that play. That was the one card looking through this deck list that I said, why is this in here? It doesn't work with her. There are better one-off highs to have.
Yeah, I can definitely see how it's coming together as a real nice kind of like tech piece to shape it all up. Like being able to, oh man, I mean, just being able to clone a tongue whip is crazy. Being able to clone a tongue whip is just so crazy. And I think there's a lot of decks that just, again, that's what it's all about, fighting the water symbol, right? It's how many tongue whips am I prepared to deal with? But then when it comes in as how many low attacks am I prepared to deal with instead, they really start racking up. And you can see how, you know, the win condition that Tim is kind of putting together with this deck is really coming to fruition.
So there's a lot of fun stuff we've just seen there, Levi.
Yeah. These guys are getting pretty crazy with it. As far as sideboard is concerned, Tim's sideboard is absolutely insane. Tim's sideboard is so crazy. There's so many
variable.
There's so many little 1s and 2s in here that are so exciting. We saw him shuffle around a nullify on screen for a second there.
Oh, now he does have one nullify in main board. So if he's bringing in the second one.
For Uwabami, I mean, possibly. You know, the deck is very reliant on that singular combo enhance, right? So, I mean, if we can just hold a nullified and never really have to worry about that, I think it's a pretty okay world for Tim to be living in. And then, interestingly enough, we've talked so much about tongue whip. We've got 4 tongue whips sitting in Nick's sideboard as well. It's a pretty interesting one. I wonder if... Do you think that maybe... if he fights decks that are really good at countering the focus attack, he just sides out the focus attacks for the tongue whips?
That's not a bad play. Tongue whip, frankly, I'm almost shocked it's not in main board. It's one of those cards that it's just never bad. If you can put this in your deck, you usually put 4 of it in your deck immediately. The only reason I think in this case that it's out to the side is, of course, because it's not a mid attack. So it's stinks to have that be the one big attack that you have the access to in your hand.
Yeah, it's also hard to imagine though, right? Because if we set out focus attacks for tongue whips, if that's the game plan there, then we only have 2-3 damage targets to pick up with our Uwabami enhance in our net gun surprise. So maybe they're just kind of in there as just a little like catch you off guard type of thing. But is it worth messing up your combos for? It's a very hefty price.
But on the other hand, there's 4 of them in there. This is something that he really committed to putting in the sideboard. So I am curious what his testing has been like for him to say, this is the card that I think I might need to just sub a bunch in.
I want to know the thought process so bad. I cannot wait to ask him. I cannot wait to ask him after this round is done and we do our player interviews. I really want to know what's going on there. And these are 2 characters that ask you to follow such interesting deck building rules.
They really are. And I will say, I think I like the attacks a little bit better in Shiozaki. Like you said, she just has access to so many things that are good in addition to following these very specific rules. But I'm not counting Uwabami out by any means.
No, I mean, especially getting to be on the play here, going to be a real big equalizer in a matchup like this. I think if anything really stops us, it's going to be all of that, those ways that Tim has to be able to play around the focused attack, right? Because we've already saw him come in with the Faith Shield. We did get a little peek there when he was drawing his hands. There are now cheerful uppercuts from our sideboard inside of his main deck, and that's a terrifying card against a focus attack deck. It's that best zone. It is that lovely mid block that you're already ready to block with, and then just says put a card in your card pool. we're done here. We're
now,
done here.
This is a little unfortunate. Looks like we have 2 naval laser beams immediately. Not necessarily a card that does you a whole lot of good early on in the game because you do want that first enhance ability to unflip something. Nothing's been flipped yet. But what a fantastic card to have on defense because it has that lovely breaker that we keep talking about.
A lot of breaker 2s flying around here. And I mean, that's kind of the main thing with Uwabami, right? You get to say that a card that you blocked with, you get to pick back up once it's the end of your rival's turn. So you want to just be breaker 2 blocking to pick it up and just have that breaker 2 block every single turn, which also guarantees you an opening mid-attack to start your focus attack string, and then is a guaranteed attack that means you get to enhance and pick up. So you only have to draw one other. Feels very, very, very good. Like the lines are coming together, and I'm really excited to see this deck pop off, but with all of the defensive tools that Tim has option to under the water symbol, I don't know if we're going to see these focus attack strings go too hard yet, especially after we have to fight through breaker 2.
Now, looking down at these defensive pieces, looks like we've got an ice gliding there. There's a little bit of glare. Can you catch what else is available?
So the big glare ones in those first 2, we've got an irrefutable force of nature, so we can seal anything on demand.
Fantastic.
Very, very handy. And we've got a desperate struggle, which is a really, 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 really big card in a matchup like this because being able to just stop stat resets against the focus attack deck, pretty good.
Not that bad.
Good. So it's gonna be it's there. I'm not losing faith in Nick, but there is a lot for him to fight through to get his focus attack strings off here. We're fighting through breaker 2. We've committed a lot of resources to be able to play our branch and snare here. However, we did use Uwabami on our first move to remove 3. So if we go for a focus attack play here, it's going to come in with -1 difficulty, but that's not going to matter after Tim Keefe puts this masterful, cheerful uppercut block on the table and says, dude, it's not happening, man. It's not happening.
And and then checking
and we just fail it. We just have to fail it.
Yep.
That's rough.
That feels shaky.
No damage dealt, and now we're wide open.
Well, do you think there could be a turn 2 Shiozaki kill?
Turn 2 feels like asking a lot here on Tim's fairly low foundation count. I mean, 5 foundations is enough if you just kind of enter the world of check 5s, take lives. It can totally happen. 25 is not a lot for a 6-hander. It's a squishy number for sure.
Right.
You know, that's the tax you pay effectively being the quote unquote 7-hander that Uwabami is. And yeah, Tim Keefe's hand is angry.
Now, we know that it's difficult to pass all of these attacks. I did see at least 1 invisible infiltration in there, which does get you a free re-ready on a foundation.
So we have infiltration, double agile drop, and double ice storm. Yeah, so that's 5 attacks, and then we can turn those 2 foundations into our hand into a 6 attack with one of the agile drops. If we have a copy of one of those in the discard pile, if we can go grab like another infiltration and do like a infiltration, agile drop infiltration, which are like all 4 diffs, and 2 of those attacks are resetting the foundation. Oh, this could get really crazy. This could get really crazy.
Wonderful. All right.
We've also got an ice gliding to be aggressive with. If the first thing Tim does is irrefutable seal release, we're dead. Now, that was not the first thing that we did. I do love this, though. Commit ice gliding for +1 speed, and then remove it with the infiltration to reset it. Oh, that's so cool.
I was looking down going, it's almost a shame in these instances that you don't check a 3 because you just want the feel good of bringing that back in ready. But, of course, you have something that you get to commit and then get a free thing.
Yep. And so we do get our block off, but now our release is committed, meaning that, I mean, we put breaker 2 on board. We said, hey, look, this is the one block I'm getting. I've got my breaker 2. If 25 happens after that,
I've done all I can do.
I've done all I can do. You cannot ask for more than that one block right there. And so you see right now, Tim is thinking. Tim is mathing right now. Does 25 happen here? If we see him, so are you familiar with the famous Tim Keefe stance?
Of course.
So we're not seeing the stance here. So I don't know if he's figured out if Nick is going to perish this turn or not. He says
like
no.
Now I trust Tim Keefe's math just 100%. I've played against him a couple of times, and he always has everything so perfectly calculated out down to the 1. I have made single speed or damage errors against him, and ooh. Interesting.
Okay. So our ice sliding came in just to get around Breaker 2.
Okay.
That makes sense. But we are continuing past that, which is very scary. I don't know if there's a world where Tim plays this attack right here without having counted to 25 already.
Well, the thing about Agile Drop is there's really no reason you would play this unless you specifically are wanting to pick up another attack.
Yes, so we've got to have another infiltration in our discard pile, which picking up an infiltration here, jamming it on a 7, I mean, we pretty much have to say our next low ignores right there. But then, man, if we don't and we just say infiltration on a 7, we check well on it.
Well, technically,
we didn't even do it.
Get to re-ready.
Right, so we get to re-ready one. So we didn't even do that though. We also didn't say our next one. Okay, we said our next one ignores. Then played a foundation, and now we're going into the ice storm. We just didn't pick up with infiltration. Okay. That's all. So this is really interesting. We choose to commit our character after checking the 3 right here, saying that my ice gliding, my stalking her prey, and my desperate struggle are more important than -1 damage to all your attacks. Because Tim intends to block throughout this turn. You know, he's got those 3 very good defensive pieces up, and we're about to bring down a struggling with studies and a second ice gliding. We don't need -1 damage on everything. We're blocking this turn.
And I believe we have a second ice storm in hand. Is that correct?
We do, right? Because we had double agile drop, double ice storm, and invisible infiltration. So we're sitting on our breaker 2 block as well. Once again, into our rivals' mono mid deck.
Not a bad place to be.
Yeah, it does not look like Nick's hand is looking particularly angry here. So I don't know if we're going to see him really get on the aggression here, which honestly, either way, I couldn't blame him. I mean, look at Tim's board. That's a hard board to attack into.
Absolutely. But it looks like he's thinking about doing it. Maybe changing his mind.
So that's most definitely a living up to his example in Nick's hand right now, which is pretty spooky. This is a very interesting card that allows you to simply say, my EX are powerful on this one. I'm actually going to get to discard a card from my hand instead of paying a momentum for this, which is really interesting. We have Piercing Needle as an EX3 move. And then we have Back Alley Haymaker as an EX2 move. So we definitely have some outs for this. It's an interesting choice, though, man. This is just a card I'm so unfamiliar with, to be honest with you, Ashley.
Well, it's fairly new. We haven't seen it played that much.
It's so it's new, like, from a competitive standpoint, right? But this card goes all the way back to last year's Season 2 Provisionals.
I've never seen this card played.
Yeah, no, it's a fairly old card. Just one that I think a lot of people are unfamiliar with, but it's interesting. I mean, there's certainly a world where it can help force our EX moves a little bit through, but it's not one that I've seen. It's not one that I've seen really see. I don't know if I've ever had to interact with this card on a stream before, commentator wise.
Okay, so we snapped that to momentum somehow.
No, we just attacked once and passed.
Oh.
Yeah, we just attacked once and passed.
That makes much more sense, at least as far as understanding what happened. But
Tim has 2 Tongue Whip in his hand. We also know there's still the second Agile drop in hand as well, right?
So that could be 3 Tongue Whip in hand.
That could be 3 Tongue Whips in hand. If there's a third one in the discard pile, this is very scary. And Nick's only at 8 health. This is going to be a really hard turn for him to clinch out. You know, we've got so many cards in hand defense-wise, but man, when it comes to actually blocking, we've only got 4 foundations, right?
There's another Tongue Whip if we need one.
Yeah, I mean, there it is. There it is, man. This is going to be, I mean, Nick just does not have the resources to block very efficiently. We've got all these cards in hand, but when it comes to actually putting those dukes up, it's going to be really hard to block out. We've got essentially 5 foundations to commit with the high value target.
Right.
We have release, so like as we start committing, we can destroy to buff up our checks a little bit, but I don't know if it's going to be enough.
If it was maybe 1 or 2 attacks, absolutely, no way this is going to be a problem. But with the 4 or 5 attacks that we know are on the way, I think it's not looking good for our hero here.
No, so seeing the Living Impetus example come in right here, it's very well that we just took that card in our sideboard and shoved it in because it's got a +1 low block on it.
That's not a bad strategy against this all-loathe deck.
Yeah, now we're going to jam it with the second Tongue Whip. So, like, normally you would kind of want to, like, open and close with a Tongue Whip, right? That's the usual formation. But with how low health that, Ooh, we just removed Irrefutable to seal. I have to imagine release.
It has to be released.
It has to be released.
The most valuable piece that our Uwabami has access to.
Yep, and there it is. I love that we didn't do that on the first attack. Simply because if you want to destroy your ready foundations for plus, I'm so into that, right? I'm so into that. So to see the kind of patience on that come in, like as we make sure that we have this attack like locked, signed, and sealed, we know, it's really, really efficient. And from here on out, with Shiozaki, everything is lethal on Uwabami here. So there's really not a reason to hold your tongue whips anymore, right? Like every attack is gonna get to 8 more or less. So at this point, just start putting those cards in that card pool and making those attacks unblockable.
So we're going to try for looks like a half block. We really want that breaker. We're going to check a 3.
Yeah, I think that was on a 9, so we would have been able to perform that half block if we had checked a little bit more properly, but it was not in the cards. Yeah, we just did not have the defensive hand there. I think the only reason we didn't build anything was because our only high block looks like it was that someone with style, and we wanted to hang on to that in case the piercing thorn lance came in. It was definitely a weird play one attack pass, but looking at the way Nick's hand was structured, I understand why he had to do it. And it's unfortunate that Tim Keefe just found so much follow-up to really take advantage of the fact that, like, my man, I've got 5 attacks. 2 of them are going to put a card in your card pool. You only have 5 foundations. The blocks just aren't happening this turn.
What? I feel like every attack in that Shiozaki deck is absolutely terrifying in its own right. How on earth do you sculpt the blocks that you're going to hold?
It's so hard because you want to hold these lows, but then you see him play an agile drop, which is a high, and then you see him, throwing in the mixes here and there. He's got the think fast on board.
Right.
So you're like, anything can become anything, and I have to hold this high to block a thorn lance. What the heck do I do? It's a really hard deck to fight against.
It looks like that might have been ultimately what made him hold those 5 full cards in his hand. I want to try to live.
He had to. He had to do. He did everything in his power, and unfortunately, Tim's deck just did what it needed to do. Really, really, really cool deck. Honestly, it almost feels like we were watching Tokoyami on the water symbol. Right?
A little bit different. A different hairstyle.
Yeah, a little bit of a different hairstyle, right? We get to play our free attack. That's our buffs to our checks, right? We're passing all this damage along constantly. Very, very, very cool. And he's got Breaker out the wazoo.
Oh, as I've said repeatedly over the last week, I do love me some Breaker.
There was a lot of Breaker 2 going on in that round. Very, very exciting back and forth to see. Holy cow. But again, guys, I'm sure y'all would rather hear it from the horse's mouth themselves. So we're going to go grab those 2 lovely players on for some player interviews. We'll be right back, heroes.
All right, welcome back, everyone. So we have wrapped up round 3. We have with us our winner from the stream, Mr. Tim Keefe, playing a water Shiozaki, and that was a really cool deck. So you go ahead and you tell me when you need to go and eat something, because I'll keep you here for a while. Talk me through your thought process when you were putting this deck together.
Yeah, so I played a Faith Shield Stalking Her Prey deck in Orlando, and this was the deck I was working on before that.
Okay.
I sort of switched to Toga, started working on that, but it was having trouble, almost like Asui does, where sometimes you just need to draw a bunch of attacks sometimes to do the string. And I came back after Orlando, and I'm like, let's put Agile Drop in this.
I love that.
And see if it feels better. And I had 1 Agile Drop and 1 Double Trouble at first. I'm like, man, that Agile Drop was pretty good. Let's play 2. And now I'm playing 3. It's been so good.
Perfect. How has this been playing for you? Because it seems like it's really efficient.
Yeah, it's been doing well at locals. It's a bit uphill to do if it needs to do 35, 40, 50 damage or something like that. One of those decks it has trouble with, but everything else, it has good. It attacks and it blocks, it breakers, and I like all these things.
Oh yes, yeah. It looks like it blocks absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
Like you said earlier, you were playing against a deck that really does not like it if they're not allowed to get several cards specifically in a row.
Yeah, so there's a lot in here that's the true form decks out there, the Jiro decks are out there. So even if I face 2 focus attack decks in a row now, and even if they get the focus attack off, I still have desperate struggles.
Right.
It's just so uphill, and I have so many things that blow up that combo. So, it's been rough the past couple of rounds for my opponents.
I thank God you ended with for your opponents. I thought you were about to say for you. I had some differing opinions. So you have got one of the most interesting sideboards, just because it's mostly 1-ofs with a couple 2-ofs.
Yeah.
So what exactly is all of this for?
Yeah. So Toru messes with futures now enough that it's worth including Toru.
Okay.
And then, but the Thorn Lances is kind of blank in Toru. It's okay, right? But I have Cheerful's in there because I'm like I said, I have trouble doing 40 sometimes, right? So those can come in there. They can come in if it's a mid-attack lineup, right? So the Cheerfuls are part there for Toru. The Lobo, you know, if it's a Tokoyami or something doing a lot of high attacks, will bring that their low blow, more break their high blocks. You know, nullifies for true form, right? And Jiro and some other things, right? The random, we still have the random first villain encounter in there, right? Yeah.
Yes.
That's just, I don't have a lot of great deadlock in this deck.
Okay.
So if they're going to go long, I want to get a second one of those in. And the Desperate Struggle's obvious, right? If it's good, it's coming in. The What's Their Plans I just put back in there this morning.
Okay.
I've been thinking about them for a while, and it's just, I should have some momentum hate, right? Is there any momentum hate at all? I like a little bit better than making a stand in this because I can't use the damage part. It's a little more flexible.
What I love about that is that I said, explain your sideboard, and you brought in offense, defense, blocks, specific hatred for specific matchups, and specific situations you might find yourself in. Yeah, this is so cool. It was so fun to watch. I feel like there's cards in here we didn't even get to see go off. But if you do watch the stream back, you're getting a lot of compliments and love from us here at Casting. And we really appreciate you letting us watch that game.
Yeah, it's a cool deck.
Yeah. Officially from Tim Keefe. It's a cool deck. All right, guys. Well, thank you again so much. Good luck the rest of your day. We're going to bring in our opponents to give an interview as well. We'll be right back in just a moment.
Yeah, thanks. Bye.
Thank you, Tim.
All right, welcome back, heroes. I've got with me Nick Normandy, Mr. Tim Keefe's rival here, and what an exciting match both of you guys just delivered to us. Thank you so much for that, Nick. How are you enjoying the event so far, my friend? How are you feeling?
I'm having a lot of fun with it.
Yeah, it's an amazing venue. A lot of really exciting stuff going on. Probably the most exciting thing so far is this Uwabami deck, man. I have a huge soft spot for that character. I think Uwabami is so neat, and I just want to hear all about your thought process on the deck. What made you fall in love with it, and of course, what made you decide to take it to this RLE?
With Uwabami, I've liked the idea of printed 3 damage attacks. Thought it was a unique way of playing the game. At first, I played her on Earth and just not die. But then when Focus Attack came out, it's like, wait a minute, this works.
We knew what we had to do. Yeah, the Focus Attack game plan, it's very straightforward, it's very solid, and Uwabami is just so good at enabling it. Now, unfortunately, it does have caveats sometimes to going off. We did see a lot of that in that matchup. Is there like a lot of things that, have you prepared yourself for that? Stuff like fighting guys like the water symbol, the face shields, all of that stuff?
If we have the extra attacks and the ready foundations to go, we can do it. Otherwise, we just don't.
Yeah, so it's kind of like a build-wide game plan, just be able to sort of reset your combo, so to speak.
Yes.
Yeah, I play a lot of Blood Moon Rending personally. Weapons are kind of my jam, so I know the pain of the 2-card into the 3rd-card combo. It can be very, very, very tough sometimes, but you put up a very, very, very good fight. Saying you really, really like the 3 damage matters cards. You see the reveals we did right before the stream starts?
I saw that earlier.
Yeah, pretty hype stuff. You're trying to bust up on some Chaos 1-check Uwabami?
I'm not happy about the 1-check, but I do like the card.
It is very, very exciting stuff. I'm hyped to see them, continuing the theme, right? It's very, very fun. Have you been to many Universus events?
Not really. The only major one I've been to was Nationals over in Dallas, Texas.
It was a fantastic event. Yeah, no, that was a fun one. So this is your first RLE.
Yes.
Well, that's awesome, man. I mean, how are you? Were you feeling the jitters going up against Tim Keefe on stream? that's a name that a lot of guys say a lot about.
I was more worried about fighting against Ibara because that's just generally one of our harder matchups because a lot of low blocks just suck.
Yeah, the life symbol, hard to find those low blocks sometimes. Was one thing that we were highly speculating on post sideboard of the game too, is bringing the tongue whips in and living up to his examples come in. I feel like we were way overthinking it. Did those just come in because they were low blocks?
Well, that and the tongue whips were mostly for set 1 characters for plus ultra.
Oh.
For when we stun them out, they can't just play plus ultra and live by committing their character.
Right. That is a pretty good workaround of the focus attack. Wow, I hadn't even thought of that. Yeah, what's up with the living up to his examples, though? Tell me about that, because that was a card that we were like, What does this do?
It's a 1 low block with Breaker 1, and we run Piercing Needle and Back Alley Haymaker. So we get to just get free EX off of that, and we get to draw a card.
Yeah, makes sense to me. It was definitely a nice way to like help force those attacks through. As far as setting the tongue whips goes, do you ever like? Is there a concern about that like messing up your combos?
It denies 3 damage off the focus attack, but when you play 2 to 3 focus attacks, doesn't really matter.
That's true. That's true. It also seems very good to like follow up a focus attack with, like your mid focus attack. Tongue whip on up 7 or whatever, who cares? It's nuking you from orbit because it's 1 million damage.
Yeah,
makes total sense to me, man. It's a very, very, very cool showing with the deck. Thank you so much for providing us an exciting round, guys. We are nearing the end of the round, and then we're going to have our lunch break. So we've got a lot left in store for you guys. But before I truly leave Nick and all you viewers at home, we've got some exciting stuff to talk about. We have a card reveal once more and the character breakdown. So do not go anywhere, guys. We're going to be back very, very soon. For now, though, Nick, thank you so much for doing this with me. Absolute pleasure, and I can't wait to see how the rest of your run goes.
thank you.
Heroes. Now, like I said, we do have that lunch break coming up, but before we bid adieu to you guys for a little minute, Ashley and I are going to show you all some super spicy stuff, and we're going to kick it off with a card reveal.
Sounds like a card reveal.
Seems like a card reveal. Seems like a great time to show you guys a brand new attack coming from Undaunted Raid. We are going to be looking at an attack that's going to raise a lot of questions. Hair Razor Slash. This is a 3-diff with some interesting abilities. Most of all being Mr. Brave Stun 1.
So I guess that Stun 1 is just impossible to play because we don't have a Mr. Brave character.
I can't argue with that logic. It says it at the very bottom. Only playable if your character is Mr. Brave. Now that is interesting. We've seen over the last few sets, right? The My Hero card game is no stranger to bringing in every single character that we possibly can, right? We've got guys like Backdraft and Death Arms and Innsmouth. We're really stretching to every single corner of this universe. So a little interesting to see even some of the lesser known characters coming out of the Shiozaki raid, like Mr. Brave here.
In a show or manga, I don't care how you absorb the information, where there are so many cool characters, it does seem a shame to leave anyone out because every character is someone's favorite character.
You know what? I can't argue with that logic whatsoever. But even if you're not Mr. Brave, this is a 3 difficulty attack. It's a 2 high for 3. You can make it a 0 high for 5 just to come in at the end and just slug your opponent. I can't complain with that. It's also, interestingly enough, a weapon on both good and order. 2 symbols that have gotten some interesting levels of weapon support recently with all those new spinner cards from set 4.
That's true. Yeah. And Spinner himself honestly could use access to a couple more weapon attacks.
Especially cheap ones, right? With how much he wants to string out.
Oh yes.
Yeah, I mean, hell, we might even see some of the Jiros out there on the good symbol trying to sling some cards like this. There's a lot of potential in this card. I think definitely one that you look at and you're like, this raises a lot of questions that I cannot wait to answer.
For sure. Well, I am excited to see what this does in decks, and also I will say to see what Mr. Brave ends up doing that synergizes with these specific abilities.
I gotta say, the amount of humans out there that knew this man's name before we revealed this card today, probably much smaller than it is now. But either way, right? Like, name recognition popularity aside, I'm always excited to see what any new character our design team has cooked up with can do. So a lot of hype building from this reveal. I really like it. A very cool little tease for the rest of Undaunted Raid as we go.
Well done, guys.
But I think we've teased these guys enough because what they're really here to see is this character breakdown. And let's take a look at it from the very top up. We've got, you want to go back and forth here? Alternate as them?
Absolutely.
Let's do it. I'm going to kick it off with my favorite, 10 Jiros.
Like I said before, you're shocked?
There it is. There it is. I mean, I can't say I'm surprised, right?
Yeah.
I can't say I'm surprised.
After that, we got 10 Recovery Girls. Now, I'm a little surprised. I've heard that Recovery Girl is very popular lately. She's got a lot of health. She can gain a lot of health back. But to have as many Recovery Girls as Jiros.
So Recovery Girl Recovery Girl is a character that I think, like, everyone. So when that character got revealed, right? Flashback a little bit with me. Everyone went insane.
Right.
The social medias, the Discords, everything was screaming out that this character cannot come out. This character will be banned on release. Totally insane. Then she came out. Didn't really do anything.
Yeah.
Now lately, we've seen her popping up a lot more. There's definitely a lot of the really good competitive players out there have kind of attached themselves to that character and become really interested in making her something.
And I have a theory about why she didn't pop off the way people think she does.
Why is that?
Because so far, people are a little used to being able to jump into a deck and say, I will kill you on turn 2 or turn 3. We'll play for 30 minutes. I will go and have a snack. Recovery Girl says, we're going to play at a time, and you're going to have to think the entire time we're playing. So at a multi-round tournament saying your brain will not get a break today, you really have to be able to commit to that to play Recovery Girl effectively.
Yeah, she's definitely like not necessarily as brain thought intensive as characters like Momo or Eraserhead, but she runs that clock out all the same. Which even if you're not playing a super thought intensive deck, just playing that full hour and 10-minute overtime every single round, it takes a lot out of you.
Can be exhausting.
She's not a deck for the faint of heart, which is kind of what I said before. Right, we've seen a lot of really well known competitive players latch on to her, and they're really starting to put out some results with her. I think she is an interesting pick going into this format because it's all about these really big damage attacks. Like the Jiro decks, the true form decks are all about one-shotting you, so like your character will like never really have effectiveness there. And then we've got all these people trying to side into Nomu, which like you have to play a much more honest game against because you actually have to block him, because if you want your free build, you're taking 10 damage or you're half blocking and taking 5. There's a lot more to think about. So I think it's an interesting time for her to rise up, but she's rising up all the same, and I can't argue with it.
I can't wait to get one on stream.
I'm excited. Proceeding from there, we have another very rising star right now with 8 Shigaraki 3s. I mean, this guy's been popping off all over the place lately.
I'm so happy about it. His abilities are so cool. I love free stuff. He's kind of the antithesis of free stuff, though. He says, what do you have over there? I'd like you to have less stuff.
He is the most resource-intensive character I've ever seen come out of this game so far. Very hard to play against. A very challenging deck to pilot yourself because you are a little, 7-hander. You got that baby health with no speed reduction on face. You're blocking, honestly, the whole time. So really his defense comes down to how well you can control their resources. And that requires a lot of brain power all throughout the day. So he's a really tough nut to crack, and I think that might be why we didn't really see him do anything on release.
Right.
He's been cooking. Yes. Right? Shigaraki 3 has been in the oven, and I think a lot of these players out there who have been brainstorming this guy are really finally ready to take him out. And we can't ignore Class Reunion. He got Masterminding.
I was just going to bring that up. I think a lot of people read Masterminding, and it kind of spurred the thought of, oh, Shigaraki 3 does exist. He's got this extra piece. I'll throw them together and see what happens.
It's really interesting because back when Shigaraki 3 got released, Andrew Holder of Unfun Stuff, one of our most topping players, right? An HLC participant, right? He constantly said how obsessed he was with the character, but the more he played him, the more he realized the character was an aggro character that he was trying to play like a control character. And then he thought, there's just better aggro characters to play. Is Masterminding the missing piece to finally play that control Shigaraki?
I think it depends on how much your opponent mainboards Momentum hates.
Yeah.
And,
it's very interactable.
It is.
Right?
It is.
It's a very back and forth card, which is the design space that I love seeing in this card game.
Coming up next, we have All Might 3. Now, before today, I had heard that All Might 4 was really the All Might that people were tending towards. Out of nowhere, no, 6 All Might 3s. What do you think is the reason for that?
Well, All Might 3 has always seen numbers like this, right? He's like almost always in like the top 5 as far as the numbers go, right? He's so stable. He's so consistent. He's fairly easy to pilot, and he's relatively forgiving all around. He's just like the most like, if I had a player come up to me and say, hey, I've been playing this game for like a week or two, and I don't think I'm going to do well at it, but I want to go to this event anyway, what should I pilot? I would just put the most bog standard All Might 3 deck in your hands. You're just an 8 hand size 30 health character. You don't have to make a lot of decisions. You're going to get to see your whole deck in like a few turns. The tightest decision you have is, do I put speed or damage on this move?
Right.
For no cost.
that. And I will say, as people have heard me complain about before, I like to think I'm a fairly cheerful person, but the instant I have to play against an All Might 3, I am going to complain the entire match.
Right? This guy just gets to play the game so much better than me.
Right.
How is that fair?
I like to block things. I like to hold 4 cards in my hand. I shouldn't be punished for that.
Yeah, that's the other aspect of him too, right? We talked about how forgiving of a character he is, relatively easy to pilot. On the other side of the table, your rival has to think about everything they do. Your rival has to think about, and if you want to play a long game with him, right, you're only ever going to be able to start holding like 2 or 3 blocks. If you want to play a short game with him, you got to get through 30 on turn 2 or 3. It's tough.
It's like actually fighting All Might.
It really is. He's just built different than you. He's literally just built different. And then right under him, number 1 hero to number 1 villain, we have a different flavor of Shigaraki and 6 Shigaraki 1s. Now, this is another character that, I don't want to say always, is kind of up there in the numbers, but he's just an attractive character, I think, to a lot of people. A lot of people really enjoy playing this guy. He's cool, he's fun, he's scary, he's thematic, and he always just shows up somewhere in this breakdown at like almost every major event.
Someone always reads this card and says, oh, if I somehow sneeze out an attack, it's probably coming across for half to a third of my opponent's life total. That sounds great. I can do that every turn. I love that.
Yeah, he's also kind of like how, All Might 3 is in some ways, right? He puts a lot of pressure on your rival to play perfectly. He's like kind of a big skill check in that sense, and I think when you're especially going to an event as one of like the newer players, you're like, man, they got all these top pro veterans and pro heroes and HLC participants, all these crazy guys that everyone knows the name of here, that are like probably just better at the game than me. All right, well, I'll skill check them.
Fantastic. Coming up next, we have Eraserhead 1. Eraserhead 1, very similar to Tokoyami, who we'll see in a little bit. One of those characters that came out set 1, was pretty solid, and has never stopped being so.
Yeah, he's also usually up here number-wise. It's just not the top cuts that he crosses over into. It's very rarely those top cuts that he makes his way into because, we're talking about skill checking.
Oh.
This character skill checks you when you play as him. He skill checks you. If you are not like a literal AI computer program piloting this guy perfectly across 7-8 rounds on a 10-hour day, wow, that's the most daunting thing I can imagine.
You have so many decisions to make. Like I said, you do get fairly free stuff, but you have to use it properly or you and your tiny little life total will just crumble.
Yeah, Eraserhead, you pretty much get like 1 mistake per game. Yeah. After that, it's curtains out. In some games, you don't even get that mistake, especially in a world of turn 2s, and now you have these Jiros running around trying to one-shot you. You can't do anything against her, right, because she's all responses. Tokoyami, you can't really do anything against either, right? These like big aggro dogs is really hard to play against. You do have a really good matchup against the true form deck from like a rogue perspective, but as we can see, that deck's not even popping up.
Right.
That deck's not even popping up. He's not on the list, which means he's in the other category, and I'll tell you guys, there's 2 of them here. There are 2 people playing the True Form All Might deck, So as far as like, Eraserhead, he's a control character that answers and checks other characters. And if those characters aren't in the meta, it's really hard to find the justification to play him past just, I get a lot of speed reduction, and I'm just going to sit here and trying to block people for an hour every round, which at that point, there might be better ways to do that aren't as vulnerable and skill dependent, I should say.
It's a hard time to be a control-y defensive 7-hander right now in this meta.
I'm going right under him in a very not thematic, since we have 5 fourth kinds.
Guys, if one of you had stayed home.
If one of you had stayed home,
But we want you all here.
We could have got there. We could have got there. Fourth kind. Everyone's bringing the 5-handers back out, man. Ever since Ojiro really rose to popularity, everyone's bringing the 5-handers back out. So I'm really not surprised to see a hefty chunk of fourth kinds here. I think it's pretty standard. I expected something around this number.
I honestly thought it might be a little bit higher.
I wouldn't have been
especially
surprised.
with how well he's done in tournaments lately, which can sometimes influence people. You see a fantastic deck do really well. Why not bring that to the local tournament and see if you can just replicate it?
Yeah,
or
again,
put your own little spin on
he's
it.
just such a hefty, chunky character. He's really hard to fight through, and he puts a lot of pressure on your rival for relatively little effort. Very, very easy, safe character to pilot through a whole day, as long as your 5-hand size draws remain hot.
Right. After that, like I mentioned earlier, Tokoyami 1, we have 5 of those as well. Just like your Eraserhead, someone that started off good, has never been ungood. A little bit more of a journey over the years than Eraserhead has had, though. We saw Tokoyami just rise to popularity a couple of months ago, and then briefly had some things get eroded. Ojiro 2 became a very strong meta choice. People kind of backed off of the bird a little bit, but could this be him coming back into popularity?
Man, Tokoyami's been through such a roller coaster of meta, right? He was like a thing back in set 1, but was considered this high roll deck. Then in set 2, you know, Tim Keefe, we just saw a little bit earlier, right? Really brought the character to absolute dominance. He continued through that until Asui kind of took over as the turn 2 deck. And then, man, once set 3 dropped, Twisting Azure Inferno, all these new zero diffs, the Chaos Bird rose up, dominated every national event, and then made a good showing at the HLC as well. And now, since then, he's just kind of sputtered off a little bit, and it's weird, right? I don't think the character has gotten any worse in the slightest. I think that, I don't know, sometimes, you know, you're just the flavor of the month, and then people will just kind of start to move on to other things,
I think
right?
it's a combo of that, you know, he's not the new and shiny character, and a little bit that right now people want to play these characters that have a lot of health. You can work against characters that are very scary. As Tokoyami, you have access to a lot of great defense, but you have to know how to play it.
He is definitely, as those, like, you know, turn 2 blowout decks go, he's a little bit more thought intensive when you don't get the turn 2, right? When you don't get the build 5 or 6 on turn 1, draw 4 attacks, get all your Twisting Azure, right? When all those pieces don't fall into place, it becomes a little bit harder, and you really have to think about trying to play this game as a long game character. And that's kind of what we've seen with the really, really standout Tokoyami players, right? Jose across the Nationals, Daniel Nelson has been jamming that character for so long, and those 2 guys, if you ever talk to them, they're like, yeah, he's not a turn 2 deck anymore.
Right.
You have to figure out how to adapt, and I think that might be just what we haven't seen is the grandstand masses of Tokoyamis haven't really adapted, but that doesn't mean that the specialists that are still out there, these 5, could easily slide their way into top cuts in this event, I think.
I think he is definitely one of, if not the top 7-handers in a format that's not very kind to 7-handers. And as someone who likes to block, I'm very much rooting for him again.
100%. Excited to see if maybe the bird truly is the word once again. But guys, that is our meta breakdown. A lot of interesting things to talk about there. We've already seen a handful of things on that chart, and I think we're going to continue to see more throughout the day. But for now, guys, we ain't going to continue to see anything because we got to go get some lunch.
Oh, thank God.
Thank you so much, heroes, for watching with us so far today, and we cannot wait to come back at you guys with some more awesome rounds after we go get some grub. Stay tuned. We'll be back soon.
Greetings, heroes, and welcome back to round 4 of the Kansas City Regional License Exam. We just wrapped up our lunch break, and we have an incredible match coming in for the 4th round. Levi, who do we have?
Huh? Oh, we have, yeah, you know, I'm processing.
You're processing.
Levi's rebooting.
Yeah.
You guys, in the meantime, while I'm rebooting, we have a very, very interesting match. We're going to be looking at, as we just saw in the character breakdown before we went off to our lunch break, one of the most represented characters at today's event, Mr. Tomura Shigaraki 3, the big head honcho villain himself. But, speaking of head honchos, he's going up against Mr. Number 1 hero himself, but probably not the first, not the second, maybe not even the 3rd most represented All Might you would expect to see. All Might 2.
All Might 2
is about to throw down in this round.
Yes, we've got a Fire All Might 2 versus an Order Shigaraki. Order Shigaraki, of course, the more traditional Shigaraki we've seen been doing some topping, a great control sort of battle versus this fire just aggro machine in All Might 2. So I can't wait to get into it.
It's going to be a very interesting match because, like, the thing about both of these decks, right? Fire All Might 2, this deck's been a thing for a very long time.
Yes.
All the way back into set 1.
Yes.
People were like, what if we play these giant 10 damage fire moves and then +2, +4, +2, +2, all this crazy stuff. But the thing that always held this deck back is back in set 1, and then set 1 really defined that if you wanted to be aggro in this game, you had to ready foundations, you had to cheat progressive, you had to play the card pool, you had to do all of these things that really, like, the air symbol and the water symbols were doing with Asui mostly, right?
Right.
And so this deck just really never went anywhere hardcore because it was just such an honest aggro deck.
Yeah, it was. I know there was like a point where there was the Fury package and the ranged package, and you could do either of them, but they didn't quite have all the pieces they needed yet. And so you could, and so it looks like here we've got a sort of combination of the two. We've got Fury range, so we're looking at heat waves, we're looking at explosion ignitions, we're looking at twisting azures. Twisting azure in this character, by the way, what a card. Absolutely incredible.
Extremely messed up, man. The ability to just like open with your first one, if you block it, which you probably will because it's like 7 damage.
Yeah.
Now my Twisting Azure comes in with +4.
Right.
That is literally all she wrote.
Yes.
We are finally doing the thing that we couldn't do before. We're hacking our checks.
Yeah, we're taking things out of progressive. We're cheating.
Yep.
We're cheating the progressive law, the law of progressive that defines this game, that keeps characters fair. All Might is getting the opportunity to take that out. Now, at the same time, we cannot discount Shigaraki. Oh no.
Maybe we can. I was
going to say we can't discount Shigaraki just because he's going to be able to hack those checks. So even while All Might's getting all of that free stuff, +1s to checks off the Twisting Azures, clear card pulls with the Nitro Explosions. I mean, that's going to be an incredible... you get to string out so far with this character, but definitely the worst possible outcome of a turn 1. You never want to see a 2 build after your mulligan, and so I'm interested to see, is it possible that the rest of his hand is good enough to make this worth it?
It's possible. We're certainly going to have to do some hardcore building.
Oh, that hand is a Nitro and an Azure on
we also
already.
Didn't respond Cremation.
That's either a miss. That's probably a miss, right?
Yeah, I think we're probably very tilted by our turn 1 build.
Yep.
To be honest with you guys,
That's fair.
You know, we put the hand face down. We're a little checked out, maybe.
Or we also have the Flame Flicker if we really want them to get the momentum.
Yeah,
that
maybe that was the ideal play.
Yeah.
You know, it's hard to say. It is hard to say. So, but I think you really nailed it on the head, Keenan. What's going to make this matchup so interesting is this Fire All Might deck has always been defined by its inability to cheat checks and progressive and do all of this bypassing of the game's mechanics.
Yep.
We finally have a little bit of that in stuff like Twisting Azure Inferno.
Yes.
Really racking up now. But the big thing is we're going to be going up against this Shigaraki deck that has been completely defined by its ability to minus all of your checks nonstop.
Yes.
So it really feels like this is an area where Byron's deck is going to struggle quite a bit.
I think you're right. Let's see. This is interesting. Now, do you hack the check or not?
I don't think I would hack the check here.
You don't think you're going to hack the check here?
I'm saying...
You're going to let him commit half his staging area?
I would just make him commit 1 for this because, like, I don't know, this feels like the trying to bait out your check hack move.
It does. But at the same time, we
even...
don't know that there's a Cremation coming that's going to make this thing already go ahead and give plus to checks.
This is true, right? We don't know the Cremation is in hand. In our mind, we're like, this doesn't even get to its check hacking spot. I'm not going to hack this.
It looks like we hacked it.
Oh, okay.
It has been hacked, and at that point, I'm sorry, we do not pass that in a million years.
No.
But it's okay, because the rest of our hand does some pretty cool stuff. Ooh, we get the Masterminding! Incredible!
This is what's really going to turbocharge things here.
Yeah.
And I think that's the real reason why I might be a little more inclined to hack that check there, even though this attack feels not threatening yet.
Yes.
I want to hack that and get my Mastermind in immediately.
Absolutely, yeah. We want to go ahead and take that and say, yeah, we're going to get you to fail this, but now we get a passive. It's just a -1 once per turn. It doesn't in the combat phase, but at the same time, you cannot discount just what the tax and the toll that this is going to take on your turns will turn into.
100%. Now this turn is going to get really spicy because we've got something awesome coming down. We have the Flame Flicker coming down here. This is Dabi 2's Ultra Rare from set 4, and definitely one of the least played ones I've seen from that set so far.
Yes.
But it's about to do some very heinous things in tandem with this All Might 2 deck.
Yeah, the ability to just clear actions out of the card pool. Now, looking at All Might's list, he's running 3 Cremations as well as several 3 Go for the Win. So he's got 3 Cremations, 3 Go for the Wins. He's got Sugar Rush Power, but that card clears itself. But he can basically make the most out of all of these actions that will stick around in your card pool and give a lot of bonus speed. All Might, incredible at damage, but speed has always kind of been another one of those things that he's struggled with. And so being able to use the Go for the 1, 2 speed, the Cremation 3 speed, and then clear that card out and keep rolling, also getting you momentum, so you get a chance to activate his other enhance to draw cards. It's a really great way to keep the engine rolling.
Now, the only issue with that, though, is that that enhance to put our action into momentum is a combo.
Right, so we're not getting it right now.
Yeah, we have to go attack and then either Cremation or Go for the Win that first attack,
right,
and then Flame Flicker on a 6.
So Flame
right?
Flicker really does
Make it
follow
snap
Twisting
with
Azure Inferno better than any other attack. It's
Yes.
just that unfortunately we didn't have a second Azure Inferno to throw in there.
That is the downside of this line, and it's why we see the latent skill discarding the Cremation there.
Yeah.
But I think Cremation is really the big focus, right? That card has been talked about so much lately
Yeah.
because of the True Form deck, but the ability to, like you said, right, All Might, amazing at damage, really, really weak at speed, and also the most momentum-hungry deck ever imaginable.
Speaking of damage,
Cremation
I think we
does-
just took that to the face.
Did we really?
That was, what, 6 damage? Just for free.
Interesting.
And All Might here, he found the foundations. He got his latent skill activation down, and now he actually gets a chance to have a staging area in this matchup. So
Oh,
this
we have 3 low blocks in hand. Donovan has 3 low blocks in hand.
Oh no. Okay, that's
oh my
fair.
God.
That's
if,
fair.
if Byron had got an actual build off turn
Yeah.
1, holy cow, we would have gotten nuked.
I mean, technically, we might have been able to get nuked without that if we could just check well on our Nitro explosions.
This is
But we're not going to go in against that. We're not expecting them to have 3 low blocks in hand.
Yeah, the real unfortunate part of that is that we've given Byron a momentum. right?
Yes.
And now his character is a character.
His character's mega live
We have
for
text.
sure.
We
Yeah,
have text now, boys.
absolutely.
At the same time, though, Shigaraki super has text right now.
Yeah.
We're going to get a great build off, and we're going to make attacking into us really, really hard. We're going to put passing on board, so we're like an 8-hander now.
Yep.
We're already drawing 1,000,000 cards, and we've got our Masterminding online. Spoiler alert, we have a second Mastermind in our hand.
And not to mention, check out Dissolving the Conflict, a card that we really have only seen in these Kurogiri 1 decks that'll pop up from time to time and sometimes do pretty well, but it's just a really great way to prevent yourself from dying, especially against somebody who's very underbuilt.
But man, if we're talking about someone dying here, Byron has 5 attacks in his hand.
Oh, that's a great start.
Byron has 5 attacks in
That's
his hand.
top-notch start.
If our checks are just rolling,
Yeah.
I mean, it just depends what Donovan held block-wise again.
Yeah.
If he held 3 low blocks again, we're going to get super-duper punished.
And I wonder if you consider just blocking with the Masterminding instead of keeping it. I guess there are a whole lot of low attacks in Byron's deck as far as we've seen so far. I do see an Ice Storm, though. And so that Masterminding, you've got 2 options, right? You use it and you go ahead and try to get this passive extra ability effectively on your character for the rest of the game. Or you're going to say, you know what, I don't want to die to Ice Storm. But you can't really do both with the cards. So you've got to kind of make those decisions, and that can be really tricky when you don't know that Byron has 5 attacks.
Yeah, you just don't know. You just don't know, and that's the really, really, really scary part.
Oh,
So,
we're
yep.
going to go ahead and use this because we're going to draw the card anyways. We use Shigaraki's Enhance to draw,
Right.
and now it's so hopefully we're
We
getting some
drew
things to.
a Decaying Palm Slam.
Very nice.
Which is a mid block, so
Yeah,
it's a
that's
step
not
up.
bad.
We're moving up in the world, right? Literally low to mid, we're moving up.
1 tier higher, that's all it is.
But man, if we want to fend ourselves off from this All Might deck, we're going to need to start finding all of our high blocks because, holy cow, I cannot understate how punishing half blocking this All Might deck is.
Oh,
Especially
yeah.
when everything is so big, you're half blocking, you're taking like 4 or 5 half damage, and then you're giving All Might the momentum, and you're still activating the +2 damage to the next because you blocked. Half blocking this deck feels so terrible.
And not to mention he's got the Karishma's Assistance on board, which says after a half block, I'm going to seal it. So if he's got any kind of block tricks, they're just not going to work. Like, half blocking is truly the worst scenario.
It's actually so bad. It's not what we want to do. So it looks like we have a Reciprocal Extend, which is also a mid block. I mean, if we just don't, we've got like so many highs in Byron's hand.
Yes.
This is very scary. This is very scary.
I'm interested. So yeah, it did feel like Byron started out on the back foot, but slowly and surely just finding the right efficiencies, and that's what it is. It's like if you can get really efficient, you can be really cheaty with the way that you affect the card pool. There is a universe, there is a world where he can pull it out. Now, that said, Shigaraki, a lot of defense, but not a lot of speed mitigation on board that I'm seeing. I think we saw the Ice Gliding come down, but every single other card that he has, I mean, he's got a little bit of damage mitigation, but how much does self-sacrifice help in a matchup where all of your opponent's attacks are getting +4 damage?
So this is why we've seen these Order Shigaraki builds get so chock full of, I'm going to play every card that commits a card ever.
Right.
Because that is your defense.
Yes.
We are the Order symbol. We have 19 health. We do not have speed hate on face. Our only speed hate for like serious speed hate on our symbol is Ice Gliding and Heroic Lineage if they play into it.
Yep.
It is a rough world to be a 19 health guy without all of that speed hate. So you
Yep.
really have to rely on just resource choking them out.
Yes, and Shigaraki does an incredible job of that, especially as we just saw the Mastermind, one activation of Masterminding coming down. I like this 1Z, 2Z activation of Masterminding. It's kind of like getting the 2/5 Kurogiri Foundation block in play that gives him -1 to all your opponent's checks for the turn. You're
Right.
giving just enough passive hack over several attacks, and yeah, like as All Might, you can't just consider failing this unless you really like check Padley, because you want to make sure that you have enough attacks to actually finish it.
Exactly. And so the real caveat here, right, is that you also don't want to fully commit, right? You would never double masterminding on one check.
Right.
Because then they just fail it.
Right, exactly. I would play a foundation, and if I feel like I can fail at 3 diff, sure, I'll chuck that in there, and I'll check a 5, and I'll fail it, and I'll go to my next thing.
Right. So you want to use them very like passively across the turn, almost as like a global breaker 1, essentially.
Yes.
So once again, we see the Flame Flicker coming down here, but unfortunately, no action to combo with. We're really not finding the full weight of value in our card here, unfortunately for us.
This is interesting, the idea of the press conference, and you may want to wait to use it until after you've seen a masterminding come down, but the thing is you can just not masterminding and just kind of let it ride from there. So yeah, I don't really know what the right play is.
It's more so just gonna be a lot of back and forth. And I think what really is going to so Byron, I know Byron's been playing this deck for a very long time.
Yeah.
This has been his pet deck for a long time. I'm pretty sure he's been on stream more than a couple of times with this deck, iterated it over the years. This All Might deck is really defined by its ability to figure out when it's time to go in. When you have that much damage, it's always really, really important to know when to go in and when your rival is posturing, that they're afraid of you. And I think once we see that passing the torch commit come down here with 2 cards already in hand, that right there tells me we don't have a high block.
Yeah, that's very telling, and I think that actually could spell some doom. As that is a alarm that's going off on Donovan's side of the board that Byron can clearly see. It is fully visually, hey, you don't have the defense you need. And so once again, we're going to see the tax come down, the extra -1, and I think this is a really good time to go ahead and Nitro Explosion. Give this guy powerful 2. Oh, and we got a stack off.
Yeah, so we're going to get the Mastermind and Enhance coming in. In response to that Enhance, we're going to see the House of Cards come in.
Yeah.
The House of Cards going to go ahead and take Byron's momentum and shove it right on the top of our deck.
So here's the thing. We know that there's a 3 on top of our deck. And that means, and the masterminding is currently active. And if we fail the check, it doesn't end our turn. So if we've got a 1 diff foundation in hand right now, we can just throw it and fail it, and we just got by a masterminding without any issues and losing any attacks.
Yeah, I think Donovan was less worried there about, I'm going to put the 3 on top of your deck, and more so just thinking, yeah, I still didn't draw a high block.
Right.
I'm starting to become afraid this turn. I don't want you drawing cards.
Yeah.
I don't want you drawing cards.
I mean, just the bonus of getting a 3 on top of the deck, but yeah, I think using the masterminding there was a little bit preemptive if we knew we were going to do that, because we would much rather him have to pass it if he checks the 3.
Absolutely. And then, man, that feels bad.
That's a partial block.
That's a partial block.
Oh,
and we checked the Vile Season. We checked poorly on the attack.
Yeah.
If we could have just gone 1 card deeper, we'd have that awesome 1 high block with Breaker 1 in our hand.
One of the cool things about masterminding is that because it gets into your momentum, requesting assistance almost always live in Shigaraki. So we do have options if we really want to keep digging, like to get the Prasking the Torch, or if we really need to block something to get the Ice Gliding. But I mean, at this stage, Byron has to understand there is no high block in Donovan's hand.
I think as Byron, I'm just going to keep going in here, man. Like, I'm just not worried.
I'm very surprised he didn't Nitro Explosion there. You got to get that card out of your card pool so you can actually play well. But yeah,
I think he wasn't expecting to continue after this. But after this half block comes in and you commit out for it, like, no, man. I think it's time to full send.
All right,
it's time to full send.
We're going to go ahead and I would imagine fail the crap out of this, right?
I would have to imagine.
Have to.
Right, like you're on a 6 and you know that you're checking
a 2. You're not committing out for this, and it doesn't end your turn. I'm right about that, right?
Yes, masterminding checks do not end the turn.
Okay, I'm about to say.
Checks do not end the turn. So you can fail this and then just send in
whatever else you got in your hand.
Well, we know we have the Ice Storm, and then there's another attacker. Is it double Ice Storm?
It might be double Ice Storm.
Or is that an Ice Wall? No, that's an Ice Storm. It's an Ice Storm. Okay, so this is interesting.
Yeah, this is interesting because if we know that he doesn't have any high blocks in his hand, we're pretty sure he's got some lows.
It's possible.
Right.
I mean, he's been half blocking a lot though, right? So like, you know, you're a mid block in on a half block, and you got 2 cards left. One of them seems to be a low. Like it's more likely there'll be a low and a mid rather than 2 mids. We know it's 2 mids. Of course,
yes, and we know Decaying Palm Slam is one of them, which makes one of these attacks fully unblockable, unless it looks like we're reaching for the Passing the Torch. I'm wondering if we're going to see a requesting Passing the Torch activation.
God, though, if you don't find that low block, that feels like such a rough play. And you also can't find a low block that's an attack.
Right.
It's like, man, I feel like I'm reaching so hard there just to find that dream block scenario, right? We get to draw, though. We found a Recipro Burst.
A high block, very nice.
Which is
very nice for Byron, I should say.
Very nice for Byron.
And so this attack is actually technically lethal, it looks like. Looks like our Shigaraki player is at 8, but he could, and he's going to, self-sacrifice, which means if our other card is Ice Storm, all we have to do is pass it and I guess a request that, like, to be fair, Shigaraki still has plenty of cards in hands if he wants to have them. It's just a matter of finding all of it.
Yeah, we're just losing the block zone lottery really bad.
Yeah.
We stabilized so hard as Donovan,
Yeah.
but we're really losing that block zone lottery. And All Might 2 is just a character that, especially on this deck type, this archetype, just gets to punish that game scenario so incredibly hardcore, Keenan. It's just so much damage, so much half block punishment that it's very, very, very scary on your brittle 19 health character. And the big thing here, right, is even if none of this goes completely right, reading Dissolving.
Dissolving is actually the card that keeps Donovan alive this turn. Like, fully, I don't think that there's any chance that Byron wants to try to pass 2 Ice Storms on 2 7s and commit completely out just to hope that Donovan doesn't have a low block and can't find one off of either Shigaraki or re-readying his passing the torch. Like, there is so much going against
That's a reach, right? But I think playing this first Ice Storm, though, absolutely. Because, like, the other big thing, too, here, right, is even if all of this goes so wrong for Byron and doesn't progress even more, what the heck is Donovan going to do back?
Right, yeah.
No once per game online.
Yeah. You got 29 health to get through on the order symbol, which is a symbol that doesn't get too much damage too quickly.
Oh, he's doing it.
This is a wild choice. Maybe he's just trying to get the Dissolving Conflict out of there. He's like, you know what? You're going to hang on to this card for forever.
I mean, if he checks 2 5s.
If he checks 2 5s and Donovan can't find a low foundation block to get, yes. And I mean, we knew what was going to happen there. So I guess it's just a matter of, like, what do we commit now? Now we've done it. Now we've done the thing. So now we got to make the choice. Okay. Wait, Dissolving, you have to pass that.
I just see JJ's hand waving. You do have to pass that check first, though, buddy.
Jacob Johnson just, continues to be the hero stream judge. It looks like, okay, so this is actually interesting.
You jam it again, though,
Here's
right?
the thing. He's at 3 based on our stream. I think.
Oh my God.
If he's at 3, this doesn't kill on half.
No, it does. It comes up at +2. Our previous one was.
But it got bounced.
Oh, you're right.
Dissolving.
This is not
so
that
the 2 damage,
one.
the 2 damage came back, and we didn't get any momentum.
Yes, you're right.
And so as a result, it looks like we're at 3 right now. So this actually has an opportunity to not
We're
quite
gonna
do
have
it.
to hardcore sell out to block this bad boy.
But we are finding the passing play. We have to Shigaraki here. Make him make a check against a 5 and hope he fails it. He does fail it. What do we get?
A saving Bakugo? That does not help us.
That's a what? +3?
+3 mid.
Okay, so 3, 7, 8, 9. Check a 5 pass. Check a 4 pass.
Well, we have our Decaying Palm Slam still, which is a +1 mid.
Yeah, but you can't block with the attack.
Oh God, yes, you're so right, Keenan.
Yeah.
This is a 4, 5, 7, 8, 9.
Checks a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Goes to 1 because he had to commit his character. It's like what? Like now you're at 1 for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
you're defending until you can absolutely mount the most ridiculous backswing against an All Might that has to do this again.
Yeah.
For you to really be able to find that success. So I think like he's got the Recipro Burst in hand. I think we saw a Recipro Extend as well. He's got the Decaying Palm Slam. That's a lot of orange, but does it get there?
Does it get there? And also, so this is the tough spot for Donovan to be in right now.
Yeah.
We survived at 1 by the hair on our chinny chin chin, but how do we play the game like a regular human from here?
Right. I mean, we got to play defensive. We're looking at getting rid of one of these because genuinely we just feel like we have to wall.
I mean, are you really trying to slam this 6 diff down when you have to block everything for the rest of the game?
It's a 6 diff that clears itself. So if your hand turns into 2 more of those 6 diffs and maybe like another kick, I think we're at the point where it's like, all right, I got to feel real secure in my game plan, or I just have to like hope that I draw the nuts. And it looks like we're going to hope for the nuts, and we did get 2 more attacks.
2 more attacks.
Which is not terrible. Now,
extend
does it equal
into
lethal?
Extend is 4.
Yep.
Into extend is 6. So that's 10.
That's 10.
Into burst is 7. So that's 17.
Yep.
We don't have momentum.
But we do get the free 7 damage off of the decaying, right? That's the first one you throw because it's going to get removed.
Yeah.
What are
we can't
doing?
do that.
That is
we
not
cannot
legal.
do that. Yep. We sure cannot use Mastermind to pay for costs.
Yeah, that card does have that static.
Yeah, it would be a little wild otherwise.
Wait, does it say discard?
It says it cannot be discarded from momentum to pay cost.
So it's being removed from the momentum? Is that different enough? That sounds like it might be. That sounds like it might work, which would be wild.
Huh.
But I think, like JJ being our main stream judge, I feel very confident that if JJ says it works, it works.
Yeah.
And so we're starting with Decaying Palm Slam. Final Exam Failures goes ahead and essentially commits out Byron. So Byron has literally no defense, and I don't know that he has any cards in his hand.
He has no cards in hand.
No cards in hand. So this is 7. We have 3 foundations ready, and we lost a requesting assistance. This is a wing and a prayer, but it's not impossible to do.
Yeah, we have self-sacrifice.
Yep. So
right?
this is going to hit for 8, bringing him to 21. And then we have 2 extends, which is 10, bringing him to 11. We have the burst and the setup strike.
The 2 extends are 12 if we self-sack.
And we self-sack. Yeah.
Although we'll be destroying readies on some of those.
We have to
So it doesn't
honestly
actually
pass
work.
all of this.
Yes.
And that's tricky, but it can there is a universe.
There is a universe. We can self-sack on this one for 5.
Right.
We play the next one on a 5. We have to honestly pass it, which means we can't self-sack unless we're
Right.
destroying a ready, which destroys the whole plan.
Yeah.
I don't know if the math works out here.
And we'll find out.
Man, this is crazy.
This is
I'm,
really cool.
I'm still reeling over masterminding working with our once per game.
Yeah, I mean, it says can't be discarded, but the cost is not discard a momentum. It is remove a momentum, which is not. It's because those 2 things are incongruous. Then yeah, it totally works.
Yeah, I've been preaching the whole game about how our once per game isn't online and we feel so vulnerable.
Hey, you learn something new every day. That's the cool part about this game. It's really hard to know every single card interaction,
That's
but
true.
once you learn it, you're like, okay, that's really neat.
These are some brand new cards as well,
Yes.
right? I mean, I'm coming up for myself at that point, but I don't know. The main thing too, right, is what has everyone read so far?
Right.
In that box, its future is now.
Right.
Like that's the one
Right.
everyone's focusing on. But man,
All right,
So-
there is no longer a reality.
There's no
Yeah, we
longer
need
real.
2 more foundations up, and yeah, this is going to be this basically. We're praying that Byron does not draw a backswing, and a backswing for All Might could just be 1 attack, and then you discard a momentum, and it draws you another attack, and maybe another attack on top of that. And we're completely committed out, but for self-sacrifice, we've got no swing back. I think Donovan, but for a miracle, is going to be going down this next turn.
it certainly wouldn't shock me.
Yeah.
It certainly wouldn't shock me. I think we actually just have to pray that Byron draws 6 foundations.
Right, and I mean we also have the once per game up. So if Donovan can check a couple good blocks off, and Byron checks a couple 2s instead of 3s like they would normally be,
Right.
I mean, I'm not saying it's impossible, but based on the way that it's going, the board state itself, I would say that we're definitely in a losing position as Donovan right now.
Now, double Kindle and a requesting coming in means
a lot already.
We might be getting some blocks off.
Right.
And all of the rolling 5s to not have to commit our self-sack on these feels extremely good.
But did we get the zones? And I also
it's going
noticed.
to be those zones again, man.
Yeah, we kept a mid block, which I guess works for Twisting Azure. I didn't see what the rest of the blocks were in the hand, but
no.
Interesting.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh
Okay, so
no.
we pseudo bricked, but we do have an attack that we can get a lot of speed on and
Yes.
potentially draw some stuff with.
Now,
how many cards are left? Okay,
this is as Byron. You go. How many attacks are left in this deck?
right, and I think he's got an
2
Ice Storm, right?
Yeah, we've
Ice
got.
Storm kills in this position.
Yeah, we have 2 mids and a high.
Yeah,
We have to draw a low off of Shigaraki says check a 5.
we have 2 chances to draw low. We can make this thing 8 speed. It looks like 9 speed with ice gliding. So it's gonna be fast, but really, if we're doing that, we're banking that our opponent doesn't have it. We could also just say, you know what, I don't know if this is enough, and I'm not willing to risk it, so I'm just gonna build and keep a breaker block. But no, I like this play a lot.
No. We full send.
Yeah.
We full send. If there's attacks left in our deck, which, given that Byron's sending, I have to imagine he knows that there's an attack left in the deck.
Or
right?
he can just always mill, cycle, and go from
How
there.
many cards do we have left? Yeah.
I think he's pretty low, and he does have actions that he can use to clear him out more.
Right.
So
right,
yeah,
right,
if he really doesn't think there's any attacks left, which I mean, this All Might deck, 22 attacks. How many cards is in his deck?
68.
68. Okay, 22 and 68. That's respectable.
Right on the cusp of average. So we're gonna use momentum, draw a card.
It looks
we
like
got a heroic lineage.
Okay.
It was
Disappointing.
no. But we have to
He's
draw
like,
the low block.
you know
we
what?
We have to draw the low block right here. It all comes down to this draw on Donovan's.
That's not a low block, but
it's not a low
we
block.
do still have requesting ready passing.
We must
That's
requesting
the
a ready passing.
last shot.
That's our last shot.
Yeah.
That's our last shot to continue to win the block zone lottery.
Yeah. We have to find it. We just have to find like a self-sacrifice off the top.
Yeah. Did we have any low blocks? No, right? We played Decaying Palm Slam, extend.
Yeah.
And then we didn't build a low block.
Nary a low block to be found.
Nary a low block to be found. It simply was never present.
Yep. Sometimes.
Byron is okay. It begins.
He's like, I'm gonna make this as fast as humanly possible, and
Yep.
I really would like you to not be able to block this. Little does he know, there's actually no possibility to block this currently, but yeah, again, it's really kind of just come down to whatever.
So this is so cool. So we saw Byron go through the discard pile first and remove every action in there to pump up the flame flicker.
Oh, that is neat. Yeah.
Yep.
That's really cool. Learn something new every day about Flame Flicker. It's a card that I've never put into a deck before, so really unfamiliar with it, but it has such great synergy with Sugar Rush power up.
It's such a cool card.
Speaking of which, we'll check the Sugar Rush on the Sugar Rush.
We are Sugar Rushing the heck out of this thing right now.
Absolutely.
This is going to be a very, very large Ice Storm. While the damage is quite irrelevant, the speed could end up getting there.
Right.
Speed could certainly end up getting there.
Let's see. If we drew the self-sack, we would need a 9, and I think we actually have 6 to commit.
Let's
so
see.
if we rip a self-sack, I think we actually safely pass this.
I think you are also correct on that.
Ooh, actually, no. The Ice Gliding would put it over if we checked the 3.
Did he draw the self-sack? No way.
No idea.
No way.
Did
Was
he?
that it? I don't know.
He just keeps, he's like trying to like not let us see it.
No.
Oh my lord. Commentator's
No,
turn. Commentator's turn.
Keenan, say psych.
Oh wait, he's got a cremation in hand.
Oh.
I missed that.
Oh?
Yeah.
Okay,
This thing's a million
This
speed.
is the fast boy.
Yeah, this is plus. So we do. Okay,
No,
looks
it's going to be 9. It's going to be 10 speed?
yeah.
Or wait, we have our go for the win as well.
Yeah, we've got to go for the
Oh
one,
my
right?
goodness, there's so much speed going on right now.
Yeah.
Oh, this is stressing me out, Keenan.
And he's already Shigaraki, so there's no way for him to fail to go for the win, which is great.
Right. We could. So this is.
Oh, here we go.
Yep, there it is. So this is gonna be 4, 5 from the Ice Gliding, 7 from Sugar Rush, 10 from Cremation, 12 from Go for the Win.
Yeah,
Is
that's
that the right
unblockable.
math? On a 13, 5,
We
6,
do
7,
not
8,
have
9, 10,
8.
11?
Yeah, there's no way for us to block
No,
this.
no, we're simply
He
not
ripped
blocking
the
them
best possible option, and I truly didn't see the cremation in the hand, but
Check the 3 anyway.
Yeah, check the 3 anyway. My goodness.
Unfortunate. Well, it didn't end up coming down to the Block Zone Lottery. It came down to All Might being the best blue card user in the entire Milky Way galaxy.
do you remember building 2 on turn 1?
I
Because that
do.
sure seems irrelevant now, doesn't it?
It certainly did. I mean, there were a lot of elements, right? There were
Right.
a lot of elements. We got very, very, very ahead in the game.
Yes.
Simply because Donovan couldn't find the blocks that they needed.
Mm-hmm.
But
Probably 6 at max. No,
would've been-
sorry, 10.
Yeah.
Because of the Sugar Rush.
because
Yeah.
All Might and Sugar Rush.
Yeah.
So even if Donovan was at a much healthier life total, that thing still would have sent them all the way into the orbit.
Did you just see the capture evildoers go into All Might's main board?
Oh, yeah.
Man, those mastermindings look pretty
My
bad.
poor mastermindings. My poor mastermindings.
Oh, I like these these engine troubles are really
coming in.
good too.
Yo,
yeah.
I would be bringing that runaway in.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
runaway in our sideboard. Oh, please bring that in.
Definitely an idea,
Plus
especially.
$1 million to every attack.
Yeah.
I actually think your Twisting Azure Inferno looks good at 4 damage.
Right, yeah.
Actually,
Well, the
one
thing about
up
Twisting Azure is like it's a 5-diff action for runaway, and then it gets -1 to the check, so it's a 6-diff action, and like there comes a point where you don't want to pay those high costs, but at the same time,
Right, but what are you paying to block it?
That's
right?
true. That's true.
Once the Sugar Rush and the Cremation and the Go for the Win.
That's true. That's true. Depending
lot
on
of
what gets
elements.
cremationed, and yeah, it's true. I think you're right. There's a lot of different elements at play here. I do think that putting a card into All Might's card pool is nothing to sneeze at. He's trying to be as efficient as possible, so clogging him up is really effective.
Especially if we see him trying to set up that Flame Flicker combo
Yeah.
action play. Oh, that would be devastating.
That would be super messed up for
So
him. Yeah.
devastating.
Yeah, well, I'm really interested to see. I like this matchup a lot because I feel like the Shigaraki has a ton of tools to deal with it. All Might won the dice roll. All Might got to go first. So now we get to see what happens when Shigaraki, the control deck, gets to go on the front foot.
Granted, with the build that Byron had, did he really go first?
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, it was still fairly relevant. We did put damage out on our first attack turn as Byron.
Yes.
He did do that, which then did secure momentum.
Right.
And, spiraled out from there.
I think Block Zone Lottery was definitely the thing that
Ooh, there
took
it is.
Shigaraki
There
out.
it is. We got some more Eyes of the Tiger coming in.
Ooh, we're making some more last-minute switcheroos, which I really
Donovan's.
like.
I think Donovan is just slowly realizing because, like, looking at this sideboard here, he's got Desperate Times.
Yep.
Great against All Might. Engine Trouble. That's not bad. Committing more stuff.
Definitely commits, yeah.
Eyes of the Tiger. Very good against All Might. Citywide Crisis. Very good against
So
All
let's
Might.
talk about Eyes of the Tiger, because that card has not seen play in very many competitive lists whatsoever. So what is this doing for him?
So this is a very interesting card, Keenan. This Eye of the Tiger card, obviously, it is a 1 diff with a better block mod if you're Tiger. But when you aren't Tiger, we get this very, very awesome ability. This is remove checks cannot be modified by non-character effects for the rest of the turn. So your Twisting Azures, Not anymore, bud.
Oh, interesting.
Not anymore, bud.
Yeah, okay,
Yep.
very cool.
What's really interesting is Donovan has 2 of these in the main board and 1 on the side.
Wow.
I think it's a fine main board call.
Yeah.
Right. Your Jiros are going to send the double jab pummels. Yes.
Oh, yeah,
No
you're really teching for some very strong meta pieces.
It's also like insane against Tokoyami, right?
Yeah.
Because they basically, if it's sitting on board, they summon Dark Shadow. Now you remove it. The check buff is canceled.
It's just gone.
It's canceled out.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's very, very, very interesting. You know, there's not like it's not like the Summon Dark Shadow check bonus gets like locked in there or anything.
Yeah, that's a really strong meta call. It's interesting because we were talking with our stream judge Jacob before the match, and he was saying that these are 2 of his locals and that he's gotten to see them play a lot. This is an Omaha mirror match.
It is.
And so I'm wondering if this is like they have tech sideboards for each other specifically and are, you know, they've played this matchup so many times that maybe they're just ready to roll.
It's very, very possible. I mean, you know, there's an element of generic, right, to a lot of these, right? I mean, Eyes of the Tiger is a bit more of a meta call, right? Twisting, I mean, this All Might 2 deck, obviously, you know, this is a very, very rogue deck.
Yeah,
very rogue deck type. But Twisted Azure Inferno, far from a rogue card. That thing is everywhere.
Yeah, you put that stuff on everything. That stuff is it's the most delicious sauce in the universe.
Absolutely. you really can't go wrong with some Twisting Azure Inferno inside of your deck. If you have on phase damage pump any number whatsoever, you're in there like swimwear. And it's definitely it's one of the things that has really elevated this All Might deck, honestly.
Yes, it's elevated a lot of decks. I heard a story earlier of some people who had closed out a game, and it was a Nomu who went second and got double Azure into dual Needle Lunge into double Winged Nomu on turn 2 with a 2 build. All he did was just check good and totally take out, I think it was like a 4th kind or something like that.
That is like a very casual, like what?
That's 8, probably like 40 damn. That's pushing 40.
8, 10, 26. Double Wing Nomu is like 11, 11. Yeah,
11, 11, and then you get to echo it.
Yeah.
Once because you got the dual needle. Yeah, crazy stuff, man.
Yeah, I'm surprised we're not seeing more of that deck, to be honest.
I'm really hoping that we can get a Nomu on stream soon because genuinely it's such a great counter meta pick right now, and there are a lot of them here.
Yes, I think even though the True Form deck hasn't really shown up to this event so far, it being an amazing call against things like Jiro, especially the really, really like all-in greedy Staff Strike variants like we saw in our round 1. So amazingly good against those decks.
Yes, and it's just good to be, you know, you get to be a 5-hand size, but you get to be really secure in that 35 life that is always going to be there because you just have that response. So you know you're very secure in your setup, and then your backswings are destructive.
Yeah, you don't really have to worry about a lot of things, right, as Nomu. The issue is when you're fighting those, you know, those decks that you're a natural out to is how do you play around the other matchups? Right, and I think that's kind of something that I think Shigaraki looks at in a very similar, but also a very different way as well. Right, he's really, really good at choking a lot of the resource intensive decks, but then really the best decks in our game, right, have always thrived off of completely playing without their resources in mind.
Yeah.
Right. You know, I'm gonna build 2, and I mean, we watched the UK finals, right? We watched Jiro put out like
the
30
definition
on 2
of
foundations.
cheating. Yeah. Just being able to say what cards are going to be on top of your deck. I like that the All Might is committed. Is he letting All Might go first?
That's an interesting choice.
That is a very interesting choice.
I mean, we did open Mastermind, so it's kind of epic, maybe. If they fail a foundation.
Yeah, but if you don't fail a foundation, how bad does that feel?
But we're Shigaraki. We get to check a 2. Oh, nope.
No.
Okay, check a 2.
See, and there's always a chance. Okay, that was a bad call.
No. Now check
absolutely
a 4.
not.
On a 5.
That's a response.
Shigaraki says check a 4. Respond Mastermind.
Yeah, that was a misplay. That last foundation, there was no way you were checking a 6 on that. And now you let him enable his masterminding and take out his foundation.
Yep. Because I don't think I don't see arrogant dispositions in this All Might deck.
Yeah.
We don't have 6s in there. Yep.
Yeah, that was just not understanding that our character had this interaction with us, and we had gotten we were very fortunate in terms of what our checks were up until that point. Like being able to get a solid 4 bill on 1 is good. So yeah, preventing that mastermind.
Byron was just so excited to not build 2.
Yeah, that's true. To be fair, I would be thrilled at this stage.
It's like, do you think that is like, obviously, you know, it did work out in our favor pretty heavily here.
Yeah.
Do you think in the grand scheme of things, is that correct?
Is what correct? Not playing the last foundation?
To go second.
To go second?
As Shigaraki.
Absolutely not. No.
Especially, now, if I could decide, sorry to interrupt you, Keenan, if I could decide after I see my hand,
Yeah.
I would be into it. But if I don't find that masterminding,
Right.
I don't know.
What are you even doing with that? Yeah.
Maybe if it was a bit of a less like I'm gonna murder you deck.
Right. I mean, so I think what Shigaraki's whole plan here is just to make sure that his opponent has as few foundations as possible. But here's the counter to that. Building 2 turns in a row, suddenly that Shigaraki only feels like he went second.
Telling me check the 2. Telling me check the 2. There it is, boys.
I love that. Just chuck the card, yeah.
Yep, the sheer fury coming from Byron.
Yeah,
I absolutely love it.
The Shigaraki going second here is a wild choice, but there's a card we didn't see last game.
Finally, the reason to play this character on the order symbol.
Yes,
literally.
Absolutely. We need to be able to commit our opponent's pieces down selectively, and Jolt is actually the best poke in the game for doing just that. This gives you a lot of early game value, late game value. It can accidentally kill you if you're at 1. It can accidentally kill you if you're at 4 and you've got enough momentum to pay the EX costs on it. This card just does everything.
So we're seeing Byron use the All Might Mill on his
Absolutely.
rival's turn.
He wants to go ahead and get as many range in his discard pile as possible. We saw 2 Frigid Heat Waves leave, and also the sooner he mills, the sooner those ignites are online.
Yep. Honestly, Byron's board is really scary.
Yeah, I mean, 3 ignites, like it's really not that exciting, except that we're running Sugar Rush in main, and we're running the character that mills himself faster than any other character. So whether or not we find one or the other first, we're still going to be able to give pluses to all of our checks, which is fully counter to Shigaraki's game plan.
And we're looking at, this is a really interesting card here, we're looking at double encouragement on Byron's board.
Yes.
That is super interesting. Not a card that I would expect a lot of people to play in a deck that boasts such high damage numbers.
Yeah.
However, at the same time, the way you kind of like slow down All Might a little bit is just going, I'm a big tanky health character. I'm down to chunk the first one and say your buffs from here out are done.
Yeah, for sure. It's just like the thing with encouragement is, you don't block. Something bad happens, you block, something happens. That's just All Might by himself, but encouragement is more of that card pool cheating. And if your opponent just doesn't have the block for it, and Shigaraki has had some really rough blocks in that first game, I mean, you could always stumble into, oops, I didn't have the low again for the ice gliding or the ice storm.
Yep.
And so I'm just going to have to let you clear your card pool. And that feels terrible.
Feels very, very bad. So we're going to get some really, really healthy defensive pieces on Donovan's board here. We've got the Showdown check coming in.
Yep.
That's a card that we also did not get to see last game I really wish we had seen a little bit of. Definitely, while we were desperately looking for high blocks, boy, would have been a sick one to find.
Yeah, that would have been absolutely incredible. Oh my goodness, how many Twisting Azure? That's like 2 or 3 Twisting Azure Infernos.
I see. I think 2 Twisting Azures. I think I see a Flame Flicker.
Okay.
And I think I see a Hell Flame Javelin.
Ooh, very nice. And we might be able to get ourselves down to 10 or less cards in deck to get that Hellflame Javelin selective committal online, which is really strong.
We've gone through a lot of cards.
We have.
We have like what, 9 foundations on our board.
Oh, here comes Eye of the Tiger. Wait, it's a reader. We got to know what this one does.
We do got a reader. He says, please no. My Twisting Azures.
Yeah.
My double Twisting Azures. No.
I mean, I still got plus. Oh, you can't even get plus to your checks with that. Man, that's good.
Nope.
That is so strong.
No checks can be modified.
No modifying, no checks. What a neat thing, especially running it in Shigaraki, who only wants to modify checks. You kind of turn off your own character.
It's non-character.
Non-character effects. Okay, so you turn off your masterminding and any other cute tricks you have, but you still get the response and you still get the form. So, the form. Yeah. So
your once per game is not going anywhere. So it looks like we have the Flame Flicker and a Sugar Rush as well. I think what you could just do here is like open the Twisting Azure, get the Eye of the Tiger out of the way, and then play your turn normally from there. Maybe you play your other Twisting Azure. Maybe not.
Yeah.
It's not going to do anything other than be a big damage move. So it's like if you leave yourself open to it, I'm into it. Man, he has discarded.
Oh my God, that was actually perfect. I think he needed that damage to get this thing to 8.
Ooh. Yeah, you're right. It is actually perfect.
We
definitely bait the Eye of the Tiger.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Eye of the Tiger has to come out here.
We got another reader. We got another reader. And man, it's so funny how consistently Byron has been milling these aggressive tempers, though.
Yeah.
It is very fun. I mean, it's a 4 of.
Yes.
And you're milling 4. Right? A lot. So it's going to happen, but it definitely doesn't make it any less entertaining.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Is it happening? Is it coming down here? Yep.
There it is. There it is, boys.
So, I mean, we still have 2 lineages down, which feels really, really good here. But I feel like Byron's staging area just has so much possibility left in it. And Donovan, I mean, he's got a couple good blocks he can have, but the way that he's been drawing his blocks and finding the right ones so far this game, you got to wonder, is he going to be able to just, fend off this attack turn?
So Donovan's got what he didn't have last game, right? We have
Yeah.
all of our speed reduction now. We have double lineage, which is insane against Byron's deck.
Yeah.
Insane against Byron's deck.
Yeah.
It's basically special sound. We've got double Kindle the Flames, which feels so good. Those are all those are both effectively 2 more foundations that we have to block with.
Yep.
What it's really going to come down to, again, though, just like last game, is those zones. Right now we have 2 mids in hand.
Right.
The second we start throwing those flame flickers and hellflame javelins, we're going to be back in prayer land, digging for those good blocks.
I mean, somehow with 2 mids in hand, we found 2 mids on Byron's side, and he's only running 4 mid attacks in his entire deck. So actually pretty fortuitous for Donovan. But I mean, and Shigaraki does draw you more cards, right? But it just sort of depends on, does he hit the 3s or the 5s on those Shigaraki checks?
Exactly, because we have not had a once per game come down yet, so
Yeah.
it's going to be a little bit more reliant on fate itself for Donovan to find more cards in their hand this turn.
Yeah. Oh, okay. And we're going to go ahead and jolt. We are heavily considering not blocking this because we're going to go ahead and get those encouragements out of the way. No, we're only doing 1 encouragement. Interesting. We are committing our Forcing Surrender. Forcing Surrender, a really interesting card. I don't know. Is Donovan forcing a card into the card pool, or is he just trying to make sure that Byron can't kick any actions this turn?
Maybe so, but I mean, like, the thing is, you'll always play the action first,
Yeah.
and then you get your enhance as Donovan, so we could just wait to commit the Force and Surrender if we're that pressed about it.
Yeah.
It's definitely an interesting. I mean, I guess, like, the rest of the board doesn't do much. I mean, I guess you could commit the other incursion if you plan on taking 2 attacks, but we don't even plan on taking 1 yet.
Right.
It's weird. I mean, I guess, I think it was more just a, I want to deny you foundations this turn type of thing.
Yes. All right. I like this a lot.
1 card away from milling that.
Oh, that's unfortunate. We could have gotten that damage. Oh well, we still get our
That's so
damage
funny.
because Donovan blocked the last attack. So it's still going to be a, what is this, 3 high for 8, 4 high for 8.
I believe it's a 3 high for 4 to start with.
Yeah. So it's going to get +2 damage off All Might's block effect, and then +2 more damage off All Might's secondary use of block.
Yeah.
So
And I think
that damage is so
We
powerful.
have a Sugar Rush in hand, right?
I don't know.
I think we have an action in hand.
Okay. I don't know if
not
I saw one, but it's definitely possible. Let's see if we can get. Oh yes,
my God.
here we go.
He just can't stop.
And he doesn't have a high block for this.
Not yet. Not yet.
God.
Not yet. Like, again, we've got lineage up. We got all of our resources back from those Kindle the Flames, but if we don't find those right zones, half blocking 19 is only going to happen so many times. Ooh,
Oh, when we pass
he
the
might
crap out of that check.
-1 this.
Yeah, I would consider it, but I mean, at the same time, it makes you. Yeah. I
Oh,
think
yeah. I'm just going to commit 1.
Yeah, for sure. I would
It's
always
still the
commit that.
correct play, I
You don't
think.
have cards in your hand right now, and it sounds like this one is just going to deal half or more. And you, like, 19 life really feels fragile right here.
You know what that also says? Once again, this is another. Can Byron pick up on the desperation mode that Donovan's in right
Yeah.
now by minusing 1 that check to draw?
Yeah, that's.
You only do that when you really want that.
The alarm
draw.
is going off on Donovan's side again. It's like a big red flashing everywhere,
SOS.
and Byron can see
SOS.
that. Oh, he does have the Sugar Rush in hand too.
Yep, so we can go remove some actions and make this flame flicker real fast.
Yeah, this is a great time to consider doing it, but he doesn't want to get lineage, and I think requesting lineage probably comes down here if it's possible. It's just, maybe you do it now or maybe you do it later.
It's a lot of resources to make sure that we can half block this attack and
Right.
die.
Yeah, it's true.
I don't know. This is a rough spot. I just, man, this character, All Might 2 so slept on, man.
Yeah.
All Might 2 so slept on.
I have an All Might 2 deck I've got at home. I was thinking about if I was going to play for this, I was heavily considering it. It's off of good, and it's definitely not as good as this deck.
It's
so
just so much
I'm going to be
damage.
building this later. It's so much damage, and it gets to do the cheaty thing. It gets to say, hey, progressive, you're fun, but I don't have to worry about you that much.
Yeah, now with the Twisting Azures and Fray, we've got this thing clearing our card pool of those actions that don't disappear and snapping us in momentum, man.
Yes.
I mean, I remember it feels like every set we go through a cycle, and maybe it's just me because I'm a huge All Might 2 fanboy, but maybe it's just me, but I feel like every time we get a new set, as we go through reveals, they reveal like some nutty action card or like something that does discard pile or something that snaps momentum on fire, and we're
Right.
like, could this be it?
Right.
Is it time for All Might 2 to return?
Right,
Even though
yeah.
he was like never really like in there, but he's always been like right outside.
Right on the outskirts, absolutely. And it's especially in a format where, you've got your fourth kinds, you've got your Ochakos, your small hand-sized, big life characters. All Might has the damage to contend with those really, really well.
So it looks like the Flame Flicker got taken for 10 damage to the face,
Yeah.
but we didn't encouragement?
Oh no.
Or is encouragement...
No, it's not blocked. That is an absolute. I think that's a miss.
Encouragement isn't fury only, is it?
No, it's not.
No.
Yeah, and so
Interesting.
this is. I think last game Byron forgot or missed the Nitro Explosion enhanced to clear the card pool as well. Maybe he just wanted the momentum because he didn't think he could kill. But I feel as though whenever you can clear your card pool, you clear your card pool in this deck.
Maybe. I mean, it's possible that was the line. But then, if we think we really wanted the momentum and don't think we can kill, then we probably wouldn't be playing this Flame Flicker.
So here's
unless we're just kind of trying to be in a position of, I don't think I can kill, but I'm going to play this anyway, and then trying to live past that.
So I think at this point, Byron is thinking, all right, I've got the Sugar Rush. If I use it here and he has a high block, I'm going to be very, very sad. If I use it here and he doesn't have a high block, I'm probably going to win the game. What do I do?
Yeah. I mean, I think you go for it anyway just because of how fast it's going to get.
Yeah, being able to remove every single action card for 1 speed per action is actually pretty crazy.
Yep.
That's got a max on it, right? Nope. Both players removed from game piles.
Both players. Wow, that's also crazy.
So if you
go and remove that mastermind,
if he had a capture, if he had a capture evildoers this turn too, he could have just removed that and gotten additional speed.
Yep.
Yeah. Wow. This is terrifying. If you're Donovan,
very scary. We have 3 actions removed here?
Yeah.
4? 4?
And at this point, let's see. This is not lethal yet. I don't think.
Because our last one was not blocked.
Our last one was not blocked.
But it will be once we All Might it.
Yes, but then, so this means that Donovan has an opportunity, a window, to requesting assistance and get his heroic up.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right,
So
you're
if he had gotten a way to like get a little bit of additional damage on the last Flame Flicker, maybe there's a universe where you don't get a chance to get the heroic lineage. But even then, we've seen there's only the mid block. Has Shigaraki already enhanced this attack?
The check of 5?
Yeah.
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I do not believe so.
Okay. Well, we know as Byron we are passing this because we think we've got the best shot at doing it. And even then, we're still sitting on 21, which is
our Ignites are online now. Holy cannoli!
We do have the other attack too.
We do.
So if we partial block this and we don't die, we still die to the Hellflame Javelin.
The Hellflame, yeah, or the other Twisting Azure in hand.
I was gonna say Twisting Azure. That's right.
Either or is gonna be enough damage.
Absolutely.
It looks like that's the train we're on.
But those checks don't get modified.
Oh, you're right.
But we're not aware of that right now.
You're right.
Because that ability was way long ago.
Like a million.
That was a million years ago. The ability. That's really funny. So yeah, we are selling out a little bit to let this thing get partialed, but.
We're definitely living in the heat of the moment right now.
Yeah, we can still pass it, is the thing. Like, all of Shigaraki, there's no check hex on Shigaraki's side of the field. So we can still check a 5. We can also, if it doesn't get blocked, we lose the game. So we can't do anything about that. But
so let's see, that's how much speed? Was that 4 speed?
I think that was 4 speed.
Maybe it looks like that's a number 4 right now.
Okay, so is it 7 speed or is it 4 speed? How are we indicating this?
It must be. I think the dice is the additional speed.
Did we do the damage with All Might before that?
We have not All Mighted yet.
Oh, we should have done that before.
We do get the
and we got another twisting, which means we're not checking that 3, which is good.
Bruh.
That's good.
Bruh.
That's good. We don't need the attack, but we do need to not check a 3.
We do. It certainly is going to be on a 7. Anything else we play from here.
Yeah.
Man, if that encouragement, not using that encouragement is what ends up not sealing the deal this turn, it's going to be a real sad time.
Okay, so we had to commit all the way out, but we take half.
Did we not masterminding at all this turn?
They can't have checks.
Oh yeah, you're right. Non-character.
Dude, this Eye of the Tiger card that nobody's ever seen before. Oh, we did check the 5 though. It doesn't even matter.
It doesn't even matter. Commit for 6.
Yeah, and we even we're like, okay, well, it caught you out, but yeah.
Yep,
no.
that half block is going to put us down to 4, and then the Twisting Azure is going to come in and chunk. Oh my god!
Incredible.
Keenan, emotional damage. It's so much damage.
Even after the Eye of the Tiger completely mitigating the Twisting Azure Inferno, and he forgot the encouragement.
Look at Byron.
It's just like that was such a nail biter. Yeah.
I could see Byron going through like the 7 stages of grief that turn, not knowing what was and was the right route to pursue, not knowing what check bonuses he did and didn't have, regretting his not encouragement at some point down the line when he realized victory was possible. We saw that whole roller coaster, and I think Donovan was just a matter of going super stoic, super chill until they went, yes, I'm dead.
Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Don't kill me.
You killed me.
crud. Yeah.
You have killed me. You have killed me, All Might Morrissey.
Yeah, man. That Eye of the Tiger. I'm really interested to see if there's more of those coming into like more competitive games as we get, we progress further in this tournament, because that was absolutely insane. Me making those plays probably would have ignited those anyways, because I'm like, I've never seen this card before, and you activated it like 9 years ago. There's no way this card is still
Literally so
affecting
long ago.
every single thing that we have. Like, both of us can't press our buttons because Eye of the Tiger is locking us out of the game.
Eye of the Tiger, the second that card got revealed, during set the reveals, I was like, I'm switching to All Eraser. Resident Tokoyami hater here?
Yeah.
I can't handle it.
Yeah,
Can't
no,
handle
absolutely.
it.
I'm right there with you, man.
No Twisting Azures ever.
Ever.
But it just didn't matter. Just didn't matter because Byron was just too hot to handle.
Yes,
God,
yes.
what a sick match.
He got those 5s at the right time. He got those attacks at the right time. It was wonderful.
Things fell into place. The winner took it all, and man, was it a joyride of a match to commentate, but I'm sure it was even more fun to play.
Yes.
So we're going to get those players themselves over here for some interviews, and we'll be right back shortly, guys.
Greetings, heroes. We are back from our round 4, and I have with me Donovan Smith, our Shigaraki player. Donovan, what an intense match. Can you talk to me a little bit about what was going through your mind as you were trying to like fend off the just onslaught that All Might was presenting to you?
So when I sat down and he flipped up All Might 2, I was like, oh, there's damage. On the bright side, he doesn't have speed, so
Yes.
like I have some speed hate, like heroic lineage, and I was like, I could take this.
Yep.
And then like the attack started coming, and my block zones were not in my hand.
Yeah, you missed you just had the wrong blocks the entire time, and I think it wasn't just because, like, you were doing your best to hold the right ones, but I think there was one point where you drew up and had absolutely no opportunity to hold a low block to save your life.
I think there was a part during the first match where like I was trying to find blocks. I do nothing but lows. And I was
Yeah, that's right. You had 3 lows in hand, and you were just like sitting here on turn 2. And Byron, we could see his hand. It was chock-a-block full of highs, but he was like, "There's no way I'm cracking through." I think that was when he built 2. He's like, "Yeah, whatever. I'll just build out." And we were like, "Yeah, if Byron had somehow made the space age call to just start swinging in, this would have been really bad." But hey, I mean, you made it through there. Now, one of the all-star cards of the match was Eye of the Tiger. Can you talk to me a little bit about the idea of including that in the deck?
So, my original worry about Shigaraki and why I didn't play him like when the set first dropped is because everyone was on this aggro train. Like,
Yes.
I'm gonna beast mode, boom, and you're dead on my turn 2. I'm like, I have 19 HP.
Yeah.
And against some of these decks, like, -1, what are you really gonna do?
Right.
Like, and I kept seeing people try Shigaraki, and they'd -1 at the wrong time.
Yeah.
And it's like, they checked the 3. Let them commit their 2.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
When they check that 5, make them commit the 1, see if they really want it.
Yeah.
Just save it. And then while testing, I came upon Eyes of the Tiger. And I was like, wait, this is order. Wait a minute. It stops non-character effects. I'm a character.
Right. Yeah. You don't care about that one.
It's really great. Like, I wish I could have comboed it better, but like, it is really fantastic when you once per game.
Yes.
And
Yeah, all their checks get -1 for the whole turn, and so nothing they do that has to do with checks matters at all.
But yeah, it was in there because like release is a big thing.
Oh my god, I didn't even think about how well that does against release.
Tokoyami, if he makes a comeback, because like I know people are waiting from him, but like
Yeah.
Summon Dark Shadow, just no to your 3.
Mm-hmm. We saw Daniel Nelson playing Tokoyami, I think in round 2 on the stream, and I think he's doing pretty well in the tournament. So yeah, he's definitely possible to come back and start doing some more stuff.
And then like in that match, the Twisting Azure, I just no.
Yeah.
We're both gonna play this fair, except for I can still tell you one time no.
Amazing. So what matchups are you hoping to get going forward into the rest of the tournament?
I'm really using this as a great testing ground to like see against the competitive players. I wouldn't mind just an all around. Like I know the one I'm avoiding is All Might 3 if I can.
Yeah.
Because my character wants 12,000 cards in his hand.
Right.
I don't need you putting that as speed.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
But yeah, I'm pretty down. I'm kind of worried about Recovery Girl.
Yeah, she's everywhere. There are 10 of them here, I want to say.
I think that's what I heard.
Yeah.
I was like, why would you hurt me like this?
Yep. Yeah, people like going to time, or I hear there's some focused attack recovery girls running around.
My big problem with like Recovery Girl is the problem I had in round 3. Order doesn't really have answers to when you say, I have a throw.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I still have 19 HP. So, like, my blocks become harder. Taking just on the face damage becomes harder. And unfortunately, Recovery Girl can say anything and everything to throw. So,
Yeah. Yeah, that is a rough matchup. So I hope that you don't get any more Recovery Girls. But so you are now, your record is currently 3-1. Is that about right?
Yep.
All right, so I hope to see you up in the top 16 once we all cut. But Donovan, an incredible match. Thank you so much for coming on and getting ready to do this interview with us. And yeah, hoping for more to come. And we will be right back with Levi and our winner of that round.
Byron Villalta, we practiced that a lot, clearly. And by practice, I mean, I asked him, like, how do you say it 3 seconds before we went live? But I digress.
Hey, close enough.
Yeah, my man, I got the approval. He was the victor of that super exciting last round. And holy cow, what a round it was, Byron.
Oh, that was rough. I misplayed a lot. Played like a potato.
I can't lie. Keenan and I were definitely there. No nitro enhance, no encouragement enhance. The ignites post eyes of the tiger.
Yeah.
But I'm not here to grill you, man. I'm here to celebrate your victory. It just made the entertainment aspect that much better. All right,
sure,
all right.
You know, I was doing it for the people. Doing it for the people.
For the fans.
Yeah.
For the Omaha fans.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm no stranger to this deck. You're no stranger to this deck. You've been playing this deck since like set 1, basically, right?
Yeah, basically, I like to play pretty aggro. I don't got time to play defensive anymore. That's how I used to play, but now I don't. I'm an old man, can't play defensive anymore.
Can't do it.
And I just told Jacob, build me something aggro, He just does it. So that's pretty much it.
Yeah, no, that deck is so sick. I've been a longtime fan of the Fire All Might 2 train. There's so many variants that have been floating around from that guy all the way since he came out. But I think the Fire one is the one that really just gets more and more exciting every set.
Oh, I completely agree. There's just more tools for it, and it just kind of like makes it a little bit more faster with especially with this last set that came out.
Yeah.
So all the Dobby cards that really helped.
What was your face like when they first revealed Cremation?
Man, it was pretty excited because that +3 speed. Oh man,
I know that was the first thing I thought of when I saw Cremation was holy cow, All Might 2 gets snap momentum on turn 0.
Yeah. See, that's the best part. You don't have to wait a turn anymore. You take it.
Ship it. We have text.
Yep.
Our codes got text, boys. Yeah, that deck was so cool. You played it amazingly. It was so dude, it was so fun to watch, man. It was so fun to watch. That was definitely the most like intense match of the day, especially with like Donovan just constantly being on that like, can I get this block zone lottery? Yeah. And then like, man, so he in game 1 at the end, they had a self-sacrifice off the top deck. And then you go for the win and made it unblockable. And, we were like biting our nails because they were like, they have no low block. They have to requesting and ready passing to draw it.
Yeah.
They actually draw it and it's a +1 low block. And then you're like, actually, it's too fast to matter. And,
yeah.
Oh my God, man. That back and forth just sent me. It was amazing. It was a extremely visceral round. What have your other rounds today been that exciting?
I'd say so. It's probably a little bit quicker too, honestly, because the round before that, I think I was done in 20 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Against
Tokoyami, and it was
that makes sense.
Guy from Unfun Stuff. So
that makes sense.
Yeah.
You hit him like twice, right?
Yeah, basically that's all you need, really.
Your guy's kind of just like he's like a 6-hand size Nomu. Right?
I love playing against 7-handers. 7-handers
eats them alive.
Yeah.
They get like one mishap, right? Literally one mishap.
Yep.
And and it's like that was the craziest part about that round is I didn't even feel like there were a lot of mistakes coming from Donovan's end. It was just your pressure would not stop.
Yeah.
Literally would not stop, and it was It was awesome, man.
Yeah, no, it was a fun, game. Definitely fun playing against them. So
Yeah.
hadn't played against the Shigaraki matchup that Shigaraki 3, right?
Yeah.
Haven't played against them that much, so it's kind of interesting, especially the order build. So
Especially with Masterminding now, just got that card.
Yep.
Literally just got that card.
yeah, that card was a little troublesome for sure. So
It's scary. It's a scary one for sure. It definitely brings that character to like a whole other level.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of guys got juiced up from set 4. A lot of guys got juiced up from set 4. As far as the matchup itself, right? Talking about player versus player being so fun. I've been informed that is your locals buddy, right? Some Omaha action going on in there.
I don't know. I've never really played against them before.
Interesting. JJ was the one who was like, yeah, these are both Omaha guys.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. So yeah, I guess so. I don't know. I think so then.
Omaha's a big place.
Obviously, Jake would probably know better than me.
Jacob definitely knows. Jacob Johnson definitely from Omaha.
Yeah, definitely.
Resident man from Omaha for sure.
Yeah.
I think that made it all the cooler even. Well, Byron, before I let you go, man, you have any shout outs you want to give? Talking about your hometown.
Yeah, definitely Omaha Playgroup. Jacob Johnson for sure. I constantly play with him as much as I can, and he always builds me decks. So shout out to him for sure. Nate, Sam Stevens as well. James, guys from TCGU. So
There it is.
But yeah, that's pretty much it. So
Well, thank you so much, Byron.
Appreciate
Super
it.
fun. Thanks for showcasing easily one of my favorite decks to still rock and roll in this game. And I wish you the best of luck in your future
Appreciate it.
rounds, my friend.
Thanks, man.
And of course, guys, speaking of future rounds, they're right around the corner. These guys are gearing up for the very next round, so we've got no time to waste. I'm going to let Byron get out of here so we can get ready to rock and roll the rest of this tournament. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back very, very soon, heroes.
Greetings, heroes, and welcome back to round 5 of the Kansas City Regional License Exam. My name is Keenan Meadows.
And I'm Ashley Fullerton.
And we are here with some incredible action we are about to bring to you. But first, we have a card reveal from the next set. We're going to go ahead and put that up on the screen for you now. This card is a... Ashley?
All right, so peeking at the card here, because it's definitely the first time that I've seen it. This is some anti-stun or anti-whatever commits anything. You can
Yes.
ready 2 foundations that have not been ready this combat phase. It says to your opponent, that stun 1,
Yeah.
that 1 selective committal that you're doing, you should think about that before you hit me with that.
Especially because you get to ready the 2 foundations. We've seen so much anti-committal, especially on the good symbol.
Yes.
It can't be fixed as a staple of the format. We've got resistance for anti-stun. This is just another option in the cavalcade of responses you have to getting committed out. And you get to pick the ones that get readied, abilities you might have already used or things you had to commit last turn that were incredibly important pieces. This card is a defensive reckoning.
Well, and speaking of things that are running amok, recently I feel like we've seen just a glut of ally attacks and foundations
Yes.
out of nowhere, and it doesn't hurt to have an extra one, especially with these 2 allies printed on it, because they are a wonderful pair.
And not to mention the good symbol and the life symbol lending themselves to a lot of the Coda support that we've seen dominating, especially in Momo decks and some Jiro decks. This card is going to fit really well into any of those packages.
It also says, look at this deadlock enhance. You get to flip to look at your rival's hand, and you also may change the zone of this attack.
That sounds like unblockable or a throw to me at the very least.
It certainly does.
Yeah.
It also says, I know exactly what to do with the rest of my turn. Do you?
All right, well, we hope you guys have enjoyed this card reveal, and we are actually about to move into our game. We have a wonderful one for you. We have Jose Norono. He's playing a life Toga one.
And we also have Keefe Goetz. And Keith, if I mispronounced your name, I do apologize, especially because you came playing Denki Kaminari one, which is very exciting.
Off of order, a deck that I'm looking at this list, and this is a deck that has been slowly progressing since set 1. You can see a lot of strong set 1 support in here. We have a lot of the order Ida kicks coupled with some really clutch order charges. Of course, Recipro Extend being the best of both worlds, but additionally, Recipro Burst one of the ultimate finishers that gets to be so fast because of Denki's once per game response to take all of the cards in your card pool and throw them into your momentum, and then you can just chuck that into a Recipro Burst and do a bunch of very unblockable damage.
And now I don't want to be too spoilery, but it is just a one of. We have seen the future is now just making people quake in their boots in Jiro, but future is now in a Denki.
Yes.
Able to just pack your card pool full of easy to pass things and attack on no progressive. Immediately if it hits, shove all of those attacks right into your end foundations, right into your momentum.
Yes.
And then do whatever you want with it on your next attack.
Absolutely incredible. And so we look down and we see, looks like Jose got all of the best ones out immediately. We see the Excited for Blood, what some would call a Toga staple. We see the new training method building in the other big staple of set 4, which was Lost in Thought. We have 2 great damage pumps in Tight Lipped and then a pseudo damage pump on this 1/5 Shoji Foundation. So we've got some really great options here. And so I'm really interested to see how this goes. I feel like we've already got a really strong start from our Toga player.
Well, it's not that much worse coming at it from the Denki player. We've got Gotcha, always a great card to have on
Yes,
hand.
especially against a back alley haymaker, as we are now seeing the immediate first thing you stun just to give -1 speed to this attack.
And we see he's responding right there.
Yep.
Now, I was not paying attention because who pays attention to the first checks? And it looks like our player was not either, but we do not have a 0 def to build in, so he's probably going to opt for drawing a card right there.
Yeah, and I think drawing a card makes a lot of sense. It's interesting that we stunned down the Drowning in Resentment, but for the fact that we know that there's no 0 diff in Jose's discard pile, because Drowning in Resentment is a really great counter to back alley's ability to just build a card in. In this case, with no 0 diff, drawing a card is the best universe we can get because we don't want to get a card shoved into our card pool.
And it looks like we have also committed the ice gliding, so we are just going all in on this attack is not allowed to have speed.
Yes, and that's good because we also checked really poorly, so we're going to have to commit a couple pieces, and that is not what Denki is looking to do right now, especially because he's going to burn for 1. Toga's going to go ahead and get a chance to filter 1 card and then also draw a card off the Excited for Blood. So Toga effectively gets to become an 8-hander this turn and gets to pick an additional review. It's pretty incredible.
Toga, another one of those characters that has always done well, but never quite made it to the very, very top.
I think, yeah, she's definitely finished highly in some RLEs. I don't know if she's ever beaten one, but yeah, we definitely see her up at the top. And Jose, and especially the whole Unfun Stuff Brigade has been really hype on this character for a really long time.
And we see more of those really excellent pieces coming down. A release going to make blocking much easier. What else have we got going on there?
Yeah, it looks like we got a Precious Lesson. So double release, Precious Lesson, release allowing you to blow a foundation up to give your check +2 to block, and Precious Lesson allowing you to build a foundation after you destroy one. So it's basically a non-cost at that stage. Additionally, we have the committed carbo loading, which means anytime that Toga can figure out how to gain health, which she can off of the Excited for Blood option, then we get to re-ready that, and it's going to give some really big damage in this matchup.
Goodness gracious. She has almost 10 foundations already. Here we are, turn 2.
And so she's got 10 foundations, but what I really like about playing Denki is you always feel like you have a shot at the win, especially if Toga doesn't have a face shield in hand or anything like that. An Electric Jolt lets us auto-clear our card pool for free, and if we can somehow then find the way to our big Recipro Burst, something along those lines, we might actually be able to do something here.
Now we've got the Electric Surge down here, which, just for people that aren't familiar, this is probably the Denki card that I've seen played the least by a wide margin.
Yes, but it is a ton of momentum, which is really cool. So it goes in the momentum face up, and then while it's in the momentum, you can flip it to get an additional momentum, allowing you to really stockpile, especially if you're going to go through the process of getting, trying to get this EX on this Recipro Burst as high as possible. This card is an asset to you.
It's also got a little stun on it, just never a bad thing.
Yes, and so it looks like the block came down, and we see Denki's Enhance really shining there, allowing him to selectively commit one of the releases. That makes me think that we might still be going in, and indeed, we see the Jolt in the hand, which means Denki could try on a 7 and get these foundations into the momentum. That would be a wild choice, I think.
This early in the game?
Yeah, this early in the game with his foundations, I think that would be a pretty insane choice, but it also seems like we're keeping the high block on the Jolt as opposed to throwing it as a poke, which is interesting. Okay, it looks like we decided to opt to fail the short fuse.
It may have been that that was simply the foundation he was least excited about.
Yeah.
If he gets the 5, great. If he doesn't, whatever. He didn't have to check or commit anything else for the rest of those foundations.
Short fuse is a really great card if your opponent is sending attacks that are all like very big, like, you know, double their printed value or more in terms of damage. But Toga does a really death by 1,000 cuts mentality where if you block her stuff, you take 1. But if you don't block her stuff, they're all getting one little pump from a couple different foundations. Now, of course, carbo loading can sort of add some additional big chunks to the attack string. But I mean, she can just tight-lipped each attack and just bring it up by 1 and just, you know, slowly whittle the opponent down. If Denki runs out of blocks, Toga can continue to pass things and filter things and draw into the right cards. So Toga has a lot of options here, and it looks like, wow, that is unfortunate. Checking that 3 there.
Oof.
It's interesting to me we're committing the Drowning Resentment. So Drowning has one really good ability against Back Alley, and we were probably just considering, hey, there's no Back Alley coming because you always play that card first,
Absolutely.
right? Ooh, and here we have the Blood Transfer. So this card allows you to get a momentum if it is fully blocked. So this card is always value regardless if it's dealing damage or not. And additionally, the momentum always comes in face up. So if you can be lucky enough to grab one of your face up from momentum effects off of that, you're going to get extra value out of the card.
Okay, what is happening here?
So it looks like we're considering... I missed what he just flipped over. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. It looks like that went right by us. But it looks like we're going to play a second copy of Blood Transfer. Jose wants momentum for something.
Well, he's Toga. He can do a lot of things with momentum.
He can do a lot of things with momentum. It looks like some of the bigger things are Back Alley's EX and Naval Laser Beam. I'm trying to see if there's anything on board that might be particularly momentum reactionary, and I'm having a hard time finding it.
He also may just be hoping that he gets that blood transfer in, which of course has its own momentum effect.
Right. And genuinely, it could also just be, let's make these as big as possible. It looks like we're getting the carbo loading coming in here. So carbo loading saying commit 1 foundation in your stage, and then when you gain life once per turn, you get to ready it. Oh yeah, sorry. Once you commit a foundation for damage equal to the difficulty of the card. And so carbo loading itself is the first one you commit because it's +3 damage. We've already committed Keefe out pretty substantially because he's, you know, he had to block with that +3 and check really poorly.
Right.
So we can get this one to sink in. That's a solid at least 7, maybe more damage that we get to throw at him. And
as a 7-hander, which by the way, props to these guys for doing so well today, each playing a 7-hander. That is a difficult thing to be in the current meta. But against a 7-hander, that 7 damage does really sting.
Right, and it looks like Jose also has a copy of Stalking Her Prey Down. It's the Chibi promo there. And that card says flip, remove a momentum, add 1 card from your discard pile to your momentum. So if you're really trying to get blood transfusion activations off, then you can continue to find it using that card.
Oof. And it looks like he's actually thinking about
utilizing it?
Exactly that.
Yep. All right, so he's going to go ahead and remove the momentum from play. And what is he going to go find? Oh, it's a Grav Lift. Oh, what a great play. Yeah, Grav Lift, honestly, one of the best from momentum abilities in the game, allowing him to go ahead, remove this, and once this attack resolves, it's going right into momentum. We talked a lot... Face up. Face up. And we talked a lot about... cheating progressive in our last match where we saw, you know, All Might was taking cards out of the card pool really quickly and using Twisting Azure Inferno to get a lot of check boosts. And in this case, what we have is Toga's version of that, where the card pool doesn't get very wide and it allows Toga to try to play as many attacks as possible without committing as many foundations as possible.
Which is great for her because she does have that nice cycling ability on her character. It's really easy for her to get access to a bunch of attacks when she wants them.
Yes, and it's interesting here blocking with the 1.3 million. That being one of the kill cards in Denki, but it just feels, it smells of desperation when you feel like this may be the last attack you can pass, or the last block you can pass this turn. And Toga, no stranger to just finding the one she needs to win the game.
And she's in a very good position now, although it looks like she's going to build out.
Yep, and I think that's a fine play if you don't have it. We went ahead and got us, you know, the free momentum off of with the 0 Grav Lift, and what we really wanted to do was clear the card pool so we could play foundations and pass them effectively. It may have been a little bit premature to go through all of those motions to get the 0 Grav and the momentum and go ahead and free add it, but maybe Jose was just really needing that blood transfer to get in the momentum.
Well, it does look like we might be in deadlock now.
Are we? We are in deadlock now. Yeah.
So quickly flipping through, what kind of deadlock does our Denki have access to?
Definitely not much off the attacks. Let's take a look at the list real quick and see if there's anything cool in there. Genuinely, I don't see anything on the first glance. So, Toga may have figured out that, and maybe Jose knows this. He's got a lot of metagame knowledge, and he's going to know, hey, this character, just like the order symbol in general, maybe doesn't have the right deadlock on the stuff he's trying to play. I'm thinking if anything has it, it's Electric Surge, but no, it doesn't even have that. Yep, absolutely. So that's a little bit unfortunate. Now, I do see Vile Seizings in Denki's sideboard. So Denki already seeing, like Keefe sees that Jose's willing to go to deadlock. That means that he's willing to side those in and try to get as much value out of it as possible.
All right, so we are going ahead and starting with an attack.
Another Electric Surge.
Yep.
And, yep, go ahead.
There was definitely some thought there, looking through those cards in hand. Looking like he's deciding between, is this a poke turn?
Right.
Am I going to try to make this a kill turn?
Yes. Yeah.
And with Denki, there's always a chance to make almost anything a kill turn.
Right. All you need is the good one. Ooh, and so we're going to see a recovery time. It looks like a block coming down. Really nice. You can take, I believe it's 5 damage or 4 or 5 damage and gain. You take 5 or more damage and gain 4. But instead, opting to take 0 damage, denying Denki the momentum, and getting a breaker effect off. Denki, on the other hand, getting his Enhance, which is going to allow him to, again, selectively commit one of Jose's best defensive pieces. This is really good for a string turn, but if this is only a poke turn, Denki's got to be feeling pretty rough about having to, just continually throw attacks out and watching them not deal damage.
I did really enjoy the cheeky deciding between which release is the best release to commit with that effect, and it's definitely the shiny one.
It's definitely the shiny one for sure, yeah. We want to deny our opponents their XRs. They paid extra for them, so they should feel more punished for playing them.
So we did get a good check on the second Electric Surge,
yes.
And by golly, we deserve it by now.
Yes. Yeah, it's really interesting. I'm wondering, I don't see what the rest of the attacks in Keith's hand are. I do see the Jolt. So the Jolt sort of represents guaranteed once per game if we want it, which can also mean 2 Electric Surges, which means 5 momentum all at once. Very, very strong if you're just trying to stockpile. And if Keith expects Jose to accidentally commit out later and he just wants to stockpile 5 momentum for a really big Recipro burst later on, I think it might not be a bad call. Again, we see a full block. So yeah, I think we're heavily considering this play where we go, we're going to Jolt here, and we might once per game this. I'm not 100% yet.
The thing is, when I'm sitting here thinking, we've got 2 of the releases down.
Yeah.
If you get all 3 of those releases down, that is the best possible scenario to try to go all in.
We do have the 1.3 in hand also, which allows us to get a lot more stun down. And if Jose feels like blocking this Jolt, which I think would be kind of a wild choice unless he's got the Faith Shield, we get to selectively commit the next release. And maybe we just try to go for the Jolt on what is an 8, because we can actually pass that even checking a 3.
Now, could there be a 5th attack? Because if there's a 5th attack in that hand, we could be in there like swimwear.
I don't think that we saw the 5th attack, but it's definitely possible. Like he's doing a really good job keeping his cards close to his chest here.
Okay.
All right.
Toga doing her lovely cycle.
Yes, absolutely. And yeah, it looks like we're just kind of deciding how we want to approach this. Jose going for the face shield block. This is interesting. So if he's got a second attack, he could, in a world, play the 1.3, check well enough that it actually matters, and play another attack after it. If he doesn't have the other attack, though, it's not going to be lethal. And even if he does, like, Jose's got 1 card up after stun 1. No, sorry, 2 cards up because he's got his character.
Right.
And I don't know that he wants to pay the cost to commit 1 and have his opponent commit 1 unless it kills him. But Jose being at 20, there's very little opportunity that I see for a 1.3 to just do all the damage at once. I think we would really want to ideally have 1 more attack.
But at 11 health against a Toga with this many resources available, it almost seems like if you don't go in now, if you try to stabilize, what is going to happen then?
Right.
Unless your opponent dead draws, it's also not going to be good.
And we checked the 3 on the 1.3.
Why wouldn't we check the 3?
Yeah, that was pretty rough. You can commit out, but you lose your opportunity once per game. So even if we got another attack, it doesn't matter. And if we completely commit out, I mean, there's no good option here. We get no momentum off this turn, so requesting assistance is fully dead. So we're really just sitting on our character and 4 foundations, hoping that Toga doesn't draw the crazy backswing that she's very liable to draw into with that character.
Toga only needs 1
Oh,
attack
there's
to
like
draw a crazy
3.
backswing.
There's already 3 attacks in the hand.
Oh, so that's like 5 attacks.
Yeah, that's got a lot of potential there, and all of them can get a ton of damage off of the carbo loading.
Oh, what is this attack that she's playing?
Oh, dual needle lunge. This is a classic. Yeah, this is one that you're going to see a lot of, probably from a lot of Nomus and things, and just life decks in general like this card. It immediately goes to the momentum at the cost of 3 health, and 3 health, not insignificant, but taking a card out of your card pool. Again, cheating the law of progressive allows you to just keep swinging and just developing this insane turn where your card pool is pristinely clean and yet your opponent is pristinely dead.
3 health also not too bad in a character that is constantly burning and regaining health and also has access to Excited for Blood.
Right, yeah. And so it looks like we went ahead and full blocked. It looks like we may have double ice gliding this, which is interesting. But now Toga gains her health back. We clear the dual needle, and Toga gets to draw a card and ready 2 carbo loadings to make all of these attacks massive damage.
Tongue Whip.
Yeah, Tongue Whip.
Tongue Whip Toga.
That's going to be brutal. So, I mean, Tongue Whip, one of the best cards on the life symbol, and really any of the symbols on the card since it started. I mean, all the evil Innsmouth decks we're seeing, and I think Endeavor decks are running Tongue Whip. It's just so many free stats on a stick. It gets +1 speed in the form of putting a card in your opponent's card pool, and it gets damage that scales with how well your opponent is blocking. So because your opponent played well, you now get wrecked by Tongue Whip, doing 1 trillion damage. Additionally, carbo loading is going to pump up some damage. We had the double ice gliding come down, but after Toga's block activation on the last attack, and now a second Toga ability, it's back to normal. We're going to go ahead and Lost in Thought here, which is really interesting. I guess we're going to take Natural Leader out because we want to make sure we can use the enhance on carbo loading, like both of these enhances. But yeah, this is a really interesting choice. And then I guess the expectation is, can you block a 4-speed low with 2 cards in pool, or do we even care? Is Jose just going to send this at its 6 damage and say, all right, we've got more to do?
I feel like it's probably the second one.
It's definitely the second one.
He definitely has access to more things to do.
Yes. All right.
Speaking of more things to do, an interesting play, like you said earlier, back alley, most often the opening card,
right,
come with the lower difficulty card that likes coming in later in the string.
Right, but maybe we drew it off our Toga activation?
You know what? You always have to consider that with Toga.
Yeah, you sometimes you can't always have the most optimal version of it. And there we go. 2 carbo loadings is going to close the game out. I mean, Denki was at 4. It was lethal on the half at that point. But, you got to just throw in the damage and hope. It'd be really funny if the plus ultra block came down there or something like that and just made you feel bad, because plus ultra also a very good card in Denki and sitting at a 2x in the main board.
Well, speaking of main board, we're looking at sighting now, and I am interested to see what cards exactly these players are going to go for against each other.
Right. So we've got Denki is going first, so he's probably going to try to play he's probably going to side as though he's got the upper hand here.
Now, that being said, you did mention that he has Vile Seizings in here, and that it could be helpful with that lovely Breaker 1 on it.
Yes, for sure. The Breaker 1 sort of slowing Toga down, helping, preventing her from doing as much cheating with the checks. Additionally, the most interesting thing I see in the sideboard of Denki is Fourth Kind.
Yes.
A really cool idea. So, if Toga is Death by 1,000 Cuts, a 34 health means you just need to have that many more cuts to get there. And, you don't get to do the best blocking, but you do get to take an attack and put it back in your hand after you block. So if you can find a bunch of Leica zones that Toga's continuously throwing like a mid at you and you happen to have the mid block, you can, really prevent a lot of that damage that's going to take Fourth Kind down over time.
And we have seen on webcam events how fun it is to play a lovely Recipro Burst as your 4th card when you're Fourth Kind.
Yes. It's powerful. It's a great option. It looks like we also have Setup Strike in the sideboard, which I gotta imagine is coming in when you turn into Fourth Kind, probably taking out a couple of the Electric Surges. Probably less. The Electric Surge is a lot less exciting, and Setup Strike is what's actually going to be able to get those Recipro bursts to really hit home hard.
Right. We don't need the puny stun 1
Yeah.
from Electric Surge when you have stun 4 on your character.
Right, and it looks like we are going to see the audible to Fourth Kind, so I really like this play. I think we're respecting Jose's ability ability to do 20 damage, and we're going to say, all right, but can you do 34, and can you do that before I try to maul you with my character?
Now that the paper cut ability that Toga has on herself gets a little bit more scary. She does get to gain those back twice.
Right.
You can't just do that willy-nilly for 5 attacks in a turn and then not respect your opponent's backswing.
Yeah, Toga losing, 1/20th of her health and Fourth Kind losing 1/34th of his health. That you start to put it in these like number perspectives, and you're like, man, that kind of hurts.
Now, we were talking so much about what Keefe was doing with his sideboard. Did you happen to catch what Jose was doing?
Fully missed it. If I had to guess, it's very possible these evading copies might be coming in. We do have a lot of potential for some high-speed stuff. I think just being able to leverage for, hey, Recipro Burst looks scary. Recipro Extend makes mid-attacks really scary. I'm also seeing, so Denki's playing Engine Rush. I guess Fourth Kind now is playing Engine Rush, which is a card that you really want to be able to block because it'll allow your opponent to draw to. So there's definitely some interesting choices that could be made. Again, Jose could just be thinking, you know what, I won the first one. I'm not going to worry about it and change up that much. But, it's options to him. So I'm interested to see if we see any of these sides coming in.
Fantastic. Well, we are getting ready to start.
Yep.
So we're waiting to see Fourth Kind turn sideways.
Yeah.
There he is.
So interestingly enough, in our last match, our Shigaraki player decided to go second after losing game 1.
Now, I did see that happened.
Yeah.
And I think y'all came to the conclusion that it was so that he could use the ability on his character to give -1 to the check as his opponent is trying to build.
He wanted to deny his opponent a foundation. Yeah.
That nice selective review when he's going first.
Exactly. Yeah. And that didn't end up working out for him. Going first is the traditional advantage in this game, but that does not mean that it cannot be a very exciting back and forth. Now,
will he be able to pass this 4th card, Keenan?
That's a great question. I think it'd be really tricky. I mean, he passed it without Fourth Kind's ability, but it was on a 1.
Fantastic.
Yeah, so it looks like we finished our mulligan. Great start from Fourth Kind here. Fourth Kind has a lot of good opportunity here to get really aggressive on turn 2 if he draws the right cards.
It's always good to start with a new training method. It just lets you get in a free extra build if you'd like to. Sometimes going second, that's not what you want because you do want to keep cards in hand.
Ooh, interesting. Okay, cool. So, yeah, I'm wondering if we do. I feel like we might want to just save the new training method response, but I feel like we might have considered, just building the self-sacrifice instead of risking a fail on a self-sacrifice. So Jose just very confident in his ability to make that final check. And so now it's up to Fourth Kind. And what kind of offense did he draw for this turn? Because he's looking for something big.
He is. Okay, so we're starting with a good old Electric Surge.
Yep.
That's what this deck likes to give him.
Yeah,
That
it is
favorite
actually
card.
just handed him nothing but Electric Surges every single time we've seen him attack, which is really unfortunate because Jose is running just the best of mid blocks, and there is no way for him to get this into his momentum if Jose just full blocks it.
Although, if he does have that second attack, much better to send this out as the opener and let the good card come in with the +4 damage later.
Yeah, fortunately, Electric Surge with a 4-speed mid, this is actually ideal for Fourth Kind. So Breaker is the strongest keyword in the game. But if you're Fourth Kind and you have another attack in your hand, then you get an opportunity to play a foundation and then play another foundation and then play your attack. It looks like Fourth Kind is sitting on a Vile Seizing. So this is going to be a very nice... Yep, so he needed a 1 to pass, and he checked a 1 with a -2 to the check from the Breaker. So now we're going to go ahead and we're debating between whether do we want the Ice Gliding, which has a really good speed reduction, or do we want the Drowning in Resentment, which gives us options against things like Back Alley Haymaker. And it looks like we went for the Ice Gliding, and now we're going to Vile Seizing. So this Vile Seizing on a 3, because of Fourth Kind's -4, it's going to be coming for, I want to say, 10 damage after failing this check. Yeah, because in Fourth Kind giving +4.
And the best thing about that, I think, is in Denki, if you were to play this out, you don't really care about that extra card. It's nice to have extra cards.
Yeah, but you have so many already, yeah.
As Fourth Kind, you only have 5. You always want to put 4 of them down.
Yes.
So being able to hold 2, really strong.
It does give him a lot. It is a lot more significant when you're drawing these kinds of cards in a character that has more overpowered abilities and more health to play with. And yeah, that's going to be just 10 damage straight to the face.
Kerplow.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, was that too straight laced?
That was. I liked the Kerplow. It reminds me of a very, very old card called Kaplow that was also 10 damage, which I thought you were referencing there.
Oh no, I haven't been around quite that long.
All right, so we do see the best opener in the game, back alley haymaker coming down from Jose's side. This is a great opportunity to get some stun on the board and maybe do some additional pressuring, hopefully getting a couple more attacks through. Now, the other thing is, I think we saw Fourth Kind draw a Jolt, and so if he wants to partial block this, he can just add the partial block back to his hand and get this Ice Gliding -1 to carry over to the next attack, effectively allowing him to block 2 attacks for nearly free.
And I think that ability is what takes Fourth Kind from a good character to a great character. Everything else that he has is amazing, and it's what we all focus on, at least it's what I focus on. But being able to get a spare block for free when you are that 5-hander feels amazing.
And so I wonder if Fourth Kind is kicking himself for not keeping the Ice Gliding and playing the Drowning, because we did just see Jose build in the 0 diff, which would have been incredibly punished by the Drowning putting the card into his card pool. Instead, here, we're just going to commit. We get to keep our Ice Gliding up that we built last turn, and we get to put this Electric Jolt in our hand if we'd like. So sequencing-wise, Toga's ability has been floating since the Enhanced step, so that's going to resolve first, and then Fourth Kind gets an opportunity to commit after Toga is finished doing all of her cool tricks.
And there he goes.
Yep. So Fourth Kind's taking a little bit of damage, and Toga gaining back, I guess Toga lost a life and gained a life back. So yeah, I mean, this is interesting. Toga's sitting on double Tongue Whip, which would feel really nice if Fourth Kind had a lot less health. We're still considering playing this because we got a lot of Ready Foundations and our Release, which is just a huge card. But we also don't want to overbuild if we can help it. So yeah, luckily checked well. And we know Fourth Kind, I believe, only has high blocks in his hand. I think he's got the Drowning and the Electric Jolt right now.
So it feels even better for him that he picked that block back up, because that is one extra damage that Tongue Whip doesn't get to have access to.
That's true.
And I think you brought it up just now. This is a sticky spot for Toga to be in. She's right at that 6 foundation limit where...
Well, she's over this. I think it's at 6 foundations is when the once per game is out.
Exactly.
So really, Toga could be prioritizing building a lot, but what Jose really wants is momentum. We've already seen him go really out of his way to do a bunch of good momentum tricks, and so he wants to grab that momentum. He's going to go ahead and actually release his... Or no, he is using... What is that card called? It's on this deck list. It's not on this deck list?
What are you looking for?
I'm looking for the 1/5 foundation. Maybe
there in the middle?
Full on attack mode. Yeah, I don't see it on the list that we have here, but he probably submitted it twice. So yeah, the full on attack mode is going to allow him to stay out of that 6 foundation range, and it looks like he's going to maybe self-sacrifice additionally just to get this even more value, because he wants to build a card out of his hand that he doesn't feel like he can build into Fourth Kind's once per game here. So instead, he's just going to go ahead and build this Precious Lesson, which will give him more foundation equity down the line and pass over to Fourth Kind.
All right. So is Fourth Kind genuinely at 30 here?
Yeah, he's a healthy boy.
He is a healthy boy. To Toga's 11. This is going much differently than last game, a 7-hander v 7-hander.
Yeah, he might actually be a little bit lower than 30. We may not be fully up to date. I'm not 100% sure. But it looks like we do have some orange on our hand, and we're looking to see if we can close this out. Jolt.
Is that double Jolt?
I think it's double Jolt, and it's just the best poke in the game. It's near guaranteed damage, but for we know Toga running these Faith Shields in her main board, so we'll see if she actually ended up finding one here.
Well, the nice thing about double Jolt, aside from the fact that it is 2 guaranteed damage, which is about 20% of Toga's health right now, Toga only has 4 foundations down currently. If we can go into the next turn and say, well, I'll just commit 2 on your turn, how many attacks can you realistically throw at me at that point?
Yeah, probably not that many with this many foundations down. One of the things it's interesting about Toga, so we've seen so many of these quote-unquote gamer Toga lists. Oh, we did get the face shield. Very nice. The gamer Toga list plays Alleyway Ambush, which is basically a card where if you have 5 cards in your card pool, you don't have to, you ignore progressive completely to play the card. And the reason is because we've got this death by 1,000 cuts mindset. We want to get these last attacks that are just incredibly free out so that we can stack a bunch of damage with these one-ofs, these full-on attack modes that give +1 damage, these tight lips give +1 damage, floating around babies, etc. So it's a really, because you're trying to go with such a wide card pool, it's really healthy to have. I think because of dual needle lunge and things that clear the card pool, it's probably less exciting to play that card now, and maybe that's the reason he's not running it. But it was a mainstay of this deck for a very long time.
And it looks like Fourth Kind has said, you know what, I want to live.
Yes.
So he now has 3 ice glidings up.
Yeah, and it looks like Fourth Kind has updated his vitality total. He's at 22, which is very doable from Toga's side of the field.
Now, she does have to get through that with only 5 foundations, but we've seen her do that before. Toga doesn't care, though. She is going to build out a couple more foundations, even playing a Faith Shield.
You have to respect that because you do not want to be caught with only 7 foundations once Fourth Kind activates his effect. Going down to 3 and then getting 1.3 million for the rest of them is pretty difficult, and that was not the check that Jose was hoping to see there.
Well,
I think if Jose can survive this turn, he's going to win. But I think if Fourth Kind finds the gas, there's kind of no saving Toga here.
The unfortunate thing in Toga's case right now is that Fourth Kind now has the staging area to pass whatever he likes. If he has 4 attacks, he can play 4 attacks. I don't think he has them based on what we see on the screen.
Yeah.
But go ahead and prove me wrong there.
I mean, he also has the option for passing the torch to draw a card and then ready it. It looks like he's not going to worry about that. He is still going to just build out, and what he's allowing, he's getting his staging area masked. Now, this is interesting. I think I would probably keep an extra card if I felt like I could pass the block on it. Maybe he just wants to get like to the 10 number.
Gotcha. Also, not a bad card to have down, although not a bad block to have in your hand.
He's going to deadlock. Yeah, that's. I think he's got 9 down with 3 more built. So yeah, he can destroy cards with self-sacrifice to get himself out, and short fuse destroys itself. But maybe he just has not seen the deadlock threats over on Jose's side of the field to be particularly worried about it.
Well, additionally, he was so close to deadlock to begin with. It feels so bad to play 1 foundation and pass your turn.
Yeah, but
you really do feel like you deserve those extra resources.
But sometimes it's the only way you can survive. So yeah, we'll see. I'm interested to see this. I believe he did keep the low block because he got the 1.3 in hand. So this is a great opportunity to not take damage from this tongue whip and not to continue to scale that damage like you were saying earlier.
Right. All right. We are thinking here.
Yep. We got a lot of different options here. So one of the big options that we may see is having Stalking Her Prey come down again, and it looks like we're going to do that. And all we're doing is we're getting our 0 grav lift so we can keep clearing our card pool so we can keep playing a million attacks. Actually, no, we go for the blood transfer. We want the damage on board. We want to do 1 damage to Fourth Kind and heal 1, and that's going to allow us to maybe whittle him down. We don't feel like we have necessarily all of the pump we need on board, which is really a really interesting choice.
Now, Keenan, backing up a little bit, I have a question about that passing the torch play. We saw that he has the low block in hand. Would it perhaps not have been more advantageous to save it for later? Because when you commit passing the torch with a completely empty hand, you get to draw 2 cards instead of 1.
Yeah.
So you do play the game a little bit of, does the remaining block in my hand match whatever you're going to play next? But there is a 1 in 3 chance that happens.
Yeah, I wonder if he's trying to... There's a couple things that could be happening here, right? Like, Fourth Kind will know the number of attacks he's got, and if he knows that what he's got in his discard pile, he could be saying, my deck is very attack heavy right now, and I just want to make sure that I'm clearing that out. He could also say, I'm trying to threaten that I have enough blocks to survive the turn to make Jose just stop attacking, because he doesn't want to keep blocking with his attacks. He wants to be able to mount the backswing, but he's going to need a lot of orange to do it. And so by drawing a bunch of cards may make Jose less likely to continue swinging in.
He may be in a good spot to block at least a couple of things. There's -4 speed on this tongue whip. If he blocks it, those ice gladings do give an additional -2 speed to whatever comes in next. He is doing his darndest to survive this turn. All the way from attack 1.
Yeah, this is it's interesting to see Fourth Kind, like you said, committing this many resources to doing this. And additionally, Jose said, you know what? I don't like you drawing all those cards. Let's go ahead and Lost in Thought. I'm going to take away your passing the torch. You can take any of those cards in your hand and build them face down. And it looks like Keefe is going to go ahead and build down I can't remember the last card. I think it was a Foundation that he had left in his hand. But he's going to keep the good ones are still there, and we're going to look at that flourish as he sets it down. So yeah, we've got it looks like we're going to go ahead and commit 1, and then we're absolutely going to fourth kind and put this back in our hand.
Oh, you want that in your hand all day.
Yep. Ooh, discarding a Faith Shield. Jose's going for blood.
Okay, what is next, Jose? And it's another dual needle.
So another card that is going to take itself out of the card pool. We lose 3 all day here. We get to just send this for, I believe, 5. There's a little bit of a glare. I can't quite see all the foundations. Oh, that's the full-on attack mode and the tight-lipped here. So we can flip our Faith Shield. That card kind of doesn't do a whole lot to make the 6 damage because this card just feels kind of bad to block.
Why is that?
It feels bad to block because it's not that damaging. There are bigger cards in Toga's main board, such as, if you don't want to get hit with like a 0 gravity lift, they can make that 7 damage. Maybe you want to, take half of that. I think this is a good candidate for blocking though, because you've already got the minuses from Ice Gliding. So going ahead and getting the Jolt out of the hand, we're losing orange, but we're gaining life effectively. We're sort of trading 1 for 1.
And as you're saying, the Ice Glidings, he did use yet another Ice Gliding.
Yes.
So there is yet another -1 speed coming on whatever this next attack is, and of course it has no progressive difficulty.
Right. Yeah. The law of progressive fully being broken here. It might as well not even be a mechanic at this point, right?
It feels really bad to be fourth kind, but it feels really great to be Toga.
Yeah.
Toga, who is now 2 healthier than last time we looked at her health.
Yep. Okay, so we went ahead and we got the 0 grav lift, and 0 grav lift here we get to tight lift for damage. And we can full-on attack mode. So full-on attack mode, it's if the attack deals damage, your opponent burns 1 and you gain 1. Well, spoiler alert, 0 grav lift is a throw, and Order doesn't really have a whole lot of from-hand throw hate that I know of. So this is a really great opportunity for Toga to get just what could be 8 free damage off onto fourth kind.
And if I'm correct, Toga just used a self-sacrifice and also flipped that Faith Shield, just getting as much value as you can out of this throw because it's guaranteed damage.
Yeah.
It looks like Jose is thinking that he is going to win this turn. He is blowing up those committed foundations.
Left and right.
He does not care.
Yep, and it's full on attack mode, not self-sacrifice, and that's the one that will burn him. So that's even better on 0 grav than self-sacrifice can be. All right.
We still want to block.
Committing out for block. I think this is all you can do, and now you just have to hope that Jose doesn't have it. We haven't seen his hand in a little bit, but I have a feeling he has still got it in the bag here.
He does only have, what is this, 1 progressive difficulty to work on?
Okay, we got a blood transfer coming in, and so we can give this damage by flipping our release, and we can destroy another card to full on attack mode. The question is there